Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was lost lover of goddess Artemis? Part 1. The smell of butterbeer washes over me and makes me feel comfortable. We are sitting at a round table, talking. However, I can't pay attention. The day is cold, everything I see out the window seems more interesting to me than the people with me. I suddenly feel empty and alone. I tense the muscles in my legs and try to hide the sudden pain I feel in my chest. My breathing accelerates. It doesn't take long for me to start controlling myself to avoid an attack. My friend notices. I look away. He's not supposed to have any more attacks. I straighten my skirt and wrinkle the sleeves of my sweater. No one tells me to go out to Hogsmeade on such a cold day. More people enter the place. Different colors, laughter, faces, airs. I like to watch people, but no one catches my attention. That depresses me. I don't attract attention either. Never. Artemis, goddess of hunting, wild animals and wild animals. One of the most revered deities in Greek mythology. It's curious that my mother chose my name based on a goddess so different from the ones she wants for me. Artemis. I don't even know whether to say I like my name. Although I admit, I like that my brother was called Apollo. It's as if the distance doesn't matter, we are still united by the meaning of our names. King. Unusual surname. Strong and written in the list of the sacred 29. While I like it, I'm sometimes embarrassed by how exposed I am about my lineage. As soon as they hear my last name, there is a reaction. On the part of the Slytherins, it is admiration. However, for those from any other house this is not the case. I am Slytherin. I remember being very nervous the first day I came to Hogwarts. I needed to meet in this house. My mother always talked to me wonders of his studies, and my father looked very happy when my brother turned out to be Slytherin. Although I never had an aspiration of my own. I am in my 6th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As a child I was excited to come learn and hang out with my new friends. That lasted probably the first 2 years. Then I began to notice a certain coldness in my social circle, in addition to feeling that Hogwarts, although it welcomed me with a familiar warmth, was more my refuge than my home. It scares me to think about what it will be mine when I leave here. I feel so lost. I don't have an identity. I terribly envy my peers who have spent these 5 and some years pursuing their dreams and forging a personality. I don't have dreams or personality, and if I had them, they must be in a locked cage deep inside me. They have taught me to repress absolutely everything. Who am I? Nobody calls me Artemis. Nobody has invented a nickname for me. No one knows more about me except that I am from the Ray family. It's frustrating, but I've earned it. I have spent my life following others. As a child it was my brother. When I arrived at Hogwarts, Horace Slughorn was my teacher. I am now dependent not only emotionally, but also socially on none other than Lucius Malfoy. I am surrounded by leaders. I feel like a blind follower. They are slowly consuming me. I am fading away. I don't know what to do to move from the side of the subjects to the side of the nobility. Artemis. I blinked a few times and forced myself to focus on the conversation taking place. I looked at Narcissa. His expression was confused and upset. Your hand. Look. It was irritated, small spots bleeding. I had been scratching and pinching myself without realizing it. Yes, I'll go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I retired. I was embarrassed by that, but I was relieved to have even a minimal excuse to escape. I went into the ladies' room. I headed steadily to the last sink. I turned on the faucet and let the cold water numb my injured hand. It burned less. I looked up at the mirror. Hair of a color uncertain between brown and blonde. I didn't have a particular taste for it, although I liked that it was soft. Clear complexion. I blush easily. She was wearing a green plaid skirt, a gray sweater, somewhat transparent black tights, and leather ankle boots. Said like that, it seems like it had style. But my attitude completely nullifies that possibility. I give off annoyance and tiredness. I removed my hand from the water and turned off the faucet. I looked at the door. It was open. A group of boys were entering the boys' bathroom. I recognized them. It was impossible not to do it. They were leaders. 1, 2, 3. 3 entered the bathroom. The last one noticed my presence. I thought he would just ignore me. It was the logical thing. I would have ignored it too. But he didn't do it. He stayed there for a while, looking at me. I didn't move either, nor did I express myself. We both looked at each other for a few seconds, neutral. I don't know what he must have been waiting for. I don't know what I was waiting for. He smiles at me. It was not a mocking or bitter smile. It was a kind smile. I frowned, tilting my head slightly in confusion. His corner curled up a little more and he shook his head looking at the floor, amused. He opened the door to the men's bathroom and entered. I didn't see it anymore. I didn't understand what kind of nonverbal communication that was. I sighed. I turned around and got a surprise. In the mirror the image of a girl smiling was clearly visible. I was smiling. Has he seen me smile? I erased that idea from my mind. I erased everything that happened from my mind. I quickly left the bathroom and hurriedly walked towards my group's table. Should I call them friends? I sat down in the place they still had set aside for me and smiled fakely to indicate that everything was fine. However, things are not overlooked here. Your medications. I made a face as if I didn't understand, but Lucius insisted. Have you taken the medications that the lady gave you? Pomfrey. Yes, I have taken them. Lie. Those medications made me sleepy a lot. I hated feeling rushed and anguished all the time, but I hate feeling like I'm dreaming more. Almost without thinking for myself. Tomorrow I will take you to the infirmary again so they can check you out. Narcissa added with a tone that made it clear to me that she had no intention of negotiating. How much have you eaten today? What I must. Artemis Ray, how much have you eaten today? I should feel pressured. I feel guilty for not feeling pressured. However, we had these discussions so many times. I drank 4 coffees and ate a handful of almonds. She sighed tiredly. Lucius ran his fingers over his eyes as if he had a headache. I hated to disappoint them, but they didn't know the world of people without power. They live with the privilege of egocentrism. Artemis. Rodolphus intervened. I found it curious, he almost never intervenes. You should be grateful to be alive. Do you think we take care of you? For your own good. If you believe that, how pathetic you are. Lucius must ensure your safety. You should work to make it easier for him. Shut the fuck up. Lestrange, Narcissa said. If no one cares about you, that's your damn problem. But Ray is a Slytherin, and we are a damn family. When you're in shit, I'd like to see you begging us for help. If we don't take care of ourselves, no one else will. So stop being an idiot. I couldn't help but smile. Have I talked about Narcissa? Platinum blonde hair, blue eyes and a perfect golden ratio. She is a dream. I admit she can be overly hateful at times. But she's probably the only person I feel cares about me. I know that he always speaks in general, it's not that he loves me in particular. However, that affection is the most real I have. Thank you, sissy. Don't thank me. Now call the waiter. I'll order a piece of treacle tart so you can eat something before Professor McGonagall tells us. Call to return to Hogwarts. I nodded. The wizard serving was cleaning a table over. I raised my hand and he came right away. Narcissa ordered the pie. A few others took advantage of ordering more butterbeer or pumpkin juice. Then they continue. Talking about topics that didn't particularly interest me. Divination class, Filch anecdotes, books from the Forbidden Zone. I smiled when that last topic was brought up. They still talk about the Forbidden section of the library as something unknown. They clearly didn't know that I had already read all the books for my 4th year, along with Lily Evans. I never mentioned them to them since they are very strict about the relationships with other houses, especially with Gryffindor. However, Lily and I stumbled upon reading about DCAO and discovered our common curiosity. I must admit that there were things that we regretted having read when we were only 14 years old, but it was still one of the most rebellious things I have ever thought of doing. The waiter arrived and handed out the orders. He placed the molasses pie in front of me and walked away. Before she could pick up the fork, Lucius put his butterbeer closer to me. You spend your time drinking coffee, you should cheer up a little. He said with his arms crossed without giving it importance. Lucius Malfoy being gentle, my heart is happier. I didn't thank him. He hates being thanked, he always calls me ridiculous when I do it. I just smiled at him and drank beer. I looked more inside the 3 broomsticks. Now it was more crowded, there was more noise. The windows were lightly covered with dew and the colors outside still made me feel cold. I turned to the table that the waiter had cleaned a while ago. My pulse quickened slightly. There were the 4 boys. Those 4 kids worthy of a rebellious teen movie. I have never spoken with them. If we have exchanged words, it has been very brief and in situations that required it. They didn't come close to me and I didn't come close to them. Although there would be no reason for them to want to start a conversation with me. 2 of them were Quidditch players and 1 was a prefect. They were popular kids. Again, leaders. Lily has mentioned them to me a couple of times. He always describes them as annoying and childish, but he seems very cheerful when he talks about them. Lately, when he talks about his leader, James Potter, who was sitting next to the boy I had bumped into in the bathroom. And he knew perfectly well who he was. Sirius Black, the traitor of the Black House. A Gryffindor with a heritage only Slytherins obsessed with pure blood. It was a topic here. Is that your cousin, Narcissa? She turned around. He nodded indifferently. On the other hand, his crazy and mean little replica suddenly jumped out. It's not anymore, said Bellatrix. Didn't you know what he did? The little bastard ran away from home, my aunt is furious. He has burned his portrait on the family tree. He's a damn traitor, it makes me sick just to see him. Did Sirius escape from home? This summer, yes. Narcissa intervened still with a disinterested tone. I left the topic there before Bellatrix got upset again with her obsession with pure blood. Although it's not like anyone at this table thinks differently. Except for me, perhaps, who doesn't even dare to raise his voice. I played with the sleeves of my sweater again a little nervously. I finished my molasses pie. I need to learn to balance my diet. Artemis, would you mind going to pay at the bar? I'll carry your bag if you want. Let's go out. Don't worry, I'll catch up with them later. Are you going to the Screaming House? She nodded. Okay. I took the galleons he offered me, slung my bag over my shoulder, and walked to the bar as they left the small restaurant. I accounted for all the meals and handed over the corresponding money. I saved a couple of leftover galleons to return to Narcissa. Excuse me, could I bring 4 butterbeers to that table? Thank you. I turned calmly. Too calm for the shock that had given me that she appeared so suddenly. He was next to me, with his elbows resting on the bar. Looking at me, I kept my gaze, proud and defensive, not knowing what the purpose of his actions was. Thank you very much, see you next week. I told the waiter, who said goodbye to me with the same kindness. I took a step, then another. I was about to leave, and I still felt his eyes on me, but not in the uncomfortable way it sometimes felt. For some reason, this was different. When I reached the door, I turned my head slightly to spy one last time. There it was. His friends didn't even notice what he was doing. But there he was, smiling. Seeing him with that smile sitting at the table with an air of arrogance made something in my stomach turn. I would never have imagined that I would be able to do something like what I did. Before I walked out and got completely away from that boy, I smiled back, and I winked with more arrogance than he conveyed. His eyes shone and he stood up hopefully. But, before he could think about how to stay in the game, I was already gone. I went all the way home to my screams wondering why. Shit, I did something like that. What would I do now if I ran into him in a hallway? What if he tries to talk to me in front of Lucius and the others? I stopped. I put that idea out of my head. It was just a weird moment. One moment. Now I would be invisible again and I wouldn't have to go through any discomfort. I still had a silly smile when I arrived with my group. I had to hide it, since they are very perceptive and good at questioning. We pass the time, we talk, we make fun. It was a nice atmosphere. But my head was in the clouds. I must admit that at that moment I would never have imagined the disaster of emotions that would eventually be unleashed. The last few days had been off. The most interesting thing that had happened to me had been the points I had earned for Slytherin in Slughorn's classes. A perfect cauldron, Miss Ray, he said. I am sure that, soon we will be able to advance to a more complex level. During breaks it was also boring, although the times when I went to the library with Narcissa and Andromeda was a good pastime. Although well, the adventures and magic of the books don't exactly feel real. Distracted. I've been too distracted this morning. I mixed up my clothes in the bedrooms and put on changed socks and backwards t-shirt. Then, in the common room, I collided with Lestrange and almost ended up on the floor. He just said to watch where I was walking. I felt super depressed, which I expected to happen to me. Last Saturday I felt good in a way I had never thought about. Obviously when you go up, you have to go down. And now my spirits were plummeting. We were all together sitting on the black leather sofas, talking about the upcoming exams and how much of the year we had left. I tried to blend into the conversation as much as I could so I could avoid overthinking what happened a week ago in Hogsmeade. We left to go to the large dining room. We go through the stairs. In the hallway, I saw the quartet a few meters away. My desire to exist ended up disappearing. We walked alongside them. I looked almost intently at the black boy. He didn't turn around. I stared at the floor. I huffed in annoyance and left my group of people. They wouldn't know I was gone anyway. They would think I went to the bathroom and leave it at that. My head was spinning. My vision became cloudy and somewhat blurry. I sneaked out of the castle, dizzy, until I felt my shirt being pulled. Blue eyes looked at me with intensity and concern. "Aren't you going to eat?" I shook my head. "You're upset. Let's sit down." He accompanied me. I barely felt his presence as we moved forward. I felt terrible. I just asked the earth to swallow me and never appear again. After a while, I felt calmer, although there was a tense atmosphere, as if there was a bomb that I didn't know how to turn off. Narcissa was next to me. We were sitting on the grass in front of the Black Lake. What a shitty Sunday. I feel more dull than usual and my stomach is in knots. I want to talk to your mother. I turned with an indifferent, but curious expression. You need medical attention. What are you telling me? You think I haven't seen how you are? He stated. I didn't answer. You are weak, pale and thin. I've seen you at night, Artemis. Your nose bleeds very. Followed. At the 3 broomsticks, Lucius asked you if you were taking your medicine. He took out a small bag and I tensed. Here I have them. You've barely even touched them. I know you've been secretly hanging out with other students. Some Muggleborns. It doesn't really bother me, but don't think I don't know what mental disorders are. And I know that anxiety is not a fucking game. He hadn't finished speaking, but he paused. He wasn't looking at me, but I was expectant. His sudden accusation had taken me by surprise. I felt attacked, although any defense I had said would be a lie. Sigh. Quote, do you know that Lucius feels responsible for you? I nodded. I understand that you admire him and I admit that it is convenient that you blindly trust him. But you should know that he doesn't love you. I rolled my eyes. It's nothing I don't know. Nobody wants to be in this damn group, I said, annoyed. It was bringing up feelings I didn't want to think about. No, Lucius does know how to love. He loves me. I opened my eyes. She still didn't look at me. We are together, Artemis. My mouth tasted bitter. Because I'm in love with him. I know it is expected news and it seems that it is a relationship made by our parents. But I ask you to be happy for me. I am trying this out of love. They haven't forced me to do anything. Yeah, what does that have to do with it? His attitude was relentless. I could barely read any softness in his face. I usually act a little reckless, but inside I was dying of nerves seeing her so painfully firm. I have spoken with Lucius. I know it's not my place to break your heart. But I'm tired of you giving so much to a friendship that isn't worth saving. He sees you as a responsibility. Because you are one of us. One of the holy families in a Slytherin. But I assure you that your well-being matters very little to him. I looked at the lake. The sky today was cloudy and the white reflection sparkled in the water. There was some wind but it wasn't unbearably cold. I got angry. I didn't come here to receive this information. I just came to spend some time. It's unfair. What do I do with this now? A tear of frustration escaped and rolled down my cheek. My head was starting to hurt. Unfortunately I was sad but not surprised. I guess a tiny part of me always felt like a burden to everyone in this group. I hate this group, Artemis. I turned my head. Narcissa was crying. Even with tears in her eyes she looked incredibly beautiful. I pressed my knees with my nails, hurting me a little. I had never seen her cry. Now I feel distressed. Narcissa, let me love you. My heart skipped a beat. It seemed as if time had stopped for a few moments. Everything around me seemed to slow down. My breathing was deep and I was extremely focused on my companion. DS had just disconcerted me beyond measure. That, let me love you, and love me. I'm faking it all the damn time, Artemis. I've been feeling empty for months. Our friends are racist bigots whose ideas I deeply despise. But they scare me, and my family scares me. If I say anything here, Bella will hesitate to let our parents know, and I'm not in a position to face them. I need to go with the flow. I know you are just as lost as I am. I need you to tell me that no matter what happens, you won't tell no one what we talk about. I won't do it either. Just give me more moments. I need you to make me feel better. And I need to prevent you from ending up killing yourself. Because that's what you're doing, right? Maybe without you having it in mind. I whispered a soft yes, as I wiped the tears from my face. I took a handkerchief out of my pocket and also took out the tears of the pretty girl in front of me. Are we going to be friends? I looked her directly in the eyes. We were both sensitive, although she was the only one who spoke the entire time. I slowly took his hand. She approached me. We were just there, holding hands, crying. I didn't know how to give him security. I have spent my entire life depending. Unsure of myself. At this point I didn't care how deep I was. I needed to get Narcissa out of her hole before it was too deep to see the light again. I inhaled. I, Artemis King, swear on my life that I will be there for you. I swear I will be your pillar when you are falling apart. I swear I will be your comfort when you feel alone. And I swear that I will celebrate by your side the day of your freedom. I will be there for you, until the end. He squeezed my hand. His arms were shaking slightly. I felt nervous, but I was very excited. She controlled her breathing, a little and fixed some stray hairs out of place. I, Narcissa Black, swear on my life that I will be there for you. I swear I will be your pillar when you are falling apart. I swear I will be your comfort when you feel alone, and I swear that I will celebrate by your side the day of your freedom. I will be there for you, until the end. She finished her oath with a broken voice and burst into tears again. I hugged her and let her cry on my shoulder. Never. We had never been like this before. It was the first time in my life that someone opened their feelings to me. And now, no matter what, I plan to protect her. She discovered something about me that I thought went unnoticed. I'm dying. Because I have decided that I am dying. I can no longer continue letting myself perish. I need to resist a little more. For her. I caressed her soft blonde hair. It smelled very good. His hug felt very good. His face was resting on my chest. His eyes were closed. Maybe he heard my heartbeat. I felt warm. That feeling that I have only been able to dream of, feeling like you were in your home. I closed my eyes. The wind surrounded us. It was her and me, by the lake. I felt happiness, much happiness, and peace. Don't die. I will not die. Quote, if you die I'm going to be very angry. I know. She separated from me. I didn't want him to do it. I would have liked us to have been eternal. He lay down on the grass and smiled at me, still with his red face. I imitated his action and looked at the sky. I felt the sun on my skin even though I couldn't see it. I wanted to turn to see Narcissa. But I didn't do it. My insides were exploding. I was stunned by the suddenness and loudness of this conversation. Of the promise he had just uttered. And that he had just heard. I felt sorry. Now this woman XT to me was linked to a conservative and selfish man. Even if I loved him it hurt me. She felt like she had the key to removing the handcuffs that imprisoned her in this shitty environment. And yet he did nothing to take them off. I wanted to break them. He wanted her to do whatever she wanted. But now I also had a new fear regarding that. Even if I could free her, would she return to Lucius? Suddenly I had a hatred for him. I wanted to scream in his face and hit him. For doing this to me, for doing that to me. Artemis, sorry for bothering you with this. I know you have anxiety and everything is going very fast. I looked at her. His blue eyes were shining and he had a few blonde hairs on his face. My heart was beating hard. She looked perfect. I didn't expect it, to be honest. But I think this was what I needed. I never thought you felt like me. You can't tell anyone that I feel this way. Please. I'm not brave enough for that. I won't say anything. You will speak the day you decide to speak. He smiled. My hand came up to her face and I put her locks behind her ear. I felt strangely comfortable with her now. I just hoped this wasn't manipulation. That idea flashed for a while. Nar. Sissa playing the victim to appeal to my sentimentality. But I ardently rejected it. I wasn't going to risk it just out of baseless paranoia. I feel good now, he said. I smiled. I feel good too. Won't say anything to your mother for now. Honestly, I don't like him. No one. We laugh a little. We shouldn't laugh, but it was inevitable. It's funny how almost all Slytherins see us as the bad guys in the story. And I recognize that there are many I can't stand. But there is us, in the background. Broken. Pretending to be made of stone. We don't have the most loving families in the world. When ideals are stronger than love, there is usually abandonment. And here we are, her and me, lying on the grass in front of the Black Lake. Two helpless souls longing for the day when we don't have to we are amassed to avoid being segregated by our own. He had been here thousands of times, feeling hatred and helplessness. But now she wasn't here alone. And although it sounds selfish, that made me feel better. Let's get something out of the great dining room before it's too late. I'm not going to let you skip your first meal. Sissy stood up and offered me her hand. I took it, feeling tickled when I felt its touch. He didn't let me go. He took me down the same path we had taken. We entered the great hall and went to the Slytherin table. There were Lucius, Rodolphus and Bellatrix. We sat next to them. Narcissa explained that we had a girl problem, which was clever because no one asked details. Lucius served me a pumpkin pie and herbal tea. Now I didn't know what to think. His concern seemed so real. But his expression was serious. As if I were his little sister and our parents had accustomed him to taking care of me. I was still upset, but I suppressed the emotion. I took a bite of my food. Suspicious, but without objecting. I had to stop dying. It was an intense morning. The pumpkin pie tasted good, and the tea helped calm me down. My body began to relax. I felt calmer, until I looked up. At another table, a few meters away, I found nothing less than gray eyes fixed on me, messy hair and a lopsided smile. The gentle breeze and the smell of wet earth from the forbidden forest make me feel safe and at peace. Where souls do not enter and magic does not escape. The forest is my place. I usually run away from teachers and prefects. The keeper of the keys and land is a few years older than me, but he rarely notices that I come here. I once came across centaurs. I must admit that it was an extremely tense environment which I would like to avoid if possible. However, I think they are already used to me. Not comfortable, but used to it. I thought about what happened in Hogsmeade. I smiled foolishly. I spent the next month trying to lower his profile and get him out of my head. In fact, just as I thought at first. The Gryffindor boy hasn't spoken to me again. He didn't even notice when I passed by him, and his look at Sunday breakfast didn't go beyond that. It's good, I guess. Today is Monday. I have an hour free before divination. Then I would have to go to lunch. From then on I would have time to study, and in the afternoon have dinner in the large dining room. Today at breakfast I ate a lot. I got to feeling nauseous. I still feel anxious. The same thing probably happens to me. I hate my imbalance. I looked up. The sky was clear, although it still felt cold. This morning I couldn't find my school socks. So I just wearing my skirt and my socks. I suspect Bellatrix's cat broke them. It wouldn't be the first time. I heard a noise. I ignored it at first. There are a lot of strange animals in the Forbidden Forest, and I'm not sure I want to see any. Steps. They were human steps. I pulled out my wand and turned around. Why is he in the Forbidden Forest? Students are not allowed to come here, I said calmly, although in my mind I prayed that he wasn't a teacher. For the same reason as you, clearly. I knew that voice. The footsteps stopped. In front of me was a boy. It was a silhouette that I would have recognized anywhere. It was as if after having waited days for a meeting, the opportunity arrived at the precise moment before surrender. I lowered my wand. Black King. I wasn't surprised that he knew my last name, nor was he surprised that I knew his. Although we don't talk, neither of us is good at going unnoticed. I hid my nervousness as much as possible, but he is quite perceptive. You're shaking. And you bleeding. He smiled. He took off his sweater and approached me. I looked at him with a grimace of disgust, but I didn't object. I just raised my arms and let him shelter me. I appeared serene, as if every day they offered me items of clothing. But inside she was in chaos. The attack was coming. How are you? You can see it well. It stinks like Gryffindor. He giggled and I hid my smile. I stared at the blood. Sit down. Let's clean that wound. He obeyed immediately. I knelt in front of him and lifted his black hair a little. He had a bleeding cut on his temple. Do you prefer the light or strong healing spell? It's not that deep. He murmured. I nodded. I pointed my wand in concentration. A pisky. The wound quickly disappeared, leaving only a scar that will surely only last a few days. Thank you. How did you do that to yourself? I asked, tilting my head. I put my wand away but I was still kneeling in front of him. Long story. I see. He seemed haughty, but I hid an arrogant smile. I imagine that if you tell me I will have to accompany you to detention. He nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he asked, what are you doing here? I spend a lot of time here. Oh really? I've never seen you disappear. You never pay attention. He giggled. He bowed mockingly. And do you want my attention? I was just saying that you are very unobservant. He crossed his arms. If you're so observant you should already know what he was doing, right? I smiled. I must say that I rarely smile with such sincerity, but I felt proud. I looked up. I suspect that you and your friends used their shortcut again and something must have gone wrong. His expression changed and his complexion paled. He snorted in annoyance. He didn't answer anything, but his abrupt change in attitude only proved me right. He didn't usually pay particular attention to it before Saturday's strange event in Hogsmeade. But I had noticed the mysterious ability of those 4 boys to reach places in Hogwarts that using corridors and stairs could not be reached. You would get there so easy. When I started watching Potter, I thought maybe they had managed to transport themselves into the castle illegally. It was a hypothesis that I quickly discarded. After all, our director is Albus Dumbledore. But a secret passage, not even the best magician could guess if there are any in this huge terrain, and if these 4 found one, it would be extremely difficult to catch them red-handed. Your attempt at distraction with your far-fetched theories doesn't work. What do you mean? What are you doing here? I let out a bitter laugh without looking at him. We only met by chance in the Forbidden Forest and now you want to start an interrogation. You surprise me, Black. I am full of surprises. Now tell me what you're doing here. I looked at the ground for a second. There were red and yellow leaves. I liked the autumn colors. I tried to focus on them so as not to think about the possibility that I was remembering what had happened. I came to clear my head. You caught my attention in the 3 broomsticks. I looked up. I got up from the ground and backed away a little, but he got up too. The abrupt change in conversation took me somewhat out of context, even though I expected it. I fixed a couple of loose strands behind my ears and sighed, somewhat irritated by his insistence on talking. He had never wanted to talk to me before. Why now? What am I supposed to respond to that? I caught your attention, and your point is, I had already observed you before. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. He laughed at my reaction. It was a phrase that I was not prepared to hear. I must say that I thought you were pretty. Nothing special, Black. I'm not going to contradict that. But you seemed boring to me. What a good way to start a conversation. He ignored my attempted protest. You always go after Malfoy. I see you a lot with my cousins and Snivellus. That says a lot about you. So I assumed you were a girl without personality, obsessed with purity and her house, who unconditionally followed the bunch of idiots. I pulled out my wand and stormed over. I put it on his neck without hesitation. It was inches from his face. He had managed to bring to light an anger that he didn't know he was capable of feeling in such a detonating way. Talk about Narcissa. Again, and I'll finish slashing your fucking face, I said. He looked at me surprised for a few seconds, not knowing how to react. Then the corner of his lips began to offer a slight curve. There it is. The unexpected turn of events. I expressed my confusion. He slowly took my hand and made me lower my wand. We were once again 1 meter apart. I was still breathing a little faster from anger. My cousins, he said. That derogatory tone irritated me quite a bit. What does he know about them now? He was the one who decided to leave the Black House. You have a strange way of starting relationships, Black. I put my wand away and crossed my arms. Did you notice how you didn't mention Lucius or Snivellus in this? I haven't spoken to Severus in weeks. Because, last year he called Evans a mudblood. I said that and he showed a hint of joy, but I added my ultimatum before he said it. That doesn't mean I think it's okay for James Potter to be a jerk to him. His smile faded and he snorted. He obviously supported his partner's arrogance in any situation. In the end, I wasn't expecting you to flirt with me at the Three Broomsticks. Coming soon. I had spent a lot of time thinking and overthinking what happened. Those small actions and gestures. But it was too early to speak in confidence with him. I took my own hand. My nails began to dig into the sand, and it didn't take long for blood to come out. I felt horribly anxious. I thought it would go unnoticed, but he noticed it. His playful expression quickly faded and he reached out to take my hands. He looked at me strangely, almost annoyed. I know it's strange being with me. I'm sorry, I was getting upset. He was clearly out of context without understanding why he was suddenly acting like that, and I thought. It was hard to find the right words to explain why I hurt a new person's hand. I'm not a very stable person. This is self-harm, King. Why did you do it so suddenly? You made me nervous. I'm sorry. I know it's stupid. I've already been told that. It's just that. King, listen to me. Listen to me. Breathe calmly and deeply. I have your hands. You won't bleed anymore. Don't apologize anymore. If you think that my comments exceed confidence, you have to tell me. Don't hurt yourself again, please. Appeal. I was begging. Sirius Black was pleading. I'm ringing. No, I'm literally bleeding. I had never seen him with such a distraught expression. I made memory. No one had ever reacted like this to any of my anxious paintings. Without realizing it, I was already breathing normally. Sirius pulled out his wand and cast a healing spell. My hands didn't hurt anymore. My debt has been quickly paid off. Where did you learn to contain an anxiety attack? I asked. There were certain traits and studies of psychology too muggle for Sirius to know about. Anxiety attack. I opened my eyes. This boy had just had perfect control of an attack without knowing he was doing it. Have they told you that you are incredibly intelligent? I admit I said that and then I thought about it. I regretted it a little, but his answers always break the tension. Yes, but not exactly in a flattering tone. I held the gaze. He had said, turn of events. I smiled. I understood what he meant. He thought she was boring. And he has changed his mind. That made me feel something in my chest. Pride. Although pointing my wand at someone's neck without good intentions isn't something I should exactly be proud of. Thank you. He looked at me with a strange grin. There is no reason. It's complicated to explain. Maybe I have time. Provision. He was excessively willing and interested. Why would you be so interested? We should go back to the castle. I have divination. Care of magical creatures, he responded. I nodded, looking away a little. I grabbed the hem of the sweater to take it off. He stopped me. Do you want to cause a stir? James and Lucius are going to kill you. It will pass. He offered me his arm with a more upright posture than normal, pretending to be my leading man. It made me laugh. I hit him gently, cheerfully denying his invitation. I am not good for physical contact with people I don't know. However, we do start our walk through the Forbidden Forest side by side. I just met him. He is a stranger hated by many of my friends. Why am I walking through the Forbidden Forest with someone who will only get me into trouble? I got a little scared. My confidence was going too fast. It's not what I've been taught. A quick image of my mother flashed through my head. Coldness, distance, repression. Why did I open up so easily when talking to him? I believed then, with all those thoughts in my head, that another attack was coming. However, I turned around. Her slightly messy, deep black hair fell over her shoulders. His profile seemed perfect to me. He had gray eyes. Deep I never met anyone whose eyes were gray except perhaps Lucius's, which transmitted a sad coldness to me. Without meaning to, I put my arms crossed in front of me. A gesture that speaks is a nonverbal language. He didn't miss it. That's the problem. He doesn't ignore me. Too much attention in too little time. I felt good. The voice in my head in charge of tormenting me constantly said that soon would end and that he had to escape. Flee. Set limits and never associate with this man in my life again. But there was another voice. More real. That he felt good in the company of someone he didn't know. Then I noticed what this feeling is. What was that magnet that attracted me to Black? Hope. That word has always been dangerous. I don't say it often. But I had hope. His joy could get me out of here. Their joy could pull me out of the hole of hatred, violence and hypocrisy in which I have been involved since I was aware of my family and their social circle. He could be the one to guide me without knowing towards my long for freedom. My heart was racing just imagining it. I felt in heaven. Goodbye to my mother. Goodbye to Lucius. Goodbye to Bellatrix. Goodbye to everyone who has been drowning me. Goodbye to my unconditional leaders. My feet walked on their own and Sirius took care of carrying me across the grass. Probably knowing that he couldn't distract me from my tasks. Overwhelming but good thoughts. My hopes flew for the first time. And my envy disappeared. Yes, I had a dream. Yes, I had a goal. A goal. Own thing that no one had imposed on me. And it was precisely to leave the chains. Lose myself in the world, but by my decision. My decision. As I crossed the door of the large dining room, the hustle and bustle became deaf and the smells enveloping. I was happy. For the first time in years the ideas that attacked my mind did not make me suffer. They were wonderful ideas that left me with a caramel taste. Everyone suddenly seemed perfect and impossible to screw up. Sirius Black. Oh, Artemis King. Perhaps it was possible. 1. Sweater and books. A month. It had been a month of fucking shit. I fell again. These weeks I have hardly eaten. Narcissa has noticed it. She is secretly trying to pull me out of my abyss, but I am wasting away. A month in which Sirius Orion Black has not even looked at me. Hadn't he noticed something about me? I was surprised that he bothered me. He and I are not acquaintances. However, you have to understand that I am looking for any excuse to escape my emotional drowning. Weeks since Lucius hit me. It wasn't a big deal. But it was intense. The day I arrived with Sirius at the Great Hall, the Slytherin and Gryffindor table were completely silent. We were the center of attention for several seconds. Which I consider ridiculous. We only arrived walking together. It's not like we blew something up. Lucius let me eat. He silenced all the gossipers at the table. I didn't know what happened in Gryffindor, but I imagine Potter just bothered Black for a bit. As we were leaving, Malfoy grabbed my wrist roughly. He dragged me down some stairs. He was accompanied by Bellatrix but Rodolphus was not there. I suspect he was given the task of distracting Narcissa. Since when have you been associated with that house? I did not answer. He hit the wall he had me cornered on. His breath caressed my cheeks and disgusted me. I felt very afraid. I was shaking. Brink of a crisis. I didn't control anything. I wanted to die. I couldn't even touch my wand. Go back to them. And I will not be inhibited by my violence. At that point I already felt like my head was spinning, but when I felt the hit in my stomach I just wanted to throw up. I ended up on the floor, with little air and extreme nausea, and an intense taste of blood in the mouth, disgusting. My memories of the rest of that day are hazy. The fact that no one noticed my absence does me no good. I haven't recovered. I feel like Black got me into trouble and then ran away. Thinking about that makes my blood boil. Narcissa really cared to see me so depressed. My image has never changed much. My dark circles became pronounced and I lost weight. But my attitude did begin to become noticeable. I didn't go to Hogsmeade. 2 Saturdays in a row and on Sundays I didn't bother to leave my bed. I could be dead and they wouldn't notice until someone finds my body. Today is Friday. In 2 days it will be another week since what happened. I feel non-existent. Nobody watches over me. I want to be saved. I want someone to stop Lucius from hitting me, from Bella from making fun of me, and from Rodolphus from going where he's not supposed to. My life is so black and white. The saturation is in negative numbers. Sadness is the predominant feeling. I remembered the day in Hogsmeade. I let out an annoyed air. Sirius's eyes were still clearly defined in my memory. No matter how much anger I feel, I cannot hate. He abandoned me. He left me at my mercy. And that brief conversation in the forest and that brief game at the Three Broomsticks are not worth it. Aren't they worth it? No, no, definitely not. Professor McGonagall's voice brought me back to reality. I had finished Transfiguration. I took my things. It was already late. I have 2 hours before dinner. 2 hours that I should use to study. Where are you going, King? Bella asked, curious and suspicious. To the bedrooms. I'm going to bed. You spend your time sleeping a lot. I ignored his comment. I walked through the hallways feeling my eyes heavy. I wanted to lie down and never wake up. I walked unconscious, guided by my fatigue. I was so weak. Someone could touch me and I would collapse. But everyone avoided me. Not on purpose, of course, but they did it. When I had 2 laps left to reach the Slytherin common room, I saw a group of boys dressed in red cloaks in the distance. 4 boys. I didn't even bother to identify them. I continued my path more ardently. I didn't want to see his face again. I reached the door of the room. I spoke the code. Vindicta. I ran. I didn't pay attention to anyone sitting at the tables or couches. I went straight to the girls' dormitory, straight to my bed. I took off my cloak and my shoes. I threw the books into the pile of clutter I had. I shed a tear, but wiped it away immediately. I got into the sheets. I closed my eyes. I was about to fall asleep when something hit me on the butt. I ignored whoever had hit me, but then I felt blows on my back and head. I got out of the sheets. Stop being so pathetic, Artemis. Narcissa's eyes were watery and red. She was very angry. But I got upset too. What a great way to start a conversation with an anxious person, Narcissa. Could you stop victimizing yourself and let yourself die? I try to help you so that we get out of this alive and you just get depressed. You're a selfish bitch. I felt the hot blood run through my body. I grabbed the same pillow he apparently hit me with and threw it at his face in anger. She was going to complain, but I exploded. And what the fuck do you want me to do, Narcissa? I feel bad all the fucking time. I meet someone and they ignore me right away. Your boyfriend hits me to control me and I have to perform in class as if everything were fine. I'm falling apart. Sorry if I'm less strong than you thought. Everything I told you in front of the lake was true, but I'm much weaker alone. Maybe I can't be your heroine. Maybe I can't be your Prince Charming. Shit, sissy, I can't even save myself. Narcissa's expression relaxed. A couple of tears rolled down her cheeks. He walked around my bed and approached me. What did Lucius do to you? I avoided his gaze. She pounced on the bed, upset, and grabbed my shoulders. He raised his voice. Artemis King, what the fuck did Lucius do to you? I pushed his hands away. I carefully unbuttoned my blouse. I took it off. My friend's expression showed fear. Didn't you go with Pomfrey? This was a long time ago. There is no longer any case. Has it been a while? If it looks this purple now, I can't imagine what it looked like when it was fresh. How many times has he hit you? With this strength, only one. Although sometimes he tugs me violently. I buttoned my blouse again. I looked into the girl's eyes. The blue was no longer a bright blue. It was off. You need to get away from him. And how? Don't you understand? You are my only friend. And I'm not going to force you away from them. I don't have anyone to go with. Either I'm with you or I'm alone. I'm going to leave them. I'm not going to allow you that. Your family will kill you. As if yours were not the same. How do you survive your mother? I shrugged. She hugged me. I didn't ask to be a king. I know. He loved my hair. When we go out we can escape together. Do you like the idea? I knew deep down that it was a lie. She would marry Malfoy. They would have a mansion. They would inherit the money and gold of both families. They would probably have children just as pretentious as their father and would live luxurious and undefeated for the rest of their days. And I would just mar. Why the first pureblood man my family chose for me and I would be miserable. But I could only nod. It's a wonderful idea. Narcissa kissed my forehead. He fixed my clothes a little and handed me my bag. He took my hand and led me out of the bedrooms. He said he was going to study with Andromeda. Had already been present in situations like this before. The three sisters often agreed to study together, but Bellatrix never showed up. They didn't even bother to tell him anymore. We go out into the hallways of Hogwarts and go down the stairs. Narcissa led me determinedly while I followed her, probably with a haggard face. My stomach clenched when I saw long platinum blonde hair a few steps away. "Calm down," she said. "Of course, it's the girlfriend. It's easy to say." Lucius looked at us with a raised eyebrow. He turned, but did not take a step. "Where are you going?" He didn't even speak in plural, as if I wasn't there. What a strong desire to curse him. "Library. See you at dinner." How romantic, I thought. He continued walking and I didn't bother to look again at the man who was trying so hard to have everything under control. He's an idiot. I tried to hide a smile at that thought. But yeah, he's an idiot. We arrived at the library. We greeted Mrs. Pants, with gold glasses, who was reading a fat, old book. We went to a secluded table, where my friend's sister was waiting. She looked impeccable except for her uncontrolled curls. "Hello, sissy." "Hello, Artemis. Are you okay? How was your day?" "We're fine, thank you," Narcissa concealed with her natural talent for lying. I nodded with the kindest smile possible. We sit down. I took out my bag, which I admit I have unopened for a long time. I haven't taken any notes on the corresponding scrolls, I've just written a couple of things in a single notebook. I had my quill, some flasks, some parchments and the Gryffindor sweater. Shit. How could I forget such an important detail like Black's sweater? I tried to hide my concern. I looked at the sisters. They were calm. That was good. I continued with my studies, passing down notes on potions and then herbology. In my head I kept thinking if I should return the item directly to the Gryffindor boy. If I should send it to someone, if I should hide it so that only he would find it, or if I should keep it until the day I die. Honestly, they all seemed like terrible ideas to me. But they were all going to matter the same. Because situations can always be worse. 15 years living an ordinary, boring and monotonous life. And here I am, a couple of months into my 6th year at Hogwarts. Feeling how my heartbeat seems to threaten to make me explode. "Ladies." Just recognizing his voice made my muscles tense. Narcissa and Andromeda greeted politely, because although they had F.A. Miley problems really mattered little to them. I just looked up trying to hide my irritation. The 4 boys, and the one with black hair in particular. We stare at each other. He smiled slightly. I didn't even like it at all. They settled down a hallway from us, far away but visible. I wanted to demand explanations. But there were no explanations to give. Black was just an encounter in the Forbidden Forest. I was the one who exposed her vulnerability and fell before a useless hope created by my own imagination. Friend of that idiot. How could it even cross my mind? "Artemis, we finish with herbology. Can you go leave this book in its section and bring the astronomy books?" "Thank you." I put on my bag out of inertia and got up. I took the books that were indicated to me and walked carefully towards the corresponding hallway. I passed by the demons group. I've never felt so fucking uncomfortable. But I ignored them as much as I could. He felt the gaze of the 4 of them. I was sure Black told them about our involuntary meeting. An idea attacked my head. What if he exaggerated what happened? I discarded it immediately before I had a crisis right there. I hid in the herbology hallway. I sighed in frustration. I looked for the alphabetical order. I was able to leave 2 books in their places. However, one of the titles was an anthology. Couldn't you have been more creative and named your fucking book? I couldn't reach the place where I should go. The staircase wasn't close either. I tried on tiptoe. I don't consider myself a short person, but there are so many books in here. Obviously the bookshelf was too much for me. I see you complicated. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. The situation can always be worse. Remember that. Seem to you. Give me. He approached me and took the book from me. I was grateful that he didn't touch me. He was so irritable that I would have hit him if he had even tried. He put the book back in its place and raised an eyebrow when he looked at me. Thank you. You came, I said as I bumped his shoulder as I passed. I headed towards the astronomy hallway annoyed. I was grateful that it was even further away from where Narcissa and Andromeda studied. In case of a more murky conversation, I wouldn't have liked them to hear me with how obnoxious I was. He evidently followed me. I crossed my arms and turned to look at him once we were both alone, hidden among the books. You're angry. I admire your ability to perceive, Black. Why are you angry? Because you're an arrogant piece of shit, that's why. Does it bother you that I didn't ask you out? Quote, does everything always have to be linked to dates for you? His expression darkened. No, Black, I don't care about going out with you. But you saw me in the Forbidden Forest. You saw me and contained me with an anxiety attack. And then you disappear. What did they say to you when they saw you with me? Tell me. He hesitated. James said it was stupid to associate with a Slytherin, especially being friends with those you already know. Was that the worst? What else could have happened? I don't know. Lucius left my entire abdomen a reddish-purple color that still hasn't gone away, and your cousin Bellatrix has worked hard to repair it. Remind me of my position. Now he understood. As soon as I saw his face, I regretted having been so upset. It's still partly his fault, but he has his house and his friends. Forget what things are like on this other side. I didn't think that. Calm down, I said. I felt better after I had vented my anger. I opened my bag and took out her sweater. I'm sorry, I forgot that I was wearing it and that I kept it. It's dirty, I guess. It smells like you now. Don't be an idiot. Start washing the thing, I told him, laughing. He laughed sadly. I'm seriously sorry for causing you problems. I hit his arm playfully. He looked at me sadly and with a guilty smile, as if I were a child. You were serious, Black. I should have known I'd get in trouble. This time he laughed more sincerely. I like talking to you. I also like to talk to you. We look at each other. It's amazing how saying things gives you so much peace. I felt like a weight less off my shoulders. I turned and grabbed one of the books I needed. Then I looked up. Can you give me that one with the blue cover? He looked in the same direction as me. King, they all have blue caps. Indigo. I'm not a foo. See King Artist to know the difference between blues. Don't you have divination? They give us that color for the auras. Do I seem to you like a person who has a talent for divination? I approached. I took her bag from her. At first he resisted, but not much. I put his as a base and then mine. I took his shoulder to climb up. I balanced myself and stretched my arm to reach the tome I needed. I got out, put both books in my bag, and then gave him his back. That was ingenious. I was waiting for you to ask me to take you in my arms. I don't even read romantic novels to ridicule that idea with a comparison. I smiled. His eyes squint a little when he smiles. I think it's cute. I put that thought away. We should go back to our friends. I promise to make up for what happened to you. Forget it, I can handle this. I passed by him. He didn't stop following me with his eyes. Bye-bye. Do you want to go out with me? He whispered. See you at DCAO on Tuesday. I quickly arrived with her cousins before they saw or heard us together. They didn't notice anything and began to read the books he had brought. I had to hold back my smile every time I glanced sideways and caught Black staring. Now, concentrate. 2. The Quidditch match. I survived the entire weekend. I successfully managed to avoid Bellatrix and convince Lucius that it was no longer necessary to watch me. Soon his eyes would stop looking at me again. And this time I would take it as an advantage. Artemis Ray. I looked at the teacher with raised eyebrows. The whole class was looking at me. Could you tell me what you would do if you found out that you were facing a werewolf without it being transformed? Could you recognize him? The impatience of my colleagues bothered me. Out of so many people in the room, ask the one with the crisis, nothing's wrong. I played with my pen so as not to get nervous. I definitely do not consider myself at all capable of recognizing a werewolf just like that, Master Mary thought. After all, they are not monsters. Aren't they? She wanted me to contradict myself. But I was only doing it to distract myself and test my confidence. If I were bitten by a werewolf, I don't think I'd be excited about the idea of being blamed for it. I think I would just kill him. I'm not going to risk being next to a beast, Malfoy said. Oh, great, mate. Although it would have been nice if someone had asked you. Before thinking twice, I replied with a sarcastic smile. Damocles Belby already invented the wolfsbane potion, Lucius. Lightens the symptoms of lycanthropy and preserves the consciousness of the subject in question. Maybe if you paid more attention to other subjects you wouldn't be such a huge idiot. Thank you, Miss Ray, for your contribution. The teacher looked at me with an amused smile. Then he gave a round of applause to be the focus of attention again. And that's exactly what your next exam will be about. Professor Slughorn and I have decided to collaborate so that they can create a wolfsbane potion. I hope that between now and our next class you have studied enough. Good luck in today's game everyone, see you. We take our things. I wasn't interested in anything in particular until something clicked in my head regarding a certain non-existent pain that was threatening to reappear. Artemis, wasn't the first warning clear to you? The voice of Lucius was in my ear. His breath on my neck gave me chills. I felt uncomfortable. I needed my space back. Don't ever talk to me like that again. I nodded. He left the room as if nothing had happened, followed by his entourage. Narcissa looked at me with pity. He approached me and fixed my tie. I have to go. There's a Quidditch match and he's nervous. It's against Gryffindor and you know it's very competitive. I hope he falls off his broom, I said, throwing my bag over my shoulder. Sissy laughed, because she knew he was serious. She kissed me on the cheek and went after her boyfriend. He doesn't deserve Narcissa, and shish. He doesn't deserve to be dragged further into that environment. What did he tell you? I turned around scared at the sudden company. Sirius and James were in front of me. Sirius was paying full attention to me. Potter seemed curious, but he was changing his clothes for the game right there. I ignored it. Your cousin? No, her idiot boyfriend. Did he know? I thought I was the first person to know. I looked at him worried and confused. He sighed and rolled his eyes. It's disgustingly obvious, Artemis. He said not to talk like that again or he would receive another blow. I subtracted importance as much as I could. But Sirius's anger was evident. Don't play the hero now, Black. Focus on the game. You can't ask me not to play the hero, King. He winked playfully, but I didn't find it funny. He was angry. No matter how much he hid it, it was obvious. I hope you are on my side in today's game. Go away. He smiled and left. Potter was almost ready. At what time? I didn't even see him in his underwear. In any case, I appreciate it. You should go anyway, you're a hunter. I don't know what the fuck you said to him in the Forbidden Forest. How subtle, Mr. Potter. But Sirius just saw something in you. You better live up to it. Oh, thank you for reminding me that my purpose in life is to live up to the expectations of a couple of idiots. I had forgotten that. He leaned back a little. An almost imperceptible action. A slight smile threatened to appear. And so, nothing. He took his things and adjusted his glasses. He came closer until he was next to me. We kept looking into each other's eyes with a defiant attitude. Maybe I was wrong. And he left. What the fuck is wrong with both of you? Wrong about what? Did everyone have the wrong image of me? And what image do I give now? I haven't changed at all. I headed towards the door. She was the only student left. Miss King. I turned my head before leaving. Professor Merrythought was leaning against her desk with a satisfied expression. Yes, teacher. I can't say this in front of his classmates, but I liked his response to Lucius Malfoy. I smiled involuntarily. I realized that it had been a long time since I last participated in classes. I nodded my head and walked out of there. This was the perfect time to go to the Slytherin common room and spend hours in my dorm, thinking about everything. Probably crying herself to sleep. And that's what I intended to do. However, before I even started walking in that direction, I looked out the window. I saw James Potter. A bunch of Gryffindors followed him, cheering him on. They were on their way to the Quidditch pitch. Among that group I could see Black, with her black hair tied up in a bun. The game uniform and that hairstyle looked good on him. For Merlin's sake, enough is enough. Then, without it being 100% my will, I found myself taking step by step in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. Why was I heading to the Quidditch pitch? It had never caught my attention in my life. Several people looked at me for more than 2 seconds. Maybe because they had never seen me. Sometimes I hated that, the invisibility. If it had been Lucius, everyone would have barely bowed. But I'm just Artemis. All I get are curious looks that say, is she? Has she always been our companion? But I didn't have time to bother now. I had to get there as soon as possible before the spots ran out. I was walking across the grass when I felt them grab my arm. Artemis, how happy it makes me to see you. Will you go see Lucius play? I let out a laugh that was funnier than I intended. Oh, Evans, I assure you that I would spend my time on many things rather than seeing Lucius. But yes, I'm going to the Quidditch pitch. Brilliant. That's great. We haven't gone out in a long time, I already miss you. Do you want to sit with us? Will your Slytherin friends be upset? I thought about it for a second. I must admit that it was a decision that could cost him a fortune. However, I felt it was worth it. Narcissa must already be in her secluded position, they are not going to get upset. If Lucius saw me, he was obviously going to get upset. But it was the least of it. Marvelous. Marlene, Molly, Artemis is coming with us. Lily took me to her friends. Both Gryffindor. One had hair as red as my friend, but very frizzy and messy. The other one was blonde and it had neat and shiny waves. We went quickly to the field. The seats weren't full yet, but there were a lot of people. I couldn't even find Narcissa with my eyes. Here, we climb wooden stairs to stay as high as possible. We settled down next to each other. I was amused by the fact that I was the only one in a green uniform in the middle of the red one. Although, as on many occasions, it didn't take me long to get numb. I need to generate better defenses. We watched as the players began to practice. Apparently the captains gave permission to fly freely on brooms, taking advantage of the fact that there were still people missing. In any case, it didn't take long for the applause to rain down when they began to circle around the field and gallery. Potter is egocentric, Lily said, rolling her eyes. She loves being the center of attention. And he still won't be happy until he has your attention, Evans, Molly told him with a mischievous smile. Lily hit him in annoyance as she just laughed. Denying your liking for Potter won't make you like him any less, Lily. Why do you resist so much? I plan to resist everything he gives. Did you hear, King? She doesn't deny her liking for Potter, said Marlene, looking at me from behind the redheads. We both laugh at the frustrated snorts of the little girl. As if we had summoned him, the aforementioned appeared standing on his broom. How the hell did he control his axis point to stand on his broom so high? Admirable without a doubt, Miss Evans. James. Potter leaned forward smiling. His face and the redheads were very close, but she remained implacable. May I dedicate each and every one of the winning points that I give to Gryffindor today? She tilted her head. As long as they are winners, as you say. Potter smiled victoriously. He made an exaggerated bow without giving up his pride. I repeat. How the hell do you control that axis point? It has me intrigued. I assure you that it will be so. He said winking. After that tension, impressive that obviously everyone noticed except Lily. James turned to me. Ray, are you okay? If you keep shaking you will make me fall. It's just cold, Potter. Nothing you need to worry about. He frowned for a few seconds and then smiled vigorously at me. He took his broom quickly and left. Flying, gentlemen, flying, eccentric, Lily said crossing her arms. Well then you won't mind if I put a little Amortentia in your pumpkin juice, right? Marlene said. We both looked at each other and laughed without Lily noticing. Molly was tempted too. Dare and don't tell it, McKinnon. Oops, what do I see here? Lily Evans and her jealousy. Ladies and ladies, Molly shouted, applauding. As Lily tried to quiet her, more people arrived and the space was increasingly smaller. However, I still felt like I would freeze to death. The players still looked like they had no intention of starting. Suddenly, Potter appeared in front of me holding a red bundle. I took it strangely. From an admirer, he licked his lips and left permanently. I looked at what he had just handed me. I couldn't help but smile. You little traitor, don't you see that our Lily is madly in love with James? Molly said, acting out her indignation just to see Evan's expression. Which by the way didn't give me much of a friendly vibe. However, I shook my head. It's not James's. They both leaned over me, curious. And from whom then? I fully unfolded the package in front of them. It was an item of clothing I expected to have gotten rid of 3 days or so ago. I liked it, it was clean. He reeked of Gryffindor again. Serious sweater. The three looked at each other without understanding. At that moment I was scared. I felt like they were going to find out about just seeing the vest. Perhaps that auction would have been better than the high-pitched scream they let out at the same time. I had to cover my ears. I put on the sweater and played with the sleeves. I liked it, I must say. I could get used to wearing red and gold clothes. I didn't know you had a secret love among the Gryffindors, Artemis. I don't have it. I am as baffled as you, my friend. I lied. She pushed me gently. He didn't believe me, although it was true. My relationship with Black was just a friendship that was going disturbingly fast. She had to be more careful about that before Lucius notices. Ladies and gentlemen, was heard throughout the field. I took a breath in surprise and immediately paid attention to both groups on their brooms in the distance. I didn't have binoculars, but I was able to see something. We welcome each and every one of you to this exciting match. Today, as the end of the opening matches, let's give a round of applause to our talented Slytherin and Gryffindor teams, said the match announcer. The entire gallery erupted in cheers. I was clapping too, but I didn't completely understand. Inauguration. I asked Lily, shouting so she could hear me. They are not definitive matches. They are important, but it doesn't mean they will win the cup. If they weren't so important, I figured they would play it cool. No, the answer is a resounding no. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin clearly overlooks the friendly part of the friendly match. James Potter boldly takes the quaffle. One of the best players Gryffindor has ever had. He is definitely not going to disappoint anyone today. He's approaching the hoops. Flint tries to intercept, but the hunter dodges him with ease. That's it. James Potter just scored a point. Amazing. Lily was excitedly shouting and clapping, her cheeks flushed. Molly was jumping for Joe. And Marlene was hugging a boy next to her that I doubt she really knows. I felt happy. Even if my team lost, the Gryffindors were good at transmitting energy. The match moved quickly in just over 20 minutes. Gryffindor took the lead, but Slytherin soon made them more nervous. Lucius played well. That platinum hair is recognizable anywhere. Could no one conjure his broom? It would seem like an accident. Oh no. One of the Gryffindor beaters received a bludger on his broom handle and now he can't fly. If they don't find a quick replacement, they could. Stop. Another player is coming in. Is it? Yes, it's Sirius Black. Our boy Potter's unconditional comrade and eternal heartthrob. Ladies, calm down. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I'll shut up now. I let out air. I thought I could watch Sirius play. I really hoped to see it, although I couldn't really say why I was interested. Unfortunately, I couldn't appreciate his flight for more than 5 minutes. Never in my life would I have imagined that this piece of bacteria would be capable of doing something like this. He entered the game and went almost directly next to Potter. He seemed to shout something at her, but he couldn't say. Then, zigzagging, he went to the other side of the field. Lucius was carrying the quaffle. He was going to score a point for Slytherin, which would turn the score around. I would give it, because it never happened. As if he had known from the beginning, he positioned himself in the exact place where a bludger was heading with full force. When I saw how he lunged at him, I got up from my seat scared. But he was confident until the last. He raised his arm with bat in hand and hit. He hit with precision. I'm sure he had a smile on his face before he even got a good look at the bludger. The ball bounced with a loud noise and traveled in the opposite direction at an angle coldly calculated by the batter. We barely understand when Lucius Malfoy was knocked off his broom. I could assure you that the stadium was completely silent for a second. Sirius had hit Lucius in the head with a bludger and was now falling from his broom. Before he fell, the referee pronounced arresto mom entem and prevented the impact from being worse than it could have been. Lucius was on the floor, unconscious. We barely catch our breath when, and the Gryffindor seeker has caught the golden snitch. 3. Discussion in the hallway. I found myself in a dark and narrow hallway. I don't even remember how I got here. I was still agitated. What happened on the field was truly shocking. Gryffindor celebrated as if they had won the World Cup. At this moment Malfoy is recovering in the infirmary accompanied by Narcissa. No one knows that I saw everything, and I prefer to keep it that way. His fall was disastrous. When he wakes up he will be grateful that he is still alive. A bludger in his head. How do you come up with it? I couldn't even think clearly. I stood with my arms crossed, staring into space, trying to identify if the pressure in my chest was concern for my partner's health or a guilty joy that karma had literally hit him. Well, I looked up. Sirius was still dressed as a Quidditch player, sweaty, with his hair up but still messy. I frowned. Thank you. I opened my eyes. I immediately hit his arm hard. He complained. Don't tell me you entered the game just to hit him with the bludger. I would lie to you if I refused. I was stupefied. That was not news I was prepared to receive. When he wakes up he will want to kill me. With good reason. You hit him in the skull with a bludger. But now it won't bother you again. I looked at him, straight into those deep, sparkling gray eyes. His arrogant smile overflowed with whimsy. Before starting the game I went to him and told him, 1 hit for each one you give her. Then I slapped his face. He covered himself confused. His smile was gone. He looked upset and put his arm on the wall to corner me. But I wasn't afraid of him. After what he said, I had no right to be afraid of anything. I'll probably appear dead at any moment. Sirius Orion Black, do not try to intimidate me now because I assure you that you will not succeed. I said in his face. His expression did not change. He continued to exude annoyance. Lucius Malfoy has direct contact with me. Family and with yours. And with the families of all the fucking people who know me. Sirius looked at me dumbfounded. Continue. If he tells my mother that I am involved with you and my mother is. It happens that I no longer consider myself a king, I am alone. Do you understand that? Alone. You will be brave and pure revolution, you escape from your house and you are free now. But not all of us sacred ones have the opportunity to leave this cursed sect. I'm not going to thank you for an arrogant action you did to get my attention and that of all of Hogwarts. That action could cost me my house. So get your arm off the wall, give me space, and stop being a fucking narcissist constantly. In that, you and Lucius are quite similar. He backed away. He looked confused, but condescending. He stroked his hair and put his hands in his front pockets. Why did the Quidditch uniform have pockets? It doesn't matter. I hadn't thought about it. Obviously. Court. We stayed there for a while. Him processing everything he had just said and me controlling my emotions so I could respond more calmly. He suddenly took off what was protection, leaving him only in pants and a shirt. He was barefoot. It didn't bother me, I had my principles. Remember, wizards and witches, clothing shortages are never an invitation. He took out a glass and his wand. He said the water spell and drank it. I even found it funny. He looked at me. I promise you that Lucius will not hit you again. If you do, a bludger will be the least of your worries. Thank you for your disturbing disposition, Sirius. But if my mother finds out about this, it won't matter. You can live with James and me. Oh my Merlin, pass. I laughed. He laughed with me too. Potter and I couldn't get along for 2 days. You don't rule me out. My laugh turned into a confused smile. Oh, you don't rule out the idea of living with me. I smiled again, mainly so the atmosphere wouldn't become awkward. I have an alphabetized list of reasons to prevent that from happening, but I thought it would be better to be polite. We let out a quieter laugh. There was an awkward silence. Black had suggested an idea she wasn't willing to consider. Although I understand that he did it to make me feel better. It was a good blow. I smiled. Yes, it was a very good blow. We should go to the Great Hall. I'm not going to let them see me coming out of a dubious secret passage next to you, Black. He threw his bag where he kept his training clothes and took my hand. With what I had free, I held my backpack in which I still had study materials. Black guided me through the strange tunnel. How could anything be seen here? I didn't see any opening where light could enter. However, I saw. How did Black know this passage? He and James probably used it all the time. Where was it leading? I just let myself be guided. I realized then that I had remained relatively calm. I was in a closed place without feeling suffocated. I went to a game. Quidditch. Am I acting differently? It would be like me to be dying in my bedroom. You need to meet Remus. Remus Lupin. He nodded without stopping walking. I get along well with him. Did you already know each other? Where do you know him from? We sleep together. Sirius stopped dead and looked at me with eyes I would rather never see again. I realized how bad my words had sounded. No, not like that. We literally slept together. We were alone in nursing and we had insomnia, so we pulled our stretchers closer and talked until we fell asleep. Shit, I'm sorry. It sounded horrible. The boy relaxed and let out air as if he had a hurricane inside him. We continue walking as if we had never stopped. I'm glad you get along well. Damn, King, you have to be careful with the things you say. I didn't think about it, I'm sorry. We stop. We were facing a wall with a ladder. At the top there was some kind of trapdoor. After you, he said, letting go of my hand. I blindly trust you, Black. I went up the stairs and with difficulty opened the trapdoor. The best view of Hogwarts and I have no windows nearby. Take your eyes off of there or I'll kick your face, I said seriously. I jumped up and sat on the ground. It was in a closet, I think. There were rags and brooms. Is this from Filch? Who else? Take off your leg, he said. Going up with me and covering the hatch perfectly. Isn't it ironic? We have a secret hallway underneath the room of the person who was trying hardest to catch us. Ironic. We carefully left the room. Nobody was in the hallway. No, we were very far from the Great Hall, if it was a good idea in the end. Wait, I need to change clothes. I feel dirty. Wouldn't it be better if I went to eat while? I don't think it's a good idea for them to see us together. He hesitated, but finally sighed in surrender. Yes, I understand. Good. Goodbye, I said, but he took my arm. What was the need to wait until goodbye to say the important things? I don't always want to say goodbye 3 or 4 times. Go out with me. We were alone. In the hallway. I was starving. He was. Totally a mess. Although it looked good anyway. I was still trying to find out if he was serious. Don't play. You and I. Saturday. Hogsmeade. Just say yes. What would be the purpose? Aren't the problems you bring me enough for you? I said as a joke. But he, even with a smile, conveyed to me that he was serious. Just say yes. All right. Now, go get dressed. Don't arrive so late at the Great Hall or you won't even have enough leftovers. So yes. Yeah. Go away. His smile could light up the entire castle. He ran away, as if it were normal to go barefoot around school. I walked calmly towards the dining room. Did I say yes? Oh shit. I told him yes. Why did I do that? Everything was going to be ruined now. How do I explain to the Slytherins that I'm not going to be with them this Saturday? Will you? Our indifference in the face of my absence be enough? It could be, but at some point they will have to notice. Maybe I could pretend I'm not going. I'll tell him my stomach hurts and I'll stay in the dorms. Then I'll hide behind Professor McGonagall until I get there. Or I cancel directly with Sirius. That would be the most sensible thing to do. Omitting the fact, of course, that he already looked quite happy. Why so happy? It makes things too complicated. Artemis, are you okay? Oh yes, I'm fine. Liar. Bellatrix shouted. Several turned to look, but when they noticed that it was her they downplayed it. Severus said you weren't in the dorms. Sit down, Bella. Don't be paranoid. I also spent a good time in the ladies' room. With Myrtle, the crybaby. What a suspicious hobby. Hit the table. This woman is crazy. Yes, good. The convenient thing about that is that no one goes to the ladies' bathrooms. I can have the attacks and crises I want without being interrupted. I imagine you know Abu. She wanting to do things secretly without being discovered, right? Bella. She fell silent. He had no more accusations. So he sat down to continue eating. Gryffindor won. Andromeda said. Ah, pity. Where is Lucius? I already knew where Lucius was, but I had to hide it. In nursing. Our dear cousin hit him in the head with a bludger. Don't laugh, Artemis. Don't laugh. Sissy. Stop saying he's our cousin. He's a little traitor. Our aunt already removed it from the family tree. Thank you for the comment, sister. Bella looked annoyed at Andromeda, but she remained cold. I hope he recovers soon. Said. If I spoke more, a smile would appear, and I couldn't allow it with that crazy woman in front of me. Pomfrey says he has to stay in bed for a week. He will probably wake up tomorrow, but he must rest. Even with potions, a blow to the head that hard is not something to be taken lightly. Good puncher, I whispered to myself. I helped myself to food and started eating dinner. Several minutes passed. I heard the conversations that my colleagues had with me. I wasn't excited about it, but it was a hobby. I finished my first plate and helped myself to some more. I don't know what time it was, but I was starting to get sleepy. Suddenly, A delicate hand on mine. I turned to look into my friend's watery blue eyes. You're eating. I looked at my plate. I looked at her. I looked at my plate again. I looked at her again. I'm eating, I said with my mouth full. There came the stroke of joy. Exclamation mark. Oh shit, sissy, I'm eating. You're eating. She hugged me very tight. We squealed together in a form of rare celebration. Others started staring at us, but I didn't care. My friend was very happy. Very, very happy. She was showing affection in public and didn't feel embarrassed. I don't know why, but that made me feel special. I finished my meal without feeling guilty. Suddenly it seemed ridiculous to have spent so many days crying alone under my sheets. It seemed ridiculous to me to feel insufficient. I felt a naive joy in my chest. I could get out of the lake I was drowning in. I looked to my side. Her blonde hair rested brightly on her shoulders and her profile was as beautiful as a portrait. I can get you out too, Narcissa. I shifted my gaze then to the Gryffindor table. There he was, dressed in clean clothes this time, surrounded by his companions who still looked elated from the victory. Sirius didn't see me. He was enjoying his popularity. He was a person who let himself be loved. What was he looking for in me? Of all the interesting people in this school, brighter, stronger and more determined than me. How did I get your attention? Then I realized my thoughts and was hit with even greater doubt. How did he get my attention? What am I looking for in Sirius Black? Something of him flashed in Hogsmeade. Something made me look at him. Something made me resent his disinterest. Something made me run into him in the woods, and something made me glad that he knocked Lucius off his broom today. Why this year? It had been so long. I felt so much wasted life, so many boring years that almost meant nothing to me. So much wanting to be someone else to have a life even a little more interesting. And when I was already resigned to being at the bottom, the arrival of this gentleman becomes the focus and points it at me. And now I am here, without knowing how to continue this work. 4. Classes of Transformations. Thursday. There were only 2 days left, but the wait seemed more and more eternal. The hours seemed like days and each day seemed to never end. They moved in slow motion and I felt very anxious. Why did I say yes? What a stupid thing to say yes. He looked so sure of himself when he asked me. Why did you ask me? Let's pray to heaven that this is not a staging of James Potter, who I consider perfectly capable of daring his friend to ask me out for fun. That's all for today, students. I hope to see you soon. Remember the Metamorpho Magic Scrolls, I want them on my desk on Tuesday. Have a good afternoon, said Professor McGonagall. I kept my notes in my bag along with my pen. I don't know when I started taking notes again, honestly I'm changing attitudes that I already had gotten used to it for no apparent reason. Miss Ray, could you stay a moment please? Everyone in the room turned to look at me. I looked at Narcissa, who looked clearly confused. She wasn't the best in the class. Definitely not, but she knew she was blameless. I ignored all the curious eyes on me and went with my friend before approaching the teacher. Don't worry, go with Lucius. Do you still have ancient runes left? She nodded. Well, after this I think I'll go for a walk. I'll see you later in the great dining room, okay? I was thinking of moving away, but she beat me to it. He gently cupped my face and kissed my cheek. I was surprised for a few seconds. I don't know how our colleagues must have reacted to that. Narcissa grabbed her things and walked towards the exit. Everyone else followed suit after that. I was impressed by that kiss. When there was no one else in the room, I approached McGonagall. He was waiting for me with a severe and cold expression. Automatically my mind started playing a movie of all the bad things I've done throughout my life. Have I made a mistake on a test? How long has it been since I walked through the castle at night? Have you seen me without eating? Could my mother have sent you a letter? Shit, please don't let my mother send him a letter. Then he hugged me. I was very tense for several seconds. I was very confused. Why would my transfiguration teacher hug me out of nowhere? We had a good relationship, but this took me completely out of context. However, I reciprocated his hug. A few more seconds and I gave that something maternal warmth that it gave me, blindly of course. I didn't understand why, but I enjoyed it anyway. Then he separated from me and stroked my hair. Are you okay, King? I'm sorry to sir. surprise you like this and call you in front of your colleagues, but I needed to do it urgently. I'm fine, teacher. What is happening? She put a hand on his face. It was a gesture she did when she was worried. Well, I'll have to tell you everything that happened so you don't judge hastily. He took my hands and looked me in the eyes. I was impatient. During the last Quidditch match, Gryffindor against Slytherin, Lucius Malfoy was hit in the head by a bludger. You probably knew about that. The hitter responsible for said injury that has your friend currently in the infirmary is Sirius Black. Did you know him? I nodded, trying not to blush. Well, after the game he was not going to receive any punishment. That incident occurred during the game. However, it was extremely obvious that this blow was aimed especially at Mr. Malfoy. So I decided to talk to Mr. Black and see a possible fault. I don't want ridiculous conflicts between houses. He and I talked alone, so that he wouldn't feel ashamed to tell me what was happening. If I'm honest, I thought it was Potter's plan. We both laughed at that comment. But it didn't last long. His face looked down again. He caressed my face tenderly. Oh, girl. At first he was adamant about not telling me. Phew. Sometimes I see him so determined to keep his mouth shut. Until I convinced him. King, I need you to speak to me with the truth. Is it true that Lucius Malfoy is mistreating you? I tensed. My expression changed radically. I know because McGonagall nodded, knowing that she had got it right. Telling Sirius was never about telling a teacher. First thing I wanted was to cut off his head. But then the quiet voice in my head told me it was a bad idea. The teacher said that at first he refused to speak. He probably had to persuade or threaten him to find out what was going on. I sighed. To hell with everything. He only hit me once. King, you know perfectly well that I should never hit you, and that abuse is not just physical. This woman was excellent at reading words. Oh, girl, why didn't you tell me right away? Why didn't you tell Slughorn? We cannot allow that in this school. You cannot sit idly by. That Malfoy boy is drunk with pride. And you're not stupid. You're perfectly capable of calming him down. Or do you think I'm not talking to Professor Merrythought? I smiled sadly. The hope McGonagall placed in me seemed genuine. I will feel pressured to meet your expectations. I know that you and Professor Slughorn are always willing to help students. But I feel like the thing with Malfoy and I is so complicated. His family. Why is involved in this, and my family is involved in this. My mother adores Lucius. What can I do against that? She wouldn't care if she threw 5 Cruciatus at me. She would still claim that she does it too. Straighten me out and don't forget what is most important. You already know what happened with Apollo. She looked down for a second, sad. Professor, I am surrounded by pureblood families obsessed with power. My physical and emotional state is the last of their priorities. I expected his downcast expression again. His blow of reality. I was hoping he'd realize what a hopeless case I am, that it wasn't worth doing. Nothing to help me because in the long run I am too weak and insignificant. I expected him to hug me again and tell me he was sorry and leave me go. But that didn't happen. His calculating and satisfied smile intimidated me greatly. Why was he smiling? I'm sorry for your situation, King. I'm seriously sorry. But don't think I don't know what you're capable of. You don't realize it, King. Because Lucius and your entire circle convinced you that you are small and unimportant. But you are brave. And quite clever for a change. Anyway, you're Slytherin. Insight defines you well. She looked so confident. I was so confused. Why do you say I'm brave? I have never faced Lucius. Much less my mother. And yet in half an hour you plan to meet with Mr. Tonks, who attends the Muggle music study class. I opened my eyes. I was hoping that no one other than our teacher and my few classmates would find out that I attended that class. I felt a chill. Tell me, would a coward attend a Muggle class knowing all the consequences of being discovered? Also related to a son of non-magi. Just like in your case. I don't think so, Miss Ray. Being discovered left me paralyzed. But his last words made a sincere smile appear on my face against my will. She thought I was brave. Nobody ever told me I was brave. And what do you suggest I do, teacher? She smiled and hugged me from behind as she guided me to walk with her towards the exit door. His pompous attitude gave me security. although that was what McGonagall conveyed almost all the time. Calm down, King. For now, leave the measurements to me. When they happen, you will notice them. Now go on your ride. We'll see you at dinner in the Great Hall. Bye-bye. Goodbye, teacher. Thank you so much. Whenever you like, you can turn to me. I nodded. I shouldered my bag. I felt pressure in my chest, but at the same time relief. It had been the first conversation about a personal topic with an adult. Professor McGonagall seemed to care. Now exactly what she would do with her next move. I was curious to know what he was up to. I walked calmly. I had several minutes to reach the music room on the 5th floor. What other teachers will know that I have taken this class? Slughorn surely knows this, after all he is head of house. How had McGonagall found out? I only hope that this matter does not come to light among the students, Lucius. He would definitely make a fuss if he found out I was in the presence of a Muggle studies class. Although if the teacher keeps her word, maybe she could fantasize that one day she can rub it in his face. On the other hand, even if he got angry and hit me again, I wouldn't be able to let this go. Ah, music, a magic that goes beyond everything we do here, Albus Dumbledore. I have no particular interest in Muggles. Their lifestyle is completely indifferent to me. I would even say that his life is pure tedium. But something I definitely envy is their artists. I walked very distracted, half king about everything I had just talked about with my teacher and half fantasizing about Muggle concerts. And I was so distracted that I didn't look where I was going and I ended up bumping into someone. I looked up. I smiled half-heartedly. Inside I was relieved that it was them. Good afternoon, Remus. Good afternoon, Ted, I said with a happy tone. They looked at me smiling. Good afternoon, Artemis, Remus replied. Are you okay? When McGonagall named you she seemed implacable, it even scared me. I told Remus to wait for you here for precisely that reason. I'm fine, calm down. I was scared at first too. But it was nothing to worry about. I didn't go into details and he understood. Glad to hear it. Well, let's go. Remus is going to join us today. You have to run. Professor Flitwick is very kind but he hates lateness. The three of us started walking together. Sirius told me about you, Remus said. He walked relaxed with his hands in his pockets and a smile appearing. Ted turned interested with a clearly annoyed expression. And what did he tell you? Did you tell him about the time we broke up with Pomfrey? Yes, he asked me how we met. Although I left out the whole part where we accompanied Tonks here. It's okay. I imagined it would be like that. I didn't mention it either. Although it wasn't enough to silence him. Please, Lupin. Sirius Black is impossible to shut up, Ted joked. He was not lacking in reason. It's impressive, Tonks. He never talks to us about anyone and suddenly. King girl this, king girl that. Do you refer to me as the king girl? What a piece of idiot. What a hypocrite you are, Artemis. You refer to him as the Gryffindor boy. Does the nickname he uses for you really catch your attention more than the fact that he talks about you? Why wouldn't you talk about me? They both looked at each other and made the same gesture of fainting like princesses. Ah, Slytherin. They are children. I laughed. We finally reached the 5th floor. There were still 10 minutes until Professor Flitwick arrived but we entered the room anyway. We were always the first to arrive. We loved this room. There were a lot of Muggle instruments and last class our teacher said he would get a microphone. They work with electricity, very curious. Ted Tonks took up a stringed instrument, the acoustic guitar. He was a very good guitarist. His parents are Muggles, which is a big advantage. He began to arpeggiate the chords of Hotel California. Remus and I sat listening to it. Ted was actually very talented. Seeing it there, listening to it I wonder. How can there be magicians who reject others just because of their origin? Yo estoy viendo a una persona increíble. No solo gran mago sino que también músico, pero si mis amigos supieran que estoy aquí con el querían de galar. Friends. I started thinking about that. Why did I call that group of idiots who keep me in the background and constantly threaten me friends? Who taught me to call them friends? Tonks was my friend. I looked to my side. Remus was my friend. Narcissa is my friend and Lily is my friend. Sirius is my potential friend who hits. Bludgers to my fake friends. Why do I continue to be with those who bring me down? But you are brave, McGonagall said. Did you mean this? Do I have to do anything about this? It wasn't going to be easy to destroy an entire fucking social circle and disappoint my entire family. But it definitely wasn't impossible. 5. Date in Hogsmeade. The day that has had me anxious all week finally arrived. It was very early, but I couldn't go back to sleep because if I did I would pass by. Narcissa was sleeping in her bed. Even without being conscious, his blonde hair looked soft and his cheeks rosy. She always looked beautiful. I remembered the kiss from Transfiguration. I blushed, but I didn't care. There was no one to see me anyway. Physical affection was not something I had become accustomed to, although I have discovered that Narcissa can be very emotional. I got out of my bed and put on my slippers. Should I take another bath? Time. No, don't do that, Artemis. Yesterday you showered twice and it took you 20 minutes with your hair. I looked at the chair I used for everything but a seat. There were at least 3 different sets of clothes because yesterday I wasn't able to decide on one. I was starting to get impatient. Why'd I worried so much about a way out? After all, only Black was going to see me. It's not like he was going to parade. To hell. I took the clothes that were on top and a pair of patent leather shoes. I took off my pajamas and put on underwear. I accidentally glanced at one of my roommate's mirrors. He had gained weight. How long has it been since I last skipped meals? Are the changes noticeable so quickly? It's not that it was something abrupt. With clothes on top I'm sure I look the same as always. Even so, to my meticulous eye it is noticeable. What is happening to me to change my habits? I thought about Sirius, ever since I met him you could say I've started trying hard to get out of my hole. Nonsense, that would be too ridiculous. Change so much for a stranger. Although today we will go out together, it is no longer so unknown. And well, he hit Lucius Malfoy in the head with a bludger. I should forget what happened in that match. I smiled. It was impossible for anyone to let me forget it. I finished dressing. I walked around my friend's bed to see my reflection in her mirror again, but in more detail. My black shoes were shining. She was wearing delicate white socks. I moved my feet. I liked how they looked. She was wearing a black strapless dress. I looked at myself for several seconds. The fabric marked my figure. Narcissa says she likes my body, but I could assure you that I couldn't stand a minute looking at my reflection when I was already putting on a gray sweater. That way I felt better, a little safer. I looked at Sissy. A tender warmth invaded my chest. I'm sure my sudden changes aren't due to meeting Sirius. They are due to her confession. The fact that so little time had passed between one event and another was just a confusing coincidence. And one that in a certain way, I appreciate. I have received too many smiles at once. I still feel lost, without identity and slightly alone. But knowing that this girl feels almost the way I do makes me feel understood. And because of that, it has given me motivation to help her stop feeling this way. To save her, like I couldn't save Apollo. Stop looking at me, Artemis. Or are you in love with me? Hearing his voice suddenly made me jump. I looked away embarrassed and she just let out a sleepy laugh. Is that a yes? You wish, Narcissa Malfoy. I said that and she seemed to wake up vigorously. He threw a cushion at me and silenced me. Now I was the one laughing. Shut up, silly. I'm not supposed to say it yet. Please, Sissy. Fucking Hogwarts knows everything. I fixed the folds that the cushion had caused in the lack of the dress. She looked at me strangely. And since when do you talk to everyone fucking Hogwarts? Am I not the most popular friend you have ever had and will have? I took my bag pretending to model for her while moving my hands and hips in a boastful manner. Seeing her laugh was priceless. Silly. He moved his sheets and approached me. She hugged me and put her face on my neck. She was still half asleep. I reciprocated his hug delicately. It smelled like vanilla. I must admit that his hugs made me nervous in a strange way, but I preferred not to think about it. Suddenly I felt the back of my sweater wrinkle. Are you going to Hogsmeade today? I wanted to lie to him. I wanted to tell him that I was going to stay at Hogwarts all day because I didn't feel like being with anyone in the group and I wanted to avoid everyone. Lucius. But Lucius was in the infirmary. And I was dressed impeccably. And if we were friends, I couldn't lie to her. I'm going on a date with Sirius Black. Shit, 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 shit. Why the fuck did I use that word? Narcissa laughed and hit me lightly. When he noticed that I was not doing anything, he stopped. Hugged me and looked at me seriously. You're playing, he said. I just shook my head uncomfortably. Sirius Orion Black, deserter from the Black family. Does the Black, Gryffindor, best friend of St. Potter. Is that my cousin you're talking about? I see that it was quite clear to you, sissy. What a shit taste you have, Artemis. And as if by a miracle from heaven, she laughed. He was laughing. I told him I was going out with his least favorite cousin and he's laughing. Narcissa definitely changes a lot when she is alone with me and not with certain eyes on her. We are becoming friends. Friends my ovaries, Artemis Ray. Or should I say Artemis Black? Don't invent, Narcissa. That's playing very dirty, very dirty. It's a good thing you didn't end up in Ravenclaw because you're the least creative person in the world. You're stealing my jokes. I will never make jokes again in my life. And if I make them I'm going to patent them. Stop crying and go. If Bella wakes up and you're still here, she's going to force you to come with us to keep an eye on you. I'll tell them you're nauseous or something. You're incredible, I said as I prepared to leave the bedrooms. She stopped me by taking my arm and kissed my cheek again. Was it a gesture I should get used to? It wouldn't be bad actually. I'll see you later. I left the common room. It was empty. The better for me, the less people to know that I left better. Now, where was I supposed to see Black? Walking through the corridors of the castle I felt several curious eyes of the paintings on me. Would they be surprised? I didn't think I would ever get his attention. I was nervous, although I admit that waking up with Narcissa was quite distracting. I feel very good with her. She is cute to me and makes me laugh. I guess I'll never stop believing that Lucius doesn't deserve her. Although I imagine that when the two of them are alone he changes too. Obviously, if he treated her the way he treats me, I wouldn't be in love. I was reaching the patio. Through the huge entrance with open doors he could see several students waiting with McGonagall. He didn't see Sirius. Merlin. If I waited much longer for him Bellatrix and the others would eventually arrive. They would scold me and Narcissa would probably look like a liar. I wasn't even close enough for anyone to know I was coming when someone grabbed my arm and pulled me along. The movement was abrupt and I could only stumble. I collided with the individual's chest. I already knew the aroma. Sirius and I were face to face, apparently hidden from the sight of the teacher and the other students. Good morning, he said with a hoarse voice. His hair was a mess and he had dark circles under his eyes. He must have had insomnia. I came. Are you happy? Disproportionately. I resisted smiling. I felt a warmth in my stomach. Only then did I notice how close we were to each other. It wasn't uncomfortable in any way. Why don't we go with McGonagall? He'll make us all wait. They're going to catch you. Assume that I don't have social authorization to be here. Clever. Let's take a shortcut. How many secret paths do you know, Sirius Black? Can you say it again? I blinked, confused. He smiled sideways. My name. I let out a breath. I didn't expect him to notice that. He didn't even bother to consider answering my question. Although I blushed, I recognized that. That act didn't seem strange to me. I looked him in the eyes. The next time I ask you a question, I hope you have the minimum decency to answer and not evade the topic of conversation by trying to play with me, Sirius Black. I said, crossing my arms. He bowed with a satisfied expression. When you say it angry it sounds even better. Are we going to Hogsmeade or not? Without thinking he took my hand and led me quickly through the school hallways. His actions were unpredictable. We arrived in front of a knight statue. My companion took her hand and turned her around. The statue moved, revealing a small door. We sneak over there. We took a few steps down this new passage and I heard the statue return to its place. There was no way out. May I ask what your taste is for bringing me to a frozen and rocky hidden path? I fixed my hair and my dress a little. I felt thankful I ultimately picked up the sweater. It's more interesting, don't you think? It makes me cold. You're a crybaby. Why are you asking me out? Can't I? Don't get defensive. We didn't look at each other, but I noticed that we weren't. I expected him to ask questions. I mean, we started getting to know each other out of nowhere. The three broomsticks, the Forbidden Forest, now we go to Hogsmeade. Why the sudden interest in me? He pursed his lips for a few seconds without stopping walking. I don't like most Slytherins. Malfoy, my cousins, Snivellus. Every time I saw you, you were behind them. I thought you were more of the same shit. I snorted. He unsuccessfully hid a mocking smile. But that day at the Three Broomsticks, a certain lady started flirting with me. I hit her shoulder. You were with them there in front. And you almost couldn't stop looking at me. I admit that the first thing I thought was, how handsome I must be right now. But after that I talked to James. And I realized that a Slytherin girl who was a friend of all the people who irritate me had flirted with me. Who the hell is she? And well, here we are. Quite a big leap in your story, Black, I said with false annoyance. Inside I felt like my chest was tickling. I wanted to ignore all the signs of nervousness from my body, but it was impossible. It was a different kind of nervousness, it felt good. Why did you notice me in the Three Broomsticks? King, I swallowed. Suddenly all the rocks in the passage seemed more interesting than the conversation. However, I would have been very hypocritical to watch you avoid his question. You looked very handsome at that time. He laughed. His laugh rubbed off on me and I felt more relieved. Me reciting an entire lecture and you using my words against me. That's why we are in the houses we are in. I said simply. Here. There was a small door in front of us. Sirius took out his wand and opened it without difficulty. He took my hand again to guide me. I did not object. The light blinded me for a few moments, but it didn't take long to realize where we were. Zonkos. Have they never discovered you? I get along well with the owners. He shrugged his shoulders as if it were no big deal. Can you let me buy some orders for James? Aren't you coming to Hogsmeade? He and Peter are in detention. And Remus, probably with Lily. Do you think James prefers red or blue fireworks? Reds. Sirius paid for 3 or 4 products. At the checkout he talked to the boy for a while. Who attended? Surely comes to Zonkos every time he sets foot in Hogsmeade. I turned a little. Some girls looked at us and whispered among themselves. I correct. They looked at Sirius. Fan club for your 5. I'm terrible at keeping track of the time, he said as he leaned on the counter tending to talk to me to check his surroundings. When he saw the girls he giggled and turned relaxed towards me. Do I look good today? You have dark circles under your eyes. It doesn't answer my question. I like it, I said without giving it importance. Sirius put the things in his backpack and I followed him as we left the room. Joke shop, the girls continued whispering, completely ignoring my presence. It's Sirius Black, he plays for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he's so cute, he's James Potter's friend, was all I could hear. And I'm sure Sirius heard too because he had a smile. Funny drawn on the face. Well, this guy spends almost all his time smiling. Do you want to go get a butterbeer? He asked. I nodded. We were walking towards the Three Broomsticks when we saw a group of Ong people dressed in black and green a few meters away. The obsession we have with our house is impressive, and I include myself. I recognized the curly hair of Bellatrix and Rodolphus's long coat. If we kept moving they would eventually know I was there. He didn't want to face any of them. It wasn't necessary. Sirius started walking backwards, covering me. He moved a little closer. My pulse was racing and I couldn't stop staring at the group of boys. If they see me with you I'm dead, I whispered so that only Sirius could hear. They're not going to see you. He quickly grabbed my waist and pulled me a little closer to him. Don't take advantage of my desperation, I said into his neck, spying over his shoulder to see how they were walking away. He let out a sigh. I looked at him curiously. What's up? He laughed as if tired. And you don't even realize it. We hurried into the Three Broomsticks, feeling freer to be out of sight of danger incarnate. There were a couple of other students. Fortunately, no one there was friends with whom we should avoid. Well, hard to say that any outsider could be friends with that bunch of idiots. We sat in a corner. I was grateful for that. I like being able to look at everyone who came in and out of the place. Sirius ordered what we wanted. He didn't even bother to ask me, he didn't feel like choosing either. I like you, Artemis. I looked at him. He looked relaxed, and with sincere happiness in his eyes. I smiled sideways and looked down. I like you too, Sirius. Thanks for bringing me. Thank you for coming. I felt like these little details were changing the entire course of my life. I felt like these little details were saving me. When the waiter brought out the butterbeer and chocolate cake which I didn't order but apparently needed, I didn't think twice about eating. Which surprised me, again. I don't mind eating anymore. It was still something so recent. I enjoyed every bite and it surprised me. The last changes had been good for me. King. I made a so he would understand that I heard him. Take off your sweater. I almost choked on the beer. At my reaction I only received a mocking laugh. I like their mocking laughs but not when I am the object in question. How subtle. Black, I said with my hand on my chest. I'm sure you look great in that dress. We look into each other's eyes. It wasn't exactly the most romantic moment of my life. It was more of a challenging tension that neither of us. I wanted to give in. He didn't understand that I felt insecure without a sweater. I didn't understand how the hell he knew this was a dress and not a skirt. It was a ridiculous mental argument. I sighed. I didn't even want to feel good about myself today. I took off my sweater and left it next to me. I continued drinking beer, butter and stole more chocolate cake from Sirius. I looked up. His lips were pressed together. And, so what? He asked, resting his cheek on his hand. You can see it well. I was just hoping for a yes, honestly. Gorgeous. I crossed my legs under the table and continued with my beer. Am I going to have to get used to this strange nervousness? 6. Fight in potions class. We were in potions. Arcissa and I had already delivered the Wolfsbane potion and we both got the highest grade, along with a couple of other students. The best were undoubtedly those of Evans and Snape, however the tension was noticeable. They were no longer a team, they were strangers. We had already been studying for a few classes, and today it was time to start a new job. Today we will make a filter of the living dead. The sleeping pill we have talked about before. The ingredients are already distributed. The potion will be made in pairs, Slughorn explained with his usual cheerful tone. Narcissa and I looked at each other immediately. We always did work together. Lucius did it with Dolohov and he used to stay near us. That was uncomfortable and my friend didn't know how to act. Wait, don't pair up yet. They've spoken with Professor McGonagall and we've come to an agreement that for certain jobs we'll try changing partners. I have her suggested list here. I hope they are mature and don't complain like first graders. We all look at each other. Was this the measure McGonagall would take? Was it part of your plan? Andromeda Black and Lily Evans was the first couple to pronounce. They smiled. Lucius NTED to stop her but Narcissa gave him a look. Murders to keep his mouth shut. Master Slughorn continued. Narcissa Black and Marlene McKinnon. Lucius Malfoy and Bartemius Crouch Jr. James Potter and, Mr. Remus Lupin is not here today. I hope you can inform him of this activity when you can. Join Miss Evans and Miss Black for today. I could see James jump from happiness. Several more people were named, each one approaching their partner. Peter Pettigrew and Severus Snape. And finally, Artemis Ray and Sirius Black. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Yes, this is definitely the work of Professor McGonagall. Lucius looked at me menacingly, no matter how much Sissy tried to get his attention. I felt like something strong was waiting for me. Lucius shook his head. He moved his lips without speaking. A pose. I smiled to myself. I took my scrolls and put them in my bag as I slowly walked towards the table with the cauldron and ingredients. He looked more and more upset. I took Advent. Age of Slughorn not looking to give him the middle finger. Malfoy took a sharp step, but Narcissa stepped in and managed to stop him. I got into trouble, but it didn't matter. Good afternoon, Miss Ray, said a voice behind me. I turned around with my lips pressed together. I relaxed and smiled. Good afternoon, Black, I responded. We both sat in front of the table with the cauldron. I asked him to open his potions book while I checked the state of the wormwood. Every day you were more rebellious. While he was talking to me, he took a little asphodel. When are you going to run away from home and tell Malfoy to go to hell? You already ran away from home, Sirius. I need something more original. He laughed. And about Lucius, well, you know it's complicated. Nothing complicated. Has he hit you? He barely speaks to me. Although when I leave here I will surely get beaten up. Look, He looked up at the table where the aforementioned was working. He had a tense jaw and an intimidating expression. It seems to be marking territory. I continued. Scary. Before I could continue insulting Lucius at a low volume, I felt a weight fall onto the back of my stool. I turned my head a little. Sirius had his arm around my back, his hand resting on my backrest. His expression was serious, his disheveled hair made him look even more angry. It was very close. I looked back at Lucius. He was more furious. At any moment he would yell at the teacher to get Black out of the classroom with some ridiculous excuse. It wasn't necessary for you to act like a dog too, I said, crossing my legs and putting the fire under the cauldron. Sirius stirred a little upset, but immediately covered it up. If you don't defend yourself, at least let me get involved. I don't need you to get involved. If you say so. Hey, that's a lot of Sopophore juice. It's only 12 drops. 12 drops my ovaries, Black. 12 drops my ovaries, I said, adding 15 drops. He grumbled. Now pass me the brain. I'm not going to touch the brain. I snorted. I bent down and took it myself. It was gelatinous, it was disgusting. I controlled my breathing and tried to think as little as possible about how that belonged to a sloth. I quickly threw the organ into the cauldron. You are a coward, only for the 0.1% of things. He dedicated himself to stirring the fairly transparent liquid that we had in front of us. Professor Slughorn walked over briefly and smirked without saying a word. Then he turned to see other tables. I looked at Sirius directly. The heat of the room had made the unruly locks fell over his forehead in a slight wave. I accidentally wrinkled my skirt with my hands. And what about the other 99.9? Bad jokes. At that moment I realized that in all these months since we met, we had barely had physical contact. The boy leaned back on his stool. His face passed quickly by me, but I felt like I was going in slow motion. He brushed my hair and hid his face in the crook of my neck. Nothing happened when I felt his teeth. I was very anxious. I felt like my heart was pumping blood at 1,000 per minute and my lungs were saying, "Bye, you were good." Her lips were warm, although she was too surprised to have paid the attention the act deserved. His mouth could have been in contact with the skin of my neck for hours and I would still be as dumbfounded as I was for those seconds. Unfortunately for me, that moment ended soon. You blood traitor. Lucius finally stood up from his post and was walking towards us angrily. The whole class turned to look at him immediately. No one noticed that Sirius was so close to me. When he had everyone's attention he was already standing. Young people. Slughorn wanted to interfere peacefully. I turned to try to tell Sirius to ignore him, but he was no longer next to me, he was walking determinedly towards Lucius. I watched as Narcissa and James stood up at the same time as me, ready to intervene. Touch her again and you'll regret it, Black, the blonde bellowed. I think I'm the one who should tell you that, Malfoy, replied his rival. Lucius was going to lunge at him but I got in the way. I was there, in front of Lucius. He looked at me, annoyed and confused, not understanding why I seemed to be protecting Gryffindor. Get away, I whispered. He let out a bitter laugh but I didn't move. What's wrong, Artemis? Did you forget the blow here? He whispered while he gently ran his index finger over my abdomen. However, all he got with that threat was a wand to his neck. He quickly removed his hand and frowned. Strong and all, you don't want a duel against me, my friend. I looked him up and down and leaned a little closer to his face. And don't call me Artemis again. Miss King, please lower your wand. I heard Professor Slughorn say desperately. But I had no chance to make any move. Lucius fisted his hand and I felt his knuckle on my temple even harder than the first blow. I fell to the floor immediately feeling like everything was spinning. I honestly didn't understand how I wasn't knocked out, even though my head was throbbing. I looked up as best I could. Sirius and James lunged at Malfoy in anger. Unfortunately, they barely managed to return the favor he had done for me when Professor Slughorn raised his wand and roughly separated them. Mr. Malfoy, 30 points less for Slytherin. Hitting a student. Narcissa, escort the gentleman to Professor Dumbledore's office. Don't even think about avoiding the road or I will call a teachers' meeting to request your suspension. My friend approached her bow. Why friend and grabbed his arm angrily while dragging him out of the room. The professor turned to the troublesome pair. Always you two. Holy shit. 10 points less for Gryffindor. I'm not taking away any more points because they defended their partner. Mr. Potter, please return to your table and do not interrupt my class anymore. Mr. Black, take Miss Ray to the infirmary quickly. Be careful, she's dizzy. Do you feel able to get up? I nodded. Slughorn and Sirius grabbed your arms to pull me to my feet. Once I was upright, Sirius put his arm around my waist so I could lean on him so I wouldn't fall again. He helped me out of the room while listening to the professor grumble and curse under his breath. It was very strange to see him upset, although the shock that Lucius's aggressiveness caused everyone was clearly obvious. He walked slowly down the hallway, not letting go of Sirius. After a while I wanted him to let me go, but I only lasted a few steps. My vision was cloudy and everything was spinning. I just needed to see stars. In the end, my companion decided that we should go hand in hand, so I would get used to walking alone. While he was attentive in case I tripped over myself. "Oh, what a cute couple we have here," suddenly said the hateful voice of Peeves, the poltergeist. "Shut your fucking mouth or I'll bring the bloody Baron," I said, passing my fingers over my eyes, trying to reduce the fatigue of my eyesight. "Surely the Baron will listen to some Gryffindors like you," he laughed. I raised my face even more irritated and he opened his spectral eyes in fright. "Who do you call Gryffindor, spawn of the devil?" Before could continue insulting him, the coward took flight and disappeared behind a wall. We kept moving forward, still holding hands. Thinking about his touch made me blush. But honestly the idea of falling again didn't appeal to me much either. "I'm sorry for getting into your affair with Malfoy," Sirius said suddenly. I looked at him, not surprised, but expectant. Her little eyes were bright, although she didn't look like she was going to cry. "Does Sirius cry? I imagine you must know how to cry." Again I forgot that this is bigger than a teenage fight. I pressed his hand and moved a little closer to him. Sirius tensed his shoulders and looked at me without understanding my sudden friendliness. Maybe it was because of the concussion. "You learned," I said. He tilted his head in confusion. "When you hit Lucius with the bludger, I told you that my mother also played a role in this and it could end up being chaos. Now you defended me from Malfoy, but you apologies because you know that even that can cost me something. You learned." He scratched the back of his neck nervously. "Well, I wasn't the only one nervous. Yes, well, I must also say that it is the only thing I regret." "What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry for jumping on him when he hit you, but I'm not sorry for provoking it," he said. I blushed and unconsciously my hand went to my neck. Sirius's face changed completely. He went in a second from being the tender, repentant child to his usual king of the world airs. He had a lopsided smile. "That mark will stay there for a while," I would say. "Mark," I shouted. We arrived. He guided me a few steps to enter the infirmary. There was Madame Pomfrey with some flasks talking to Professor McGonagall. They saw us arriving and quickly approached us. "What happened to her, girl?" "Black, go get a stretcher. You need to rest while I look for something that can help with the pain." "Black, do you have blood on your lip?" I could barely identify which of the two was saying what. They helped me lie down. Professor McGonagall gave me a glass of water while Sirius told her everything that happened. She chastised him for being so good at getting into trouble, but thanked him for standing up for me. He sat on my stretcher and stroked my hair. He whispered something, that it had been very brave to have been so firm with Lucius and that she was not going to let it go. After that, Madame Pomfrey brought a liquid, which tasted like coffee but much more bitter. He left a little chocolate cake on my nightstand so the taste of the medicine could pass through. Sirius asked permission to stay and she gave him some ice so his lip wouldn't be swollen. Both women left the infirmary and I stayed with the boy who had been accompanying me all this time. He dragged the nightstand next to me and took a bite of my cupcake as he moved it. He brought a stretcher and placed it next to mine. He lay down and looked at the ceiling with his fingers intertwined over his chest. "Give me a cupcake," I said indifferently. He reached for it and gave it to me. It tasted very good. The Hogwarts house elves were the best cooks in the world, I would say. Once I finished it, I took off my shoes and sweater. I felt Sirius's gaze on me, but it didn't bother me. I moved the sheets of my stretcher and got under them, covering myself up to my nose. "You are disgustingly adorable," Adorable punch in the face that you're going to get if you call me that again. He laughed, but said nothing. Well, he couldn't say anything. We weren't the only ones in nursing, clearly. Hello, my friend. How did you spend the night? Did you have insomnia? Today, we had potions. I took a lot of notes so you can catch up. Because that's what friends do, and I love you, said a voice with a sarcastic tone. Sirius sighed with an indelible smile. He got up from the stretcher and went to the curtain on our left side. He ran it and we saw the owner of the voice, although it was obvious that Sirius knew who it was as soon as he spoke. There was Remus, smiling. Although his face was pale and I could tell that his scars were strangely red. He looked very weak, and yet he exuded joy. What are you doing there? Mooney, come, Black said as he grabbed the edges of his friend's stretcher and dragged it next to mine as well. Way than before. Remus smiled at me. I reciprocated. Hello, Remus. Hello, Artemis. After a minute, I was between two Gryffindors lying in the middle of the infirmary with my temple throbbing with pain but still happy. The friends were talking energetically, even though Remus looked exhausted. It made me cold, I said, closing my eyes, shifting between the sheets. I felt on my left side that the boy with the scars was getting closer and putting his arm around me. I hid my face in his chest and hugged him. Yeah, we had been in this situation. Hey, it's not fair, I heard Sirius say. I was sure he crossed his arms. At any moment Pomfrey appears and misinterprets this whole scene. I hope you will defend me, Artemis. I wouldn't want to have to go to detention. Sirius and James drag me around too much already. You can handle it yourself, I murmured into his smiling neck. Sirius laughed. He and my best friend continued talking, being careful not to say anything that Pomfrey would overhear if she came in. I barely understood what they were saying and I was starting to get sleepy. Remus's smell and warmth made me feel comfortable and safe. I opened my eyes a little. I couldn't say if what I saw over the boy's shoulder was real or the medicine hit me harder than I thought. But before I gave into sleep it seemed to me that on Remus's nightstand was the same bottle that I used to deliver the Wolfsbane potion to Professor Slughorn. 7. The Portrait of the Room of Requirement. End of December. We had finished taking the remaining exams and today we were preparing to go home for the Christmas holidays. Honestly, I would have preferred to stay at Hogwarts this year. Unfortunately, I received a scream from my mother during lunch in the middle of the Great Hall, which was quite clear. It was not the best experience of my life. Artemis Vesper King, don't think I haven't heard about what you've done. You disobeyed Lucius, who has cared for you for so many years. I am very disappointed in you. On top of that you raised your wand at him and he had to face Dumbledore. You were ungrateful, and I'm sure you have every intention of not coming home for Christmas. I warn you that yes. If you miss it, you can forget about ever setting foot at Hogwarts again. I love you here and here we are going to have a conversation. And you better stop. Get involved with the traitor Black, Bella told me about that. With those joints you could very well end up like Apollo. I don't know how I ever expected anything from you. Lucius and Bellatrix looked at me with a smug smile, satisfied with their result and with the entire Great Hall with its eyes on me. Narcissa was very worried and in the distance I could see how James was trying to return Black to Earth. However, I turned to see Andromeda. I admit that I didn't expect her to understand me, but I'm grateful that she did. We looked at each other for a few seconds after the screamer self-destructed and burst out laughing. Absolutely everyone who had seen the show was surprised. Subtle, Andromeda said between laughs. I've received worse. I can't wait to see his face when he finds out that I erased Malfoy's mouth and he didn't speak all the parties, I answered. She gradually stopped laughing and looked confused. I looked at Lucius who looked just as confused as the rest of those present. You have never erased my mouth, he said. I got up from the table knowing that I still had the attention of the entire dining room. Last day at Hogwarts, no. I wouldn't see anyone again for 2 weeks. Now anything goes. Don't you think the food was wonderful? I'm leaving. I still have to do a couple of things before taking the express and going to my wonderful mother. See you back from Christmas, I said. I walked upright and with a superb smile that I couldn't have hidden even if I wanted to. Before reaching the door of the Great Hall, I pointed my hand at the platinum blonde wand and pronounced it perfectly. Oskazi. As I left the place I could hear the laughter of the students and the Bellatrix's desperate screams. "Lucius, your mouth is gone," he said in a squeaky voice. I just laughed quietly, slowly moving away from all the commotion that my unexpected action caused. I snuck through the school hallways, avoiding the ghosts. I met some colleagues and nodded hello to them. There were not curious looks on me, which I appreciated. I had my bags packed in my bedroom. However, there was something I wanted to do before I left. I stopped in a certain corridor and quickly looked to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see anyone. I stood facing the wall. It didn't take long that a golden and mahogany door appeared in front of me. I had done this many times before, it always showed up. I guess I always needed it. I opened the door and entered the room that always disappeared. Before me was an empty room, more or less small. There was a red tapestry and a sofa. I walked calmly and sat there. It was neither cold nor hot. When I felt ready, I looked up. On the wall in front of him was a huge painting. A portrait. The person who was there looked at me with a dull smile, but with a shine in his eyes. He never spoke to me. I don't know if because he didn't want to or if the painting had not been bewitched like that. I crossed my legs and put my hands on my knee. I took in every feature of his face. He had Oxford blue eyes, his hair was comb back, but a couple of strands threatened to fall over his forehead in a golden wave. Her lips were thin and pink, her cheekbones were marked, and when she smiled she looked perfectly white. The man for me was one of the most beautiful creatures that must have existed on the face of the earth. My chest hurt a little. A few moments ago I felt immortal in front of Lucius, and I know that I will feel immortal when I face my mother. However, every time I enter the room of need and see this portrait I feel more vulnerable than ever. One touch and I could collapse. "Good afternoon, Apollo," I said. He didn't answer. "Today I will return to the house, Ray. Mom is angry with me again. I haven't gone so unnoticed lately. A couple of things have actually happened." He rested his cheek on his hand. I looked at the ring he was wearing for a few seconds, but I didn't give it any importance. "I've been getting closer to Narcissa Black, daughter of Mr. Cygnus. I think you got to know her when we were kids. You would love it, it is very beautiful. She has lighter blonde hair than yours and all the dresses fit her well. We became friends because she confessed to me that she feels as lost as I do." I noticed that the portrait of my brother raised her eyebrows. Yes, it surprised me too. We both fantasize about the day when we no longer have to be in that toxic group. Unfortunately, why I doubt that those fantasies will come true. She is in love with Lucius Malfoy. Can you believe it? I don't understand those feelings at all. Although I recognize that it is possible that he is not that bad, and it is my bad relationship with him that stains his image in my mind. He has hit me twice. Apollo sat up in his upset frame with an enraged expression, but he clearly couldn't do anything but show his annoyance. I made gestures with my hands to calm him down. "Don't worry, Sirius Black has defended me." He wrinkled his nose, not knowing who he was talking about now. "He's Narcissa's cousin, Walburga's eldest son." Apollo stuck out his tongue in disgust as soon as I mentioned the woman. That made me laugh. He doesn't like it either. He is. I stopped for a few seconds. I didn't know exactly why. I looked at the floor nervously. When I looked at my brother again, I saw that he had a strange smile. I frowned. One way or the other. He is very problematic, explosive, he can't take no for an answer, he is stubborn. He loves being the center of attention and can be very insistent, I said. Nothing was a lie, although the face Apollo made gave me to understand that he was waiting for me to continue. I snorted under my breath. He is also very funny. I see that he is a very good friend. He cares about the people he cares about. He is incredibly intelligent and assertive, although as you must deduce, he uses his intellectual capacity for the wrong purposes. I don't know, I think he's an incredible person and I'm very curious. His personality is something I never quite understood. My brother's smile had widened. I blushed. I know that no one had heard me and I usually feel very confident talking to the portrait of my deceased brother. However, talking about Sirius made me restless inexplicably. It doesn't matter, I replied after a while. I'm going to have to leave. Do you want me to read the parchment to you before leaving? My brother seemed to forget everything I had told him and nodded vigorously. I smiled sideways and took out the old, crumpled paper I had in my pocket. This scroll was part of a Greek mythological tale that we stole together from one of the books from our father's library. As children we only knew how to read our names, and when we read them on the page, we start from the volume. I never thought that years later I would add it as consolation to the portrait of Apollo, who again and again sighed at the same words. Apollo had challenged Eros, telling him that his bow and arrow were little used and that they were pure decoration. Eros, who now had a thirst to prove the mistake of the god who insulted him, decided to shoot him in the heart. Gold, arrows of love. Apollo saw Daphne, a nymph, passing by, and fell madly and deeply in love with her. Immediately afterwards, Eros shot a lead arrow at the nymph. Lead, arrows of hate. That was the punishment that he had decided for the god. While Apollo's heart beat only for Daphne, her mere presence caused her great rejection. Thus we have the panorama, which portends tragedy, of an impossible love, of an unrequited love. Apollo, blinded by his feelings, begins to pursue Daphne. Desperate, she runs away from him. Knowing that the gods, they run faster than nymphs, she begs Mother Earth to save her. Thus, when Apollo manages to touch her, metamorphosis occurs and she becomes a laurel tree. Apollo still hugs her, with the broken hope of being with her. Finally, in her misfortune, she takes some leaves from the tree and creates a crown with them. She could never love him, he never could. Stop doing it, and that laurel wreath was the only memory that the god could preserve of the only love he had ever felt. I looked at the portrait with my watery eyes. My bro, Thayer also seemed to be on the verge of tears. I put the old page back in my pocket and got up from the couch. I walked until I was centimeters from the painting. Apollo leaned in, knowing my intention. I kissed his forehead, feeling with my lips the canvas and the paint, devoid of life. I love you. I left the room of need wiping my tears. I will never know who made that painting and why they left it there, but I will be forever grateful to have been given the opportunity to have a part of my brother's soul. I went as fast as I could to the Slytherin common room. Vindicta, I said as I went up the stairs, and I was able to pass. I ignored everyone who made a move to speak to me in the common room. I took my suitcases still moved. Narcissa wasn't in the bedroom, so that I left there as soon as I entered. Back in the common room, I couldn't avoid Bella. I rolled my eyes in frustration. You will regret your antics, Artemis, he threatened. I took a step forward and leaned in so our faces were closer. Our breaths intermingled. She was increasingly agitated. I probably won't even get out of this, so I'm not going to regret anything, I replied dryly. I placed a kiss on the corner of H's lip and continued on my way with my head held high. Merry Christmas everyone. My heart was jumping. The emotions today were a roller coaster. I felt like I could do whatever I wanted. In the end, my mother would end me anyway. I could have fun for a few more minutes before facing her. I looked at all the paintings in the hallways, feeling a strange connection with them. I said goodbye happily, as if they had ever paid me the slightest bit of attention. I was almost at the exit when I felt a blow on my shoulder. Next to me was the boy who has been invading my thoughts all year to the point of talking about him in front of my brother. Internally, I hoped he never found out about that. Hello, Artemis, he murmured while scratching the back of his neck. He was strangely shy, which made me couldn't help but laugh. He looked at me scared. Are you stuttering now, Black? His face took on a slight pink tone, but he already unleashed the relaxed attitude he used to. I just came to tell you that you were brilliant in the Great Hall a while ago, he said, looking at the floor, smiling. Thank you. Thank you. Don't applaud anymore. I want to thank this award too. I have never felt so in love as when you pointed your wand at Malfoy. I turned to see his mocking laugh, but he had turned around too. I took a step back. I closed my eyes in frustration. Wall. There was a fucking wall. In those moments I regretted having spent so much time in the library reading about combat spells and the dark arts instead of romance novels, because I had no idea what it was coming from. God, why do I think about the library at a time like this? I felt Black's breathing very close to me. He had to bend over a little to be at my height, because he was a little taller. I avoided his gaze and blinked as if at some point I was going to wake up. Is this your way of saying you're in love, Black? I didn't say I was in love. You literally used that term, I laughed. I was just referring to how exciting it was when you faced the King of Snakes, not that he was in love with you. What an extravagant nickname for someone with such a basic mentality, I said. I turned my face to meet his. There it was, the mocking smile. This man is 10% a magician and 90% a jester. I licked my lips. If you'll excuse me, I would prefer if you gave me back my personal space. He sighed and pursed his lips in irritation. We could kiss. No, we could. No, Black, we are friends. Let's leave it at that. He let out a growl. Now he was angry. I will never understand this man. Or men in general. He moved away from me, determined to leave. But I grabbed his sleeve. He turned around frustrated as if he were tired of wasting time, but before he opened his mouth to make a comment potentially hurtful, I lunged at him. My arms were around him and my cheek was against his chest. He never waited for me to hug him. I had never hugged him. Sirius didn't even know whether to accept the hug, he was tense. I don't have many friends, Sirius. I confessed. He relaxed and took a deep breath. Sorry for not playing along, but I don't want us to get weird now that we're doing so well. We were there for a while. He finally relented and reciprocated. He loved my hair. After a few minutes, we separated and deigned to walk to the exit. So you're not going to complicate your life with me. You already complicate it enough for me, thank you. I answered in a serious but amused tone. I understand. I like that we are friends. I also like that we are friends, Sirius. Can I ask you just one thing? A favor, now that we are officially friends. Best friends, compadres, partners, brothers. I laughed at his sarcasm and nodded. Well, don't fall in love with anyone. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye. He also looked at me out of the corner of his eye. I snorted. You say it as if someone were interested. Believe me, King, there are people interested in you. I was talking about myself. Seeing me so relaxed about the matter made him relax too. He changed the subject and we talked for a while about Quidditch and James until we arrived with McGonagall and the other students who were going home for the holidays. However, despite feeling that we were fine and that I had said what was necessary, there was a small, timid part of me that felt regret. 8. The House of the King family. I was in my room. Alone. With my cheeks stiff after the tears dried. My hair was a mess and fell like a waterfall. On the pillow. I felt sleepy but I couldn't fall asleep, I slept a lot. My mother, in fact, took it upon herself to make her position clear regarding my new rebellious behavior. I thought you had gotten over the insolent thing, he said today when my father began to lecture me and I answered him half-heartedly. You know who else was this disrespectful? Your brother. I hate that he brings out Apollo every time I do something he doesn't like. What did my brother do wrong besides falling in love? I shifted in my bed and looked at my desk. I had received letters from my friends, but I still didn't have the courage to answer them. Next to them, a photo of 2 smiling children in the middle of a meadow. My chest felt pressured. How my brother preferred to take his own life rather than live without the woman he loved most in his life was going to hurt me until I died. I put a pillow over my face and tried not to think about it. It was something I preferred to avoid. Avoid until you can't take it anymore. My brother was the only person who ever gave me hope in this house, and now he was missing. Sometimes I got angry with him. I felt the selfishness of having left me alone with my parents. But it would also have been selfish to force him to stay in this shitty house. Sagebrush. I uncovered my face and looked at the door. Leaning against the frame was my father. His face was indifferent, his arms were crossed. Tell me, you have to eat something. I'm not hungry. Your mother is going to be upset. Don't you always do it? I heard him sigh tiredly. As if he was the one who had problems. My relationship with my father was not hell, but neither of us was ever particularly interested in living with the other. You should at least take your meds, he whispered before leaving. I rolled my eyes. With what face? I had not needed medication for weeks. Hogwa. RTS because I got so distracted that I was starting to feel good. If I need to be high again now, it's because my mother has exposed my nerves. I got up to go to my bathroom. I removed all the clothes I was wearing, avoiding the mirror. I got into the shower and sat on the cold tile while the hot water fell on my back. You can live with James and I. I can't believe I scoffed at that idea. No, Matt. How self-centered James Fleemont Potter is. He was 1,000 times better than the parents I had. There were times when the street seemed better to me than this place. Everything felt cold, everything felt forced. Why would this lady have children if she wasn't going to love them? Why would this gentleman fall in love with someone so dry? That's the point. Maybe my mother didn't want to have my brother and me, and maybe my father never fell in love with her. Suddenly all the memories that had been put in my mind invaded me. Nervous with serious, I was already getting used to thinking about him in the less appropriate moments. For example, now, I just wanted to take a shower and continue crying. But no, Mr. Gryffindor had to assault my mind. My hands involuntarily went to my neck, as I though UGHT about the soft bite in potions class. I closed my eyes as I also thought about the last time I saw him. Had he asked me for a kiss? And I told him we were friends. Silly sagebrush. I jumped and quickly turned off the shower. That was my mother's voice. What's wrong, Mom? You have a visitor. It will go up to your room. I wrapped a towel around my damp hair and dressed quickly. I only wore underwear and a t-shirt 3 times my size that said Franklin. I told my mother that I was a youthful singing witch. If she knew that the goddess Aretha Franklin was a muggle, she would cut my throat. I see. Came out of the bathroom while putting on my pants when I saw that beautiful golden hair in front of me. I smiled relaxed. Narcissa. Artemis. Merry Christmas. Well, late, she said, blushing as she left a package on my nightstand. You didn't have to bother. I received your chocolates. They were exquisite, he said, ignoring my comment. I left it like that. I'm glad you liked them. I buttoned my garment as I approached her to hug her. She hid her face in my neck. Feeling Narcissa close to me was all the support I needed. He mentioned my weight loss. I told him I wasn't going to spend my time having dinner with my mother after the conversation we had when we arrived. She asked me if I would go back to Hogwarts, to which I told her not to worry, even. I had trouble giving. We lay on my bed and looked at the ceiling while we talked. She took my hand. I appreciated his presence internally. What did you receive as a gift? Nothing. And you? She looked at me horrified, but I gave her an amused smile. Sissy, I don't care. Tell me about your Christmas. Well, it was very nice. In fact, I came to tell you that Lucius and I are formally together. My stomach growled. He introduced me to his parents and we had a wonderful dinner. I'm glad you had a good holiday. It was true, but it didn't erase the unpleasant tone. Narcissa squeezed my hand and moved closer to me. Don't get jealous. I'm not jealous. You think I'm going to leave you to spend more time with Lucius, but it won't be like that. Eventually, yes, Sissy. Narcissa let go of my hand and crouched on the bed. He dragged me so that I was in the middle. Then, she put one leg over my torso and was sitting on top of me. In another situation, this position would have been extremely misinterpretable and I would have panicked. However, today was a bad day, so I just gave him a bored look. She frowned. You said you were going to love me. You told me in front of the Black Lake. I do love you, Sissy. Love me even if I'm with Lucius. I'm going to love you whoever you are with. Well, tell your face, because your shitty attitude only makes me feel worse. He crossed his arms. I rolled my eyes. I'm not in the mood today to think about your evil boyfriend, Sissy. I'm sorry. He tilted his head. Suddenly he dropped down and grabbed my wrists. His face was inches from mine. Now I was getting nervous. We would have been a good couple if one had been a boy. I let out a bitter laugh. No, Sissy, we would have been a good couple if we were in love with each other. I'm sorry I can't correspond. What are you taking about? She laughed as if he had said some joke. Seeing my serious and confused face, he let go of my wrists and walked away. Aren't you in love with me? No, said. As soon as he heard that, he got off my torso and covered his face with his hands. It was red, which I found very funny. She looked at me angrily. You should have told me that before I sat on you. Narcissa, why would I have to go around saying that I don't like you? Because you act like that. You get so nervous when I approach you. Because I'm not used to physical affection. I responded. The girl stood in front of me for a while. I was still lying in bed, trying to figure out what his point was in acting like that. It didn't make sense to me. Why would he act like that? Even in the hypothetical case that if I were in love with her, wouldn't that be wishful thinking? Wouldn't that be fooling Lucius? If there is one thing I will never understand, it is the way of loving in the blurred limits of most wizards and witches. Obsessed with pure blood. I am not saying that Narcissa is like all of them, but in terms of interpersonal relationships it was quite confusing. I don't know what I was thinking. I think you wanted to force yourself to feel something for me so you would feel less guilty for being in love with Lucius, I blurted out. Maybe I should have thought better of it, because my deduction didn't stop my friend from being upset. Stop analyzing me. I shrugged. She huffed and turned to walk, but I quickly got up and took her hand. I hugged her. She didn't resist, she just hugged me back. I don't like being in love with him, Artemis. I feel like something is going to go wrong. I caressed her hair as a consolation. I didn't know what to say yet. Deep down she knew that Narcissa really was in love with Lucius and that it was not a false scenario. But that didn't erase the fact that he was becoming romantically involved with the least suitable person. Could we imagine a future together if she stays with him? No. One of the two was going to escape from here. And linked to a Malfoy. It definitely wouldn't be Sissy. It was me who had to get out of this, alone. But I didn't want to do it without her. I breathed. It smelled like vanilla. I smiled and moved away a little, taking his face in my hands. Her cheeks were very soft and her little blue eyes were crystallized. Do you want to join us for dinner? She mumbled a yes. I took her hand and led her out of my room. We went downstairs and saw my mother and father preparing to sit down while our house elf prepared a small feast. When I arrived, the elf looked at me with displeasure. Troublesome girl, always making my lady angry, he said to himself. I had already tried get along with him on several occasions, but it was impossible. Very few grieve me more than the oppressed, showing their support for their oppressor. Narcissa moved closer to me. With permission, Narcissa will have dinner with us today. I'm surprised that it's you who has dinner with us, said my father, reading The Prophet. I ignored that comment and invited my friend to take a seat. The deep voice of Blodwyn Blood, which my mother liked to listen to so much, sounded in the background. Honestly, most magical music didn't make much of an impression on me. Unfortunately for me, and I repeat, Muggle music here is precisely permitted. There was a long silence at the table, but they didn't seem uncomfortable. My mother, my father and my friend looked calm, helping themselves to the food they in front of us without saying a word. It didn't particularly bother me either, but I was saddened by not being able to provide an interesting topic of conversation. Most of the time she opened her mouth ended in an argument, and she wasn't going to do that now with Narcissa enjoying toast with raspberry jam. A superb dress, Mrs. Ray, if you'll allow me the compliment, the young woman next to me mentioned with a sincere smile. At first I didn't know if he was playing, but he seemed serious. Thank you, Miss Black. I bought it at Gladrags actually, which I'm a little embarrassed about. However, I love clothes with a story behind them. This dress belonged to a noblewoman. Both began to talk about the history of the happy dress and about other clothes and stores. I admit I didn't understand half the conversation. While I was obsessive about my appearance at times, the names of the top 10 wizard designers weren't exactly of interest to me. Then I looked at Narcissa. He spoke just like my mother. She spoke just like all the moderately rich pureblood women I've ever met throughout my life. Had she always been like this? How can behave so differently with me? How much is Lucius Malfoy influencing you? Thinking about that bothered me so much. Should I tell him? She has been a good friend to me, I feel comfortable with her. But the girl who makes while she was on me is the same one who was now talking to my mother about how unpleasant the bright pink shade was. Hard to believe. Leave Lucius, Sissy. It could be you and me. The pureblood pair. Traitors who escaped. We could be free. Fucking free, I thought to myself. Unfortunately for me, I find myself very unlikely to ever be able to utter those words. 9. The bank and the butter beer. Last day of vacation and quite grateful that my mother's anger only lasted the first few days. There were no blows, fortunately, although he words I heard I hope no one else hears. Every day this lady reminds him how useless he was and how little I will achieve in life with my shitty attitude. And my father, as always, silent, reading something stupid from the newspapers. Today we were in Diagon Alley. My mother had to withdraw money whose purpose she preferred not to know. I hated from the depths of my being my ignorance on the subject. But I knew that this woman was not precisely volunteering in charity campaigns. I'm going to take a few hours. Do you want to enter the bank with me? Asked. I shook my head. Do you have money? I shook my head again. She sighed impatiently and took 3 galleons out of her bag and handed them to me before leaving me alone and entering the large bank. I saw how an elf welcomed her as if they were lifelong friends. How much did my mother frequent the bank? It doesn't matter. I looked at the coins in my hand. I could buy a couple of things with 3 galleons. I was aware of my privileges. But that didn't take away the idea that my mother, having so much money, only left me 3 galleons. Maybe I wasn't expecting anything, so I guess I should be thankful. I walked through the alley appreciating the shops and the magicians who passed by me. My hand involuntarily went to my chest until it touched the cold metal. Narcissa's gift, a pure gold choker, simple and shiny. I smiled thinking about her. King. I looked up. I knew that voice. My smile widened when I saw the troubled boy with unkempt hair and a red nose like Rodolfo. Potter. What are you doing here? I said as I approached to greet him. We shook hands energetically. He was smiling too. Padfoot accidentally set one of my cloaks on fire, so I had to come here unexpectedly before going back to school. I wrinkled my nose in confusion. He didn't catch it at first, but then his eyes widened. Ah, Padfoot is Sirius's nickname. I should have guessed. Who else would set your cape on fire? He giggled. How is he? Upset at not receiving news from you. He's going to die of envy when I tell him I saw you here. He didn't want to come because my mother made chocolate hot and believes that hot chocolate should be enjoyed in bed. I let out a laugh. He couldn't expect anything less from Sirius. Although after thinking about it for more than 2 seconds, I agreed with his philosophy. Where are you going now? James asked me. Nowhere. My mother is at the bank. I doubt he'll get out of there anytime soon. Shall I invite you to eat? I nodded happily. He offered me his arm with an exaggerated grin pretending to be gallant. I took his arm and we started walking. Almost instantly I remembered when Sirius offered me his arm in the Forbidden Forest with the same joking air. Why did it cost me less? Relax with James. I mean, it's ironic. I wish they paid us to argue. I then remembered again the last day at Hogwarts. We could kiss. I blushed just thinking about it. I understood perfectly that neither of us was as interested in establishing any type of relationship at all, much less were we in love. But we had moments. Those moments of tension in which you doubt if it is really friendship that makes you feel like that person. And my such person is Sirius Black. Thanks for complicating my thoughts, you piece of shit. Have you read The Prophet? James asked, breaking me out of my mental wandering. I shook my head and he showed a sad smile. More muggles dead. This dark wizard is gaining too much strength too quickly. Lord Voldemort? I asked. He nodded. I wish I could become an Auror. He looked at me sadly for a second, but sighed. Sorry to be sentimental, but just thinking about what they could do to Evans scares me. I understand. It's nice that Lily worries you so much, James. I pressed his arm and gave him a comforting smile so that he would stop being so tense. I think I prefer the in-love James to the egocentric one. I can't be condescending all the time, King, he laughed. He guided me into the leaky cauldron. There were a lot of tables and magicians, the waiters went from here to there and the smell of beer from butter filled you with a pleasant warmth. We sat fairly in the back at my request. I just hoped I could get out in time to greet my mother when she left Gringotts. James ordered butterbeers and pulled out a box of Bertie Bott's beans from his coat. He offered me one and I reluctantly accepted. My partner looked at me expectantly. As soon as I tasted it, I wrinkled my nose. Lemon, A lot of lemon. I said, pursing my lips. James laughed and called me exaggerated because nothing terrible had happened. He ate one too, only he spit it out right away. I'm sure that was mucus. I laughed at him and we put aside the candy box. James could be a lot of fun, I guess. He's more relaxed when he doesn't have the attention of all his classmates at Hogwarts. Potter was one of the most popular people I met. Between his jokes and Quidditch he has the love of all Gryffindor. Although because of his personality, he also spent a lot of time in Professor McGonagall's office determining his next arrest. Suddenly, a man entered the inn. It was impossible not to see it, almost. Knocks down the door by pushing it. She had a dark brown cape and her gray hair was tied in a messy bun. Although what stood out most about him was the electric blue eye he carried with him, which seemed to look wherever it wanted. The man leaned against the wall. His torso was bleeding, and a woman from the place he arrived quickly to take him to a room and treat him. There was commotion for a while, no one spoke. Little by little the noise invaded the place again, as if nothing had happened. Did you recognize him? James asked. I gently shook my head, while I leaned over the table, like him, to speak more quietly. Alistair Moody, he is an Auror. What do you think happened to him to come to the Leaky Cauldron so injured? I asked. Death Eaters. When he said that word, a chill ran down my spine and my heart seemed to slow down. Do you know anything about that? It's impossible not to know, James. Everyone seems to be talking about it constantly. Although I admit that during school I forget what is happening outside. Don't worry, the same thing happens to me. We looked around for a while, without saying anything. Neither of them seemed to decide whether or not to continue with the topic. James was the one who spoke again. What do you think of this war? Sorry, are you attracted to Voldemort? Would you like to join the Death Eaters? I snorted in his face and leaned back in my seat as he crossed me of arms. It's not on my Toto list to murder anyone, Potter. Much less to innocent people who don't stand a chance against magic. It's unfair. James smiled victoriously. I lick. That you're not like the other Slytherins. In reality, there are not so many fans of purity, only those who attract the most attention. Like Lucius Malfoy, we continued talking, this time diverting the topic a little from what Lord Voldemort was in the latest deaths. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to talk about on the last day of the Christmas holidays. My companion asked me what was really going on with Lucius. I was honest with him and told him that my moments of bravery were simply moments, and that I had to follow it if I wanted my mother to have a good reference of my behavior. Wow, King, I think you should stop being in that group. How long do we have left at Hogwarts? Year and a half. Are you going to spend your year and a half with that bunch of idiots? I looked at him carefully. He didn't seem to be making fun of me. I wasn't dying of worry either, but it was an honest suggestion. I can't, James, because why can your mother take you out of the house? You wouldn't be the first refugee with the Potters. He winked at me and I smiled at his amused disposition. I have Narcissa. I can't leave her alone with Lucius. She takes care of me and I take care of her. Yes, well, as you say, have you talked to Narcissa about Voldemort? I looked straight into his eyes with a frown. He ate a sweet and was glad that it was raspberry flavor, although he knew he was doing it to distract me. Why should I? He sighed sarcastically, as if he had said something funny. Ray, Narcissa is literally in a close relationship with Lucius Malfoy and go see what sister she has. I've talked to Pads about this. Don't mention it, but Bellatrix has already met the Dark Wizard and she's quite eager to get out of Hogwarts and join him. And I can assure you that she is not the only one. I took a deep breath. It was only at that moment that I realized that I had not questioned that before for even 2 seconds. I never noticed Sissy, Bella, or Malfoy in a suspicious way. However, when Potter said it seemed to make all the sense in the world. I'm going to talk to her. Are you going to inform me about it? He asked, playing with the little bit of beer he had left. If my companions turn out to be potential Death Eaters, I will stay away. And who will you be at Hogwarts with? What will you do if Lucius convinces your wonderful mother to run you out of the house? I'm going to manage. I can do it alone. James let out a bitter laugh. He called the waiter to pay for the beers and put his sweets back in his backpack. We both got up. We took our seats and faced each other. He put his arm around my shoulders and we started walking towards the exit. Artemis Ray, I am offering you on a silver platter to come live in the House of Potter and the friendship of the Marauders, and you tell me you're going to fix it yourself. You were impossible to understand. I didn't think you were serious. And how arrogant of you four to call yourselves Marauders. Shut up, King. You're sounding like Evans. Why the excitement of moving in with you, Potter? I don't even know your parents. Oh, my friend, I have my eye on you and have decided that we will spend the rest of our days. You are the most mysterious and intriguing person that has ever crossed my path, James said with a disgusting voice, exaggerated and mocking while making dramatic gestures with her hands. Then he cleared his throat and spoke in my ear. Besides, Sirius asked me. I laughed as I shook my head. Even after the no-kiss thing, Sirius still had that idea in his head. That idiot is going to end up killing me or something. Chair went to drop me off at the door of Gringotts. Before he left, I looked at him for a while. That untamable hair, those glasses and that pompous smile. It was the image of a boy that I would like to preserve. I wasn't going to tell him because I'm very proud and he's very unserious, but I was deeply excited and grateful that in such a short time he makes me feel like I have a friend. He said goodbye to me with a brotherly hug. I felt suddenly happy with his gracious kindness. See you tomorrow at Hogwarts, King. See you tomorrow at Hogwarts, Potter. Once alone and with James disappeared among the other wizards of Diagon Alley. I went to the goblin who was at the door of the huge bank. Excuse me, sir, have you seen where my mother has gone? I don't care about your mother, brat. I snorted. I tend to forget the kindness of elves. Do you know where Bernice Ray has gone? The goblin looked at me with attentive eyes and then tilted his head in annoyance. My apologies, Miss Ray, I did not recognize you. I'm afraid your mother hasn't left my vault yet. How strange, hours have passed. I was going to give another comment regarding my mother's tardiness, but a figure silenced me. Walking from inside the bank was a tall, well-dressed woman with perfect hair and a proud attitude. When I reached the door, I moved to the side to make way for him. She looked me up and down without any expression. Have a good afternoon, Mrs. Black. Likewise, he pronounced in a dry voice before leaving. I felt like I was out of breath. It was Druella Black, mother of Narcissa, Bellatrix and Andromeda. What was he doing at Gringotts? Honestly, at first I thought he probably just went to withdraw money. After all, the noble house of Black has always been the owner of a great fortune. However, what made me hesitate was the fact that my mother arrived at the door at the exact moment I lost sight of the woman. He greeted me and apologized for being late, said goodbye to the elf and guided me through the alley to leave again. I asked him what he was doing that had taken him so long. However, he said, "Nothing important. Is that broom in the display case new?" which made me understand that I should stop asking. I was going to resign myself to my ignorance as I immersed myself in the tense conversation I had with James Potter and the poor state in which we saw the apparently Alistair Moody, and in that thing of thinking, of suddenly drowning in the ideas of Death Eaters, dark arts and dueling magic, I saw it in my mother's hand, something I didn't have before entering Gringotts. A ring, on her ring finger. It was silver and somewhat thick, with a curious insignia that he could barely identify. The ring had a circular figure that was divided into 4, green and silver colors, their W. 2 dragons on the sides and 2 snakes on top. And in the middle of the circular figure, with elegant calligraphy, a large letter M. I let out a tired sigh. The symbol of the Malfoy family. 10. Friends of Gryffindor. Time passed very quickly after returning to the magic school. Although it seemed like an instant, I can't say I didn't enjoy it. When I arrived at King Cross, my mother said go ODBYE to me and left without much emotion. My father did not bother to attend, although it was a repeated event for him. Once at the top, I looked around at several cabins and dragged my suitcase, almost all of them full. Arriving with my Slytherin classmates, I noticed Lucius' threatening gaze and Bellatrix's furious blush. Clearly it wouldn't be easy to be welcomed back. "We are full," said Rodolphus. From the bottom of my heart, I waited for Narcissa to say that they could make room for one more. To my hurt surprise, that didn't happen. He just gave me a pitiful look. I continued my way through the carriages, trying to control my breathing since in addition to the awkwardness of the situation I had just experienced, I had no desire to meet new people. I started to feel choked and my eyes were shining a little at the thought of never being able to find a place on the train. I felt horribly alone and irrationally betrayed by my peers, despite being aware that that's how that environment works. "Hey, King, what are you doing there wandering around like a fool? Come sit with me." Suddenly said the wonderful voice that I had heard just a day before. I think I will be eternally grateful to James Fleemont Potter for making me his friend so quickly and unconditionally. The whole ride to Hogwarts I was laughing. The 4 Gryffindor boys who were with me boosted each other ta. Normal conversation resembled a comedy club. The atmosphere was totally different. James would make some mocking comment towards one of the 3. Peter would respond with sarcasm and make another mockery. Sirius managed to silence James with his weak points and Remus ended up giving an ultimatum that sentenced the other 3 and made me. I lost the ability to breathe from laughing so much. I had to circle my torso many times because of the stomach pain that laughing caused me. By the end of the trip, I had learned who Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs were. Nicknames which I imagined alluded to their Patronus. Although I admit that I did not directly ask the meaning. Once we arrived at Hogwarts, James, Peter and Remus went ahead, I suspect at Sirius' request. I strongly doubt that it was a coincidence. "I have a Christmas gift for you," he said, taking out a small black cloth bag. "I have one for you," I responded, taking out a pastel green envelope sealed with red wax as a letter from my pocket. We exchanged packages, but neither opened it. We looked at each other for a while, hesitating. "I don't even know what. Open it only when you think you need it," I suggested. "You can only use it once." He nodded, confused and tempted to do so at that moment. Although he obviously didn't. When the day comes when your fear can no longer torment your mind, you can use the gift as many times as you want. I frowned, much more intrigued than before. Sirius wasn't usually a person whose words were difficult to decipher, but this time he surprised me. Albus Dumbledore received us with a speech and a banquet. The last one was far the best. It was a splendid return to school. I don't think I had had such a good time in years. I was very happy to return, which still warms my chest. Since many times I considered this school a little less hell than the Reyes house. 2 months have passed since then. Anyone would wonder, how's the mix-up with Sissy going? Are you part of the Marauders now? Have you resolved your relationship with Black? Has Lucius been expelled from Hogwarts? Did you find out why your mother wore a ring from House Malfoy? It is my displeasure to report that none of this has gone particularly well for me. Or, I have failed or I don't care, there is no more. The exams have me on edge. Lily and Remus have had to help me breathe several times after stressing me out over some texts that I don't quite understand. They are both angels, and they are willing to study with me when Narcissa is scheduled to study with Lucius. Don't thank us, Artemis, Lily sighed. After I showed my gratitude for being included. You're a good friend, I like that you feel comfortable with us. Yes, you are also the only one who understands anything about divination. Remus added in a mocking tone. To which I always hit his shoulder. Lucius Malfoy. While it made me extremely uncomfortable that he was trying so hard to ignore me, I also didn't mind sparing his company. He no longer received threats referring to more violence, although I suspect that Sissy has been the one who has helped Lucius control his anger. I perceive it more and more frivolous and elegant. What a rattlesnake, menacing and discreet at the same time, going unnoticed but making enough noise that no one dared challenge him. Every time I saw him, I had to pretend that I hadn't seen his family ring and my mother's hand that day as she left Gringotts. And every time I saw him next to Narcissa, I had to pretend that I didn't see Druella come out of there either. My Narcissa, he had tried to bring the subject of Lord Voldemort with her a couple of times, but she always managed to avoid it. Rodolphus seems quite interested in the Death Eaters, don't you think, Sissy? It's normal to be interested in the select group of power. Artemis, he responded, I have to go talk to Bella, see you in the Great Hall. And it disappeared. Indeed, until dinner. I didn't know how to interpret that. whether to take it as, I'm not interested. Drop the subject now, or as, I can't talk to you about that. She's been a good friend and I wouldn't be able to leave her, but it bothered me that she avoided me as much as possible. Lately he's even nodded when Lucius makes a subtle comment against me. Yes, in front of others she has been quite cold to me. It seems that I have been left alone. But the others don't know what Narcissa is like when we're alone. When night comes and we have to go to our bedrooms, when there is no noise in the common room and all the lights are off, we close the door and it was just us. Narcissa was crying. She was crying a lot. She barely knew that no one was listening to us. Tears ran down her cheeks and she hugged her to comfort her. I don't know what to think, Artemis. It's amazing how Lucius is so charming when we're out together but can be so cold around others. I love him very much, but sometimes this feels like a forced union. She lamented while I dried her tears with a handkerchief and caressed her hair. I never told her what exactly I felt about her, but it hurt me that she felt that way. This scenario was repeated many times, sometimes Sissy even. She would wake up upset in the wee hours of the morning and crawl into my bed without warning. I, sleepy, could only put my arm around him and make him feel like I was there for her. Before waking up, Narcissa would get up. I imagine out of embarrassment at waking up together. He never told her anything about it. As for Sirius Black and the Marauders, well, I guess I've learned in this time that no matter how bad things are, they can always be worse. Much worse. Miss King, Mr. Potter, to my office after class, said Professor McGonagall. And here we are, in Transfiguration class, with all eyes on us. Sirius, Remus and Peter were laughing from a few desks further back. Ladies and gentlemen, never sit next to James Potter in any kind of class. Potter, you're an idiot, I said as we followed the teacher to her office. Who was walking steadily? You were the one who told me how to do the spell. I didn't think you would transform Severus into a cauldron. You should be happy, now you are part of your own chemistry game. He mocked before the teacher hit him on the head with a scroll. We enter the office. It was sober, with a natural color palette. It reminded me of a forest. However, the teacher's countenance was not as welcoming as her office. She made us sit in front of her desk while she looked at us over her glasses. Miss Ray, I am extremely happy that you are feeling better with your new friends and that little by little you are moving away from the toxicity that surrounded you, he began in a soft tone. Then he turned to James. You, Potter, I can't believe that in less than a year you've already dragged Ray into collaborating with your ridiculous jokes. Don't you think that I have advanced in my transformation skills? He suggested with a hopeful smile. Yes, Potter, you're right, he answered softer and with more sweetness in his expression. 5 points less for Gryffindor. And 2 less for Slytherin. James looked at me with raised eyebrows. Surely he expected him to say that he didn't know he would use the spell against a companion. But I remained silent with an indifferent look. McGonagall sighed. He warned us saying that the next time we do something stupid, he will deduct more points from us. Then he let us go. Potter and I went out and walked through the halls for a while. We were both going to the Quidditch pitch. Lily and I promised to go watch him train. I'm sure he just wanted me to be Lily and used me to get him to agree, but it didn't bother me at all. You didn't say I cheated on you, James said looking at the floor. I would have deducted more points, I said, downplaying the matter. It had better be for both of us. Thank you, Artemis. Seriously, it's cute. Yes, whatever. We have to hurry. You are the captain. We continue moving forward. We are talking about Professor McGonagall. James told me that despite being very strict, she had a special affection for the quartet. He always cared about them. He said she was his favorite teacher. I also told her that I really liked her. She was the first teacher to do something about Lucius' abuse. She is an admirable woman, even when we remove points. Changing the subject, have you thought about the Malfoy ring you told me about? He asked. I let out a disappointed sigh. I can't think of anything, Potter. I thought that maybe my mother has some secret relationship with some Malfoy. But that lady is so dull and emotionless that I doubt romance is involved in this. Furthermore, Druella. Why would Druella be there? I'm confused. I guess I'm missing pieces to put the puzzle together. Have you thought that maybe it's not just about your mother, a Malfoy and Druella? James said with a frown looking ahead. I mean, your mother was wearing a Malfoy ring and you saw Druella Black leaving Gringotts. But, what if there are more people involved in the matter? Do you think there are people holding meetings at Gringotts? It makes sense to me, no one would dare spy on Gringotts. But how do they deal with the elf that guides them? And why did it in the vaults? What could be so secret? Come on, King. With the goblin you only need to cast the Empire Curse and you will save yourself all the questions that could be asked. I nodded my head, at her obvious deduction. Also, if your mother came out with a Malfoy ring, chances are they have removed and stored more items in the vaults. It scares me a little to think what my parents are getting into. Lacking conclusions, we simply headed across the grass to the Quidditch pitch. Lily was waiting for us happily, she had a basket with her. One time with her, she told us that Molly Pruitt had made us cookies. I thought it was cute at first, but when the redhead said that her friend had made one in snake shape with mint glaze precisely for me, I was very excited. James, as usual, changed his attitude radically. The version of the boy when Lily was around was by far the happiest I've seen of him. We are only 16 years old, but I firmly believe that we should have someone who makes us this happy. The weather is becoming less and less cold. What a tragedy for me, I heard someone say behind me. I turned my head and found Sirius looking at the sky. Because, what's wrong with the fact that it's no longer freezing cold? I asked, wrinkling my nose. He smiled at me and looked me up and down. I will no longer have an excuse to leave you my sweater. It didn't take Lily and James 2 seconds to scream in annoyance. Make me feel ashamed. And I, being the mental and emotional mess that I am, resorted to the only weapon I have to defend myself from shame. The sarcasm. If it torments you so much, Black, I can give you the number of my Gringotts vault so you can leave me a few galleons. How you take advantage of me, he said shaking his head. Still smiling. More people from the Gryffindor team were arriving on the field. I recognized Arthur Weasley, who was holding hands with Molly. Gave me too much tenderness that image. Also arriving were Remus and Peter, who lunged at their friends as if they hadn't seen each other in years. Remus sarcastically asked me how things had gone with McGonagall, to which James punched him on the shoulder, telling him to leave me alone. There were very few people in the gallery, but I headed towards the stands to sit and watch the training. He didn't even attend Slytherin training, how funny. Before leaving the court, Sirius grabbed my sleeve. I turned around and asked him what was happening. Do you want to go out this Saturday? As friends? He smiled. Definitely not. Then yes. Now get on that broom and concentrate. You need to practice repeating the bludger thing in your head. 11. Hidden in the Suites. It was a wonderful day in Hogsmeade. To my good luck, Professor Slughorn had punished Lucius, Rodolphus and Bellatrix for calling some second-year students mudbloods who ended up crying. Narcissa said that she would stay in the castle, now that her friends were grounded. She had to study even more so she could give them her notes. I tried to tell him that the purpose of them being punished is for them to fend for themselves, but he just told me to shut up and enjoy my freedom in Hogsmeade. I love this girl, but when she's in a bad mood she can be unbearable. Anyway, I never thought that circumstances could go so much in my favor to leave Hogwarts on a Saturday. To date, specifically, Sirius Black. Good morning, Miss Ray, Professor McGonagall said once she saw me arrive at the castle courtyard. Aren't your friends coming with you? Not exactly, Professor, I said, smiling sideways. Just seconds later, all the students present ended up turning around when they heard the dramatic scream of a certain eccentric character. My love, James said as he pounced on me to give me exaggerated kisses on the face, and he hugged me around the torso. Every day without being by your side is a martyrdom for my poor heart. Merlin's beard. Potter, you are undoubtedly a poet, I said while laughing at the tickling. Several students began to murmur amusedly among themselves, probably believing that Potter was really being serious or trying to figure out how I put a Mortentia in his drink. Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes, hiding her laughter. After a while, the drama ended and I approached the boys. Good morning, Artemis, Peter said. How are your knots of friends doing? Punished. Fortunately for me, I responded. The boy laughed to himself, probably imagining the shitty face they must have right now. You look very pretty today, if you'll excuse the compliment, Remus said flirtatiously. I thanked him smiling, however we were all interrupted. Well, move away, Don Juan. Sirius pushed Remus slightly and stood next to me. I knew he wasn't really upset with his friend. But it was too funny. We already talked about this, we have a deal. I can't believe you make deals with your friends to go out with me, Black. You would too. They were potentially the 3 most dangerous idiots at Hogwarts, don't underestimate them, Ray. But they are lovely, I said in an innocent tone. James immediately played along and put his arm around my shoulders. Yes, Padfoot, how bad could it be for us to accompany them? Sirius narrowed his eyes in annoyance and snorted. He took James's wrist with his fingers and made him remove his arm from me. I looked at the ground trying not to laugh. I think I can imagine a couple of situations, prongs. I just want you. Know that if anything occurs to you, I will do the same thing but cubed when you go out with Evans, are we clear? James raised his arms in defeat, but that didn't stop Peter from moving to be between Sirius and me. He tried to move it, but Remus had already taken my hand to pull me away. It was a mess, but it was too much fun to annoy Sirius. Moony, I didn't expect that from you. Of the rat and the horned man, yes, but not of you. I guess I have my surprises, he said as he hugged me. I hugged him back. Black sat dramatically on the ground and sighed. Remus looked at me and leaned closer to my ear. Good luck with pads today, Artemis. I smiled at him as I separated from him. I patted his arm affectionately and walked over to where Sirius was sitting. James and Peter moved away and went to Remus. Pete hit me with a finger in my ribs too. Tickle me, and James messed up my hair. Once the 3 of them walked away, I crouched down so that I was eye to eye with the idiot I was going on a date with. He frowned at me and snorted through his nose. I turned to look at McGonagall, who had already begun leading the students too. We left Hogwarts. I looked at Sirius and tried to tell him to get up. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. His face was close to mine, but because I was crouching, I seemed to be higher up. I bet you 5 galleons that you can't make me get up, he whispered. I rolled my eyes and suppressed the smile that threatened me. I took out my wand and put it on his neck. I get up if you do. Oh, that doesn't work with me, King. I work with prizes. I nodded, putting away my wand. I stood up and extended my hand. He looked at me confused, but once he understood what I meant, he didn't hesitate to accept and get up. We walked all the way to Hogsmeade holding hands. We didn't say a single word. Every time I turned to see his expression, I was trying not to smile. That also made it difficult for me not to smile. Upon arriving in town, McGonagall gave us the freedom to go to the stores we wanted, giving us the deadline. I waved goodbye to James, Remus and Peter, who walked away in the direction of the 3 broomsticks. Black seemed to know exactly where he wanted to go. He guided me through the streets without letting go for even a second. As I let myself go without asking, I looked around to see what magicians were around and who I should worry about. So far, no one. I felt a door open and a bell rang. The smell and warmth washed over me and I smiled, letting the sweetness of the place envelop me. Honeydukes, said my companion with a gesture of presentation. I looked at him, nodding. We walked around the place looking at the different types of sweets. There was licorice, popsicles, chocolate, stinging bees and some strange jars of cockroaches. Everything looked delicious. I rarely came to this place. I'm not a fan of sweets. However, the atmosphere was so happy that I felt comfortable. Then I saw in a corner some girls 1 or 2 years younger than us. Were they the same ones we saw in Zonkos months ago? I'm sure these were others. Incredible the effect that Black produces on the heterosexual female percentage at school. Sirius, I think someone is about to ask you for an autograph, I whispered, approaching him. He looked up and his expression gave him away. I chuckled. God, it's that girl again. What does that girl have? Well, I made the mistake of having kissed her at one of the clandestine Gryffindor parties and now it seems like she follows me everywhere, he said. Almost instantly, he turned to see me with open eyes. But we are nothing. I mean, it was just a kiss. It wasn't even a good kiss, I mean. I laughed and covered my face with my hands. Sirius is a mess. Black, I'm not going to judge you for doing whatever you want. It's okay, you don't owe me any explanations. Sirius's eyes were shining. It seems that no one has ever said something like that to her. Although I think she has. Don't say that again. Mess with someone who shows movies for a kiss. And what should I tell him? Hello, can we talk? Look, I'm sorry you misunderstood me, but I didn't mean to confuse you on the day of the party. I'm really not looking for anything with you. I didn't think you could get your hopes up. I like you. I hope we still get along well, although I'll understand if you don't want to. I recited improvisedly. Shit, King, how many idiots have you had to say the same thing to? Just a couple, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Sirius raised his eyebrows and nodded in approval. When do you think I should tell him? I don't know. What is your name? Deborah Abbott. What does that have to do with it? I looked directly at the group of girls and shouted the name Sirius had given me. I motioned for him to come closer while my partner tugged at my skirt, begging for me to stop. We had the girl in front of us. Sirius was terrified and she was very confused. I decided to intervene. I'm sorry to bother you, Deborah. Sirius has something to tell you. It'll just take a second. Black, I'll go buy some licorice. You'll catch up with me later. By the way, your hair is divine. See you soon. I snuck out of there, but not before hearing Sirius threaten to kill me in a whisper. I headed to the liquori. While from afar I spied as best I could on the couple who were already starting to talk. After Sirius finished speaking, she began to respond to him. I couldn't hear, so I resigned myself to taking a couple of packets of licorice and take them to the box. A tall boy with fiery red hair attended to me. She had many freckles and her attitude was very happy. Do you plan to share those licorice? He said while writing down the prices in his sales register. I'm still thinking about it. I answered. He looked at me for a few seconds and smiled. He handed me my licorice and I paid him what was due. What's your name? Artemis. What about yours? Bilious. I think I had heard that name but I don't remember who mentioned it. Are you going in your last year? Penultimate. In fact, how long have you been working here? For several months now. I finished Hogwarts last year, he said with a relaxed air. I thought you might meet my brother. Before I could ask him who his brother was, Sirius was already next to me. His expression showed some annoyance at the boy he was with. He was talking, but when he saw me he realized how bad it would be for him if he happened to say a word. I looked at the smiling redhead. I must go. Bilious. It has been a pleasure, I said, extending my hand, which he shook vigorously. Likewise, Artemis. Enjoy the licorice. We both left the store while Bilious followed me with his eyes. Sirius, before we got lost in the crowd, made sure to take my hand again. I smiled noticeably and he looked at me with a wrinkled nose. What are you laughing? A while ago you told me that you were going to kill me and now you hold my hand. Sirius Black the coherent one, I mocked. At first he seemed upset. But he cheered up a little when I asked how it went with the girl. He told me that he had been very kind to him and apologized for making him uncomfortable. In the end they agreed to get along and preferably forget what had happened. I nodded, proud of what I had done. He just thanked me in a whisper for helping him. By the way, Black, you shouldn't get jealous just because I'm talking to another boy, I said suddenly. Even I was surprised that I said that. Sirius turned to look at me with raised eyebrows. Jealous? I nodded, smiling as I let go of his hand to take out some licorice and start eating. I love sugar, I love it. God, King, it's obvious that you don't know when a guy is talking to you out of kindness and when he's talking to you to flirt. Oh really? And how are you talking to me? I asked playfully. I was starting with another strip of licorice when I felt his fingers on my chin, turning my face so that we were facing each other. He looked at me for a few seconds and I even mentally prayed not to blush at that moment. Opened. He lightly opened his mouth and bit the other end of the licorice. Then he left my chin and looked away as if nothing had happened. I don't know, you tell me. Do you want to go have some butterbeers at the Three Broomsticks? I think my friends already left there. He didn't take my hand again, but I followed him blindly anyway. The internal conflict that had just been unleashed in my mind was undoubtedly uncontrollable. The cold, Reserved and calculating version of me said that the name Sirius Orion Black meant danger and I should get away as soon as possible. I kept telling myself that at any moment Bellatrix could see me with her beloved cousin and would run to tell the news to Lucius, who like an owl would send the information to my mother, which would trigger the series of consequences which I am not yet willing to assume. On the other hand, there was the version of me with perhaps how many trust and self-esteem issues that just begged for an ounce of love from this very complicated boy. That confused me a lot. In the case of falling in love with Sirius, was it a real liking for him? Or were my psychological problems manifesting as a need for attention and physical affection? Maybe we will never know. But being with Black in Hogsmeade was one of the things that made me happiest recently. This complicity of calling each other friends and not wanting to be was what was eating away at me and at the same time had me high. I guess I tried hard to call him my friend, knowing that in front of no one he could be something more. But deep down, I had no intention of letting that title continue to define us. 12. The Love Potion. Last term at Hogwarts, I already felt like my school year was ending. Time always seems to go faster when you are becoming happier. Although well, it is difficult to summarize a year at this school, strange things always happen. There were only a few days left until the summer holidays began, but everyone was all ready. We had received the news whether we passed the level or not. I was proud to see that I was third place among the sixth years, after Lily Evans in first place and Remus Lupin second. Narcissa congratulated me and placed a brief kiss on my neck. Lucius saw us, but brushed it off. "Why don't you come to my house for a few days? My parents always welcome you," he said while resting his head on my shoulder. We were sitting on the couch in our common room. There were a few other classmates. "I would love to, Sissy. Send me an owl when you can receive me. You should visit me too. My mother is 1,000 times less hateful when you're close," I responded. Kissing his forehead, she took my hand and closed her eyes smiling. "Are you inviting her to the house, Sissy?" Bellatrix asked, wrinkling her nose. "Bella, I'm here. I can hear you," I said. Narrowing my eyes, she snorted. "Yes, he will go home and you won't be able to complain about anything. After all, you are going to marry Lestrange and you'll probably move out before you can see her." I got up from the couch and looked from Narcissa to Bellatrix in surprise. They both looked at me with a knowing smile, mocking my surprise. "Bellatrix, are you marrying who?" I shouted. Several people in the common room turned to hear my commotion. They were a little surprised, probably noticing that it wasn't the girl with the curlers who was screaming, but then they went back to what they were doing. "We both finished Hogwarts, Artemis. We are 17 years old, and after talking about it we have decided to get married," he said playing with a sphere on the coffee table. Rodolphus and Bellatrix were a year older than me. Suddenly the stroke of happiness came to me. The next year neither of them would be here. Neither the hurtful Lestrange nor the meddlesome Black. In that case, you should only seriously worry about Lucius, and if he could get Narcissa to distract him enough, he could begin to be free. No spying on me, no one whispering behind my back, no one excluding me from conversations. Just me, wandering around Hogwarts. Nothing could go wrong next year. "I'm glad to hear the news in that case, Bellatrix Lestrange," I said with a improvised bow. I saw T back down and Sissy took my hand again. Unfortunately, it was also Arthur and Molly's last year. I didn't get to know the boy very much, but I became very fond of Pruitt. She is a very strong woman. Together I would say they are one of the cutest couples at Hogwarts. Couple. For some reason, that word made my stomach turn. I hated the idea of being alone and feeling absolutely nothing for the rest of my life, but I hated even more to think about a marriage arranged by my parents. Nor was it a topic that has caused me noise during my life. I have never felt particularly attracted to anyone. Had physical experiences with other people kissing and raising the tone, but I had never felt emotionally attached to anyone. So I think I was scared of the idea of committing in any way. A relationship without being in love? No, thanks. Thinking about that, I realized that my emotional purposes at the moment went beyond love and physical affection. My goal and ideal now is not to feel loved, it is to feel free. And I believe that any woman who is loved but cannot be free will live with a constant false happiness, feeling that her life is perfect but with a guilty emptiness of not being able to fully enjoy it. On the other hand, a free but unloved woman does. She can be happy, since in freedom she will learn to love herself. And once you love yourself, no one can take anything from your being. Because loving yourself is what we should all aspire to, not being loved by others. Artemis, are you feeling okay? Narcissa said suddenly. I hid my sadness. She was a woman loved by others. But he was not free. Yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking, I said, placing my lips on his forehead. Have you taken your anxiety medicine? Yes, I feel good, I answered honestly. I got up, this time. Definitely, and calmer than a couple of minutes ago. I'll go wander around. I have ideas to develop. Narcissa waved goodbye and Bellatrix looked me contemptuously up and down. When he made a disgusted face, I winked at him. She was upset, but I was already too far away for her to reproach me. I left the Slytherin common room and began walking through the hallways of Hogwarts. A couple of people turned to look when he passed. But they didn't care. Every day fewer people ignored me, as if I had suddenly become visible. Because of Lucius' hatred. Because of my closeness to the Marauders. Maybe we will never know. I was on my way to the Gryffindor common room to see if any of my friends were hanging around when I ran into a man whose beard I should have recognized as soon as he came into my range of vision. After some glasses in, half-moon shape, bright eyes analyzed me. Hello, Miss Ray. I was surprised that he knew who I am. I bowed my head a little as a sign of respect. Headmaster Dumbledore, I said politely. He smiled. In search of Mr. Black. Yes, I think so, I said, shrugging my shoulders. The magician nodded calmly. I hope you have a good day then, Miss Ray. I said goodbye politely and prepared to go in the opposite direction to which he was going, but I managed to hear a comment from the director. I'm glad I can count on you during these times, was what I heard, however I didn't understand what it meant. After a few minutes, I came to the conclusion that it might not have even been directed at me after all. Dumbledore is impossible to understand. I was passing through a hallway on the 3rd or 4th floor where there were several doors indicating that there were bathrooms nearby. I didn't give it any importance. I didn't need to go to the bathroom. However, when I passed by the bathroom, children, an arm came out of the door and grabbed mine, dragging me inside. Confused, I tried to get out of his grip. However, as soon as I saw who it was, I stopped trying to free myself from the hold. Sirius, why are you dragging me to the bathroom? Good afternoon to you too, he said sarcastically. He looked at me for a while with his head back with a smile that I had seen before. Do you want to do something? You scare me with your something, Black, I responded, infecting me with his smile. His grip loosened and he slid down my arm until he took my hand. He dead me through the bathroom and opened the last door to the last stall. We enter. Look at this, he said, taking 3 small pink bottles out of his pockets. Smell. I obeyed. Some pleasant aromas began to flood and my senses became a little numb. It smells like books, those with yellowish pages and hard covers, I said, smiling. Then I frowned, confused. Wait, now it smells like vanilla. I'm not sure, for a second I thought so. Now it smells of trees and wet earth, like in the Forbidden Forest. It's a Mortentia. I opened my eyes. Sirius looked at me with a lopsided smile. Get that shit away from me, Sirius Orion Black. I said, retreating. I bumped into the cubicle door. I'm a little jealous now. I don't smell like vanilla. I blushed. I did know perfectly well who smelled like vanilla. I ignored how I managed my thoughts, although when I was alone again this was going to mean a sea of anxiety. Can the smells of a Mortentia change? Maybe it didn't really smell like vanilla, or maybe I just like the smell of vanilla and not the particular scent of the person it reminds me of. No one smells like vanilla, Black, I lied, looking directly into his eyes. They were gray and shone in a different way. Sirius's looks are a difficult thing to understand and get over. I'll stick with that, I guess. His gaze swept me up and down. Why didn't I feel uncomfortable? You look well. Ah, what an eloquent compliment, Mr. Black, I said in a sarcastic tone. He smiled. I must control my tongue, Miss Ray. It's not going to be that later you don't know what to answer me. I consider myself skilled at debate, I said, crossing my arms. You're a Gryffindor anyway, it can't be that difficult. He wrinkled his nose and snorted. He ruffled his hair with his hand. I bit my inner cheek. Well, to start I must take advantage now to be able to tell you Miss Ray. After all, he only has a few years left with that name. Oh really? And why would I want to stop using the last name Ray? I asked, frowning. To use the last name Black, he said. He licked his lips and at my silence, he smiled. He rested his forearm on the cubicle door. His face was very close. It seems to me that we have a winner. Winner, I said with a mocking smile. He pointed out his confusion to me. I mean, because Narcissa and I haven't decided on our last name yet. Permission. I turned to open the bathroom door and breathe again. I looked at Sirius. I could tell he was pale. I laughed to myself at his petrified face. Get over it and take me to James. Ah, besides Sissy, do I also have to deal with Prong? I see there is a long list of people before me. King. Before you for what? He was silent. He tried to articulate some words but couldn't. I just laughed as I headed for the exit, followed by him. King, have you seriously not noticed that I have been trying all this year to flirt with you? It's going to be summer vacation and I feel like I haven't made any progress. Do you want to be my friend, Sirius? No, obviously not. So you want to be boyfriends? I finally managed to make Black understand my point, which he seemed to have not considered in all this time. Neither, exactly. How do you plan to move foe? Our ward in something if you don't know where to go? Arrive. I'm not telling you that I want to be your girlfriend. I'm also not telling you that I want to be just your friend. But clear your mind first and then keep flirting with me. Do you think so? Now take me to James. Sirius made a face of annoyance, but didn't answer me. Like I said, skilled at debate. I'm not usually house proud, but my Slythe Rin ego just felt the victory of this argument. My partner walked next to me while I followed his pace, waiting to arrive with my friends. I felt good. Being with him made me feel good. However, I had to solve the vanilla smell of Amortentia. That afternoon, we arrived at the Gryffindor common room. Sirius came in warning that I couldn't tell anyone the secret word or else he would have to kill me. I promised him I would take the keyword to the grave and he went inside to find his comrades. After a while the four boys came out. James greeted me happily, placing short kisses on my cheeks. I'd say he's strangely affectionate. But this boy would do anything to get on his best friend's nerves a little. Remus was less explosive with physical affection, but he had the same goal as James. He leaned down and placed a small kiss on my neck. I blushed involuntarily. He gave me a knowing smile. Before Peter could even open his mouth to say, "Hello, Artemis," Sirius had already stepped between me and the boys. "Peter Pettigrew, if you decide to play along with these two, I'll kill you." "I'm just going to say hello, Padfoot," she said as she gently pushed him and approached me. Suddenly, he grabbed my face and gave me a quick kiss on the corner of my mouth. "Run, bitch, run," James shouted, pushing Peter down the stairs followed by Remus. Sirius turned bright red and began chasing them, cursing and uttering expletives in languages that probably don't even exist. I could only laugh. This has definitely been the year that has saved me from the abyss. Those kids have been my salvation. I fervently hope that next year they will be my guide as they have been until now. Soon I'll be able to get out of here. Soon I will be able to be King Artemis at her best. End of 6th year frame. Next frame. 7th year. 13. Regulus's birthday. 1977. My mother didn't even bother to think twice before letting me go to Narcissa's house. I guess it was more convenient for the lady than her daughter was away from her. I don't blame her. Fights are plentiful and patience is in short supply. He had been at Cygnus and Druella Black's house for 4 days. When I saw the woman, I remembered the day at Gringotts. However, together with James he never. We arrive at no tenable theory. They both treated me quite well, although I suspect Narcissa asked them to behave. Andromeda on the other hand was totally explosive and natural. She was very different when the other Slytherins didn't see her, as was Sissy. Just like me, She was a very outgoing girl and reminded me a little of the four boys when they made jokes about each other. I felt horrible pressure on my ribs. "Oh, sissy, it's very tight," I said as I leaned a little on the nearest piece of furniture. My friend was lacing my corset. "I can't believe you made me wear this. My cousin said it would be an elegant party and we must comply. If you want to stay alone at night with my parents on the first floor, that's up to you." He reprimanded as he finished with the last of the brooches. He took half a water and ran it over my head. "You're looking beautiful, stop complaining." "Oh, Andy, is there anything in the world more oppressive than the corset? I feel my freedom falling into my ribcage." Andromeda laughed, but before her sister's withering look she forced herself to remain silent. "I'm not going to use that shit, it's tremendously ridiculous," said. Narcissa lunged at her, causing her to lose her balance. The blonde ended up on top of her while pinning her down. "You're going to wear a bustier even if I have to force you," he snapped. "And how do you plan to do that, sister?" Narcissa stuck out her tongue and frowned. Andromeda opened her eyes, scared, and began to stir. Sissy leaned forward, her tongue still hanging out. Narcissa, if you pass your tongue across my face I swear I will kill you." "My God, how disgusting. Let me go now, I'm going to put on a bustier." My friend stood up with a proud expression and approached me again. "Weak," she muttered to herself with a smile. I could only show my confusion. "Do I have a bustier on?" I asked. Both girls nodded. "And what is the difference with a corset?" "The corset tightens the waist. The bustier enhances the chest," answered the one with brown hair while she tied a bun with a golden garter. I quickly brought my hands to my chest to cover myself and blushed. "Shit, Narcissa, if you were going to sexualize me you would have at least warned me." "Come on, Artemis, what's the difference in a little discomfort? Doesn't it make you feel good to be a little daring?" she said, bringing her face closer to mine. I swallowed. Saliva. "Well, actually female breasts should not be so hypersexualized, they are not sexual organs. They are nothing more than breasts." To the men, "No one says anything to you for going shirtless," Andromeda said. "Shut up, Andy, you will scare the girl away." "In fact, I think I like your sister's answer better," I confessed. She snorted and made to leave indignantly. I quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. "Hey, don't be angry. I get as angry as I want," he said with no expression on his face. We were close. Again I felt that faint vanilla smell. "Serious, I'm going to kill you for that." She took a step back but I grabbed her waist and hugged her. She was taller than her, so her face was hidden in my collarbones. If she looked up her breath would brush my neck. "You don't get angry with me even if you try hard," I said. "Indeed," he looked up. I held my breath. "Shit, kiss now," Andromeda suddenly shouted. For 2 seconds I forgot it was still there. Narcissa separated from me smiling. She walked over to her bed and grabbed a dark brown dress. He made me raise my hands to put it on. She fixed the waist, shoulders and skirt and forced me to sit in front of her dressing table to start combing my hair. "There's no time for kisses now, we'll be late for our cousin's birthday," Sissy said as she ran the brush through my hair. "I don't even know which family member you're talking about and you're going to take me with you to your mini birthday party," I complained, looking at the floor. The telegram clearly said, "Invitation for 3. Do you want me? Let's call Bellatrix and replace you." I looked at Andy with hatred. She laughed satisfied. "I thought so." After an hour, the 3 of us air dressed and ready to go see the Queen of England. We spent a few minutes waiting for the parents of the young ladies fell asleep. Andromeda had cleverly put a sleeping potion into their wine glasses. We didn't have to worry about being discovered. We snuck out the kitchen door and Narcissa gave the house elf a small cake to make her promise not to say anything. She, fortunately, nodded gratefully for the gesture. I didn't know how far away the party we were talking about would be. I also didn't know how big the party would be. Merlin, he didn't even know the one being celebrated. We walked through a forest. I don't know I heard anything at all, just our footsteps. The smell reminded me of the Forbidden Forest, which made me feel better almost instantly. The wind is light but at this time it was cold. I didn't care. I had a black cape on my back. I felt strangely confident. I looked at Narcissa. Her hair looked more platinum in the moonlight, and her fair skin seemed to glow. It was like seeing the goddess Selena. She was wearing a white dress with a v-neckline and a silver cape. It flashed in the middle of the darkness of the forest. I thought I felt a flutter in my stomach, but I couldn't say for sure. "We're about to arrive," Andromeda said suddenly in a whisper. She was wearing a beige dress and her hair fell over her left shoulder in a braid, although some wavy strands escaped. "There they are. It can't be. The Gryffindors came," Narcissa pointed out. When I looked through the trees at the place where my companion was pointing, my heart seemed to stop dead. There were the 4 of them. "Your friends, Artemis," the sisters said at the same time. I snorted in annoyance. Now I understood why they didn't mention which cousin they were talking about. "I didn't know it was Sirius's birthday," I said, embarrassed. "It's not. Sirius's birthday is in November," Narcissa said, taking my left arm and guiding me in the direction of where the individuals were. "Ah, Scorpio," Andromeda added, taking my right arm. "It's Regulus's birthday. Our search engine. How long have you cared about Quidditch, Artemis?" "But yes, our search engine. He is Sirius's younger brother. I would say the most charming of us." "I thought I was the most charming," Sissy complained. "Of course you are," I said, kissing his cheek. There was a small clearing in the middle of the forest. There was a campfire and logs around it as a seat. I also noticed that a board was floating from time to time offering food. The 5 present stood up to greet. I admit that they looked very good. It is different to see them without so much chaos in their essence. "Good evening, ladies," James said, bowing in an exaggerated bow. "It is a pleasure to have you here for company during such a special evening." "You will be the company, Potter," Andy said, letting go of my arm and hugging the boy affectionately. He made the same affectionate gesture with everyone. Narcissa began greeting everyone with a kiss on the cheek, even Peter, who she didn't expect to meet. Maybe he didn't, in fact. I stared at the boy I didn't know. He had dark, wavy hair, defined jaw and cheekbones, greenish eyes, and a serious but infectious laugh. He looked at me. He reached out to shake my hand. "Happy birthday, Regulus," I said, smiling kindly. I hope he didn't notice how nervous I was just now. The Black family has dangerous genetics. My name is Artemis. I am friends with Narcissa and Andromeda. "Oh, thanks for the consideration," Remus shouted from the back. I leaned over and raised my middle finger. He just laughed amused. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Artemis. Sirius already told me about you." Suddenly the aforementioned appeared and grabbed his brother by the shoulders, forcing him to back away. "Yes, well, this is the part where you shut up, birthday boy," he said with a slightly sarcastic voice. "Wait, I brought something for you." I took a few steps to get closer to the boy. As he looked at him, he could see out of the corner of his eye how Sirius was getting frustrated at not being the center of attention. "I didn't know anything about you, so I chose something versatile. I hope you like it anyway." Regulus opened the small package I handed him. I played with my hands behind my back to calm the anxiety a little. "Would you like it?" "Oh come on, you just met him, he's not going to be disappointed." "A lunoscope," he whispered, taking the metal cylinder in his hands. He looked at me smiling. "I love it, thank you." I smiled. I felt instantly relieved. "I didn't know if you liked this thing about the skies. Although I suppose it's useful anyway." "Are you kidding? I've run into him about 3 times in the astronomy tower at night," said Peter, eating a chocolate. "When was that?" James asked, turning to look at his friend. He shrugged. "I'm not telling you everything." James lowered his glasses a little and looked him up and down. Then he nodded approvingly. That gesture made me laugh. Then I returned to Regulus. "Good luck with your gift, I think." "Luck me," he repeated. I went to greet Remus, James and Peter properly. I loved with all my soul his joy at seeing me. I think for them it wasn't a big deal. But they also didn't understand that no one had ever been so happy to see me, so for me they were special. We sat on the logs and I had a drink from the ones the hoverboard served. "What is this? Doesn't sound like butterbeer to me." "That's vodka," Peter answered with his mouth full. "Pure, half-blood, in fact," Remus said. I threw a rock at him. "Vodka, piece of bacteria," I laughed. He was laughing too. He just nodded his head. I took a sip. Narcissa told me she'd seen tonic water to soften it, but I took just one gulp before she could get up. She looked at me with wide eyes when she noticed that half the glass was gone. Well, explanation. 5th year, you spent a few weeks hanging out with Rabaston. Lucius was depressed. We ended up in an alcoholic coma. Madame Pomfrey had never yelled at me so much in my life. Lucius was already in love with me in 5th year. Fuck, sissy. You're a blind piece of shit, Andromeda said as she took a glass just like mine and took a long sip. We continued talking calmly, with more and more liquid, moderately legal in our veins. My vision blurred a little, but my head wasn't spinning yet, so I hadn't reached any limit. Although if the vision problem is not due to alcohol, you should see an eye doctor. No, please, more James Potter every day. Regulus seemed to be having a good time. At first they were a little quiet, but after one drink he was already blushing, talking and laughing with us. It was very fun. Within hours, Narcissa had fallen asleep on Andromeda's shoulder, who was talking to Remus about how she believed her bog Art would have an anxiety attack after not deciding whether to turn into her angry father, a harpy, or a duck in a hat. Remus was convinced that it would be the last way. Peter was lying on the leaves taking air. After having eaten countless food, that guy's metabolism must be a bullet. How does he still look thin? James, on the other hand, had turned on a radio and was dancing to Regulus Mississippi Queen. As if it were a nightclub. I got up from the trunk seat to stretch my legs. I raised the sides of my dress and tied it to my thigh garters to feel some cold. From so much heat, my nose must have been reddish. Sirius appeared next to me. His black hair was a mess, which made him look even more attractive. Oh no, the alcohol is taking effect. In the Hogwarts bathrooms a few months ago you weren't 70% vodka, idiot. Oh okay, that's true. I didn't know I'd see you today, honestly, said the individual in question. I looked at the floor, and the trees, and the stars, anything at wasn't Sirius and his hair falling unruly over his forehead. Me neither, although I should have imagined it. My mistake assuming there were more cousins. Believe me, King, we don't lack cousins. He laughed. I imitated him. He took a step and came closer to me. Having him around was already becoming a habit. Hey, what do you plan to do when you return home? Why do you ask? I spoke with Euphemia, and she says that if I want I can take you home. I don't know, it just occurred to me. It was probably the confidence that came with being miles away from sobriety, but I wrapped my arms around Sirius's torso and supported my back. Forehead on his chest. He almost didn't take long to reciprocate the strange hug. My mother would never give me permission. Sirius sighed in disappointment and I felt his hands go limp. I understand. I'll send you a letter when I'm going to escape. I can take the night bus to Diagon. I murmured. Sirius abruptly separated from me and grabbed me by the shoulders. Artemis, tell me you're not saying this while drunk. Oh, yes, I'm saying that drunk. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it, I answered. Like a little boy getting a nimbus for Christmas, Sirius started jumping around with his arms outstretched. I was singing things I didn't understand and wasn't going to bother to understand. I just laughed at my partner's genuine joy. Then, he quickly approached me again, cupped my face and placed a short kiss on my lips. Does anyone remember how breathing was coordinated? Almost instantly, Sirius let go of me and covered his mouth with his hands in regret. Oh my Merlin, I shouldn't have done that. You're drunk. I'm drunk. Yes, we are drunk. Excellent observation. I just ruined everything. He ran his hands through his hair, combing it back, clearly stressed. I approached him and took his face. What are you doing? We're drunk, I repeated. He shook his head in confusion. And we're fine. Don't get upset. Hey, King, let's take Narcissa home. Come quickly, I heard James say. I saw how he and Regulus took my friend by the arms as best they could. She was completely asleep. Remus and Peter accompanied Andromeda, who had taken off her shoes. I took Sirius's hand and dragged him with me to follow the others. Before leaving the place, I took out my wand and used the water spell to put out the bonfire. The board was gone. I honestly couldn't remember what hell happened with that. Sirius didn't let go of my hand the entire way. He looked a little anxious. When he began to bite his lower lip, squeezing his hand to make him notice that he was there. The few times he looked at me, it was because he thought I didn't. Looked at him. I thought that was kind of cute, because every time I turned around he pretended to be fascinated by some random tree in the forest. When we arrived at the sisters' house, Remus, Peter and Regulus said goodbye while James and Andromeda entered so they could carry Narcissa, who contributed absolutely nothing. The Gryffindor boy stared at me. "Do you think I can one day repeat that kiss?" he asked. I smiled sideways at him. "I don't know, you tell me," I answered. I quickly kissed his cheek and then went to say goodbye to my friends. I was feeling over the moon, I would say half because of what Sirius and I had talked about and half gay vodka. I entered the house and as I was shuffling through the living room, I ran into James, who was coming down the stairs. "Very well, come here," he said, blinking many times, probably because of his tired eyes. He gently took my hand and sat me on the couch. He took my shoes. I'm not sure if I thanked him. Just at that moment when I felt like a normal, free and happy teenager, the image hit me. There, on the coffee table. "James, tell me, do you remember that my mother had the Malfoy ring?" "Artemis, I'm screwed. And you too. We talked about this by letter." "James, look at the table," I said. My friend turned around and saw the object he was looking at. He took it and showed it to me confused. "Mythological stories. Open page 130. Quickly, Potter." Seeing me so desperate, he obeyed. "There is no page 130 here, it's torn out," he murmured. "What does that mean?" I let all the air out of my lungs and stood up. James returned the book to the table and took my arm, leading me to the stairs. "I have page 130 of that fucking book," I muttered angrily. "Way to ruin my night, Mom. That was my father's mythology book." 14. Escape to the Potter house. The ceiling in my room was quite interesting. My head was trying to shape the wood stains. Last night I had a crisis and now I have dark circles under my eyes, matted hair and irritated hands. I went a little overboard with the medicine and now I had to strain my eyes to concentrate. I was drowsy, but nothing was going to stop me. Today was the day. After Sirius' confession and the book we and James discovered at Narcissa's house, I had sent my owl to the Potter house. Today I was going to escape from my house. It was a few weeks before returning to Hogwarts. He had already bought everything. It was in a suitcase which he had enchanted for expansion. Sometimes I take pride in my spells. I got up taking a deep breath. Today I should not overexert myself physically, although it is most likely that I would be forced to do so. I went downstairs to have dinner with my parents. They had already gotten a little more used to my presence. It's a shame it ended today. God, I couldn't imagine what it would be like when I had to see them again. There was an awkward silence while we ate. My mother had the radio on top of a piece of furniture but it was off. My father began to comment on the latest movements of Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters. "Why do you call him Dark Lord, Tristan?" I said, playing with my mashed potatoes. "His name is Voldemort. Don't be insolent, Artemis. In a very powerful wizard. If they clashed, you wouldn't stand a chance. Show respect." "Yeah, well, I haven't faced it. What would happen if you were in front of him and he decided to pronounce an Avada Kedavra against you, girl?" My mother snorted irritably. "I would thank you, daughter. I already told you not to make jokes about your death," my mother said. I snorted. "I can't joke about my death but Dad admires a murderer. Do you want to go to your room?" "You are unbearable," ordered the knight. "Thank you, that was actually exactly what I wanted you to say." I got up. I barely ate half of my plate but I didn't care. Anxiety was eating away at me and I needed to escape as soon as possible. I went up the stairs calmly. I shouldn't raise suspicions. I watched as my mother took my father's hand and they began to talk. "Well, thank you for showing affect. I on solely and exclusively when I'm not there." I locked myself in my room. The fool was spotless probably because half of my junk was in the suitcase. I put a chair on the doorknob and took a deep breath. It wouldn't be the first time he ran away from home, but it would be the first time without Apollo. Apollo the King, what a wonderful character. I'm sure my brother would have been drinking a glass of anise while winking at me before distracting my parents excessively so I could go out. I opened the window. How would I get to the ground from this second floor without using magic? Great question. Maybe I should have thought about it before preparing. A suitcase. I took my luggage and slid it down the tree branch in front of me as best I could. I prayed to heaven and hell that he wouldn't lose his balance. Once it stayed there, I climbed the branch too. Even though I have taken my anxiety medications and been eating a lot more, my body is still very weak. From here I fall and say goodbye to at least 5 bones. I put one leg on either side of the branch and grabbed the briefcase to throw it down. This time I missed it and fell face down on the floor. I quickly went down the branches. I don't even know where I got that agility from. Tristan, did you hear that? I heard my mother say. Don't worry, Bernice, it's probably nothing. Do you want me to go see? My heart stopped. I grabbed the ears from the suitcase and ran across the grass. I felt the wind on my face and my heart was beating fast. Everything was going wrong. Everything was going to end very, very badly. And yet he had an indelible smile while I lifted my skirt to run through the main patio of the king's house. I arrived at the huge gate. I took a rope out of my jacket pocket, which I probably should have used a minute ago, and tied my bag behind my back. Once considerably firm, I began to climb the irons. It was difficult to get over the spikes at the top. My forearm ended up wearing one and I got a not so deep cut, but a cut nonetheless. I successfully made it to dry land again, this time outside my family's property. I raised my middle finger as if someone could see me. I started running while untying the rope from my chest to carry my suitcase properly. My lungs were working hard. I felt my cheeks turning red due to the exercise. I could use a broom now. After a while wandering through streets, I finally arrived in Central Londres. I looked at the vehicles. Nothing out of the ordinary. I snorted to myself. I was starting to worry that I wouldn't make it to the leaky cauldron in time. Suddenly a screeching noise made me jump. I turned to my left. There was the huge purple bus that was waiting. That was quick, I must admit. Welcome to the night bus, for Magician's Inn. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. My name is Artemis. Compromise. Forgive my hurry. Could you take me to Diagon Alley? I need to get to the leaky cauldron urgently. I said excitedly, shaking the hand of the worker, who looked at me strangely. A young woman, Ernie, he said. I entered with suitcase in hand and sat on an empty bed holding the iron knowing what was next. Apollo was very present in my head now. First, and only person I have ever escaped with. The bus left. I held on to the iron with my right leg as well, while I grabbed my bag, which I lost a second due to the sudden acceleration. I looked at the young man who worked there. The hanging lights wobbled above him. What did you say your name was? Artemis Ray, and you? He bit his nails. He turned around and went to talk to the driver, ignoring my question. I saw how the prophet began to leaf through. I sighed. No matter how busy he was, he could now rest. It felt very strange to ride the night bus, but I knew it wouldn't be the busiest ride of my night. She still had to stay awake for a long time. I hit myself a couple of times and on one occasion I had to pick up my briefcase that went under the bed of one of the resting magicians. Finally the demon vehicle deigned to stop. Leaky cauldron, Miss King. Have a great night. Also, thank you very much. I got off and barely touched the ground with my feet. The bus took off at full speed. She was alone now in a dark alley. But in front of the wooden door she already knew. Do not enter. I looked around. There were no brooms or cars that gave me any signs of Potter. I was starting to get nervous. From time to time I saw male figures passing by in the distance and I internally begged them not to come near me. Suddenly, I heard the attractive roar of a motorcycle. Left, right, in circles. There was nothing. Where did that engine come from then? Don't you say hello, King. I looked up. Sirius Black was riding a black motorcycle, wearing a leather jacket and matching helmet. He took off the ladder and threw it at me. As I laughed, I buttoned up my new peculiar hat. You're an idiot, Padfoot. You are not authorized to call me Padfoot, King, he said as he helped me with my suitcase and get into the seat. I was behind him, but I held on to the metal behind me. Only your gang can call you that. On the one hand, but I said it because my name sounds good when you say it. You're a clown, I said. He turned and rested his hand as best he could on the metal where I was holding myself, leaving his face centimeters from me. Do you think so? He whispered. He opened his lips a little and caught my lower lip. I followed the kiss with mind blank and disturbed at the same time. I didn't expect Sirius to be waiting for me, much less to be with this attitude. But hey, who am I to complain? If in the end the Gryffindor boy kissed so well. He slowly separated from me with a lopsided smile. I could only raise an eyebrow. Don't get used to it, Black. Neither you, King. Whoever falls first loses, he said. It made contact with the motorcycle and roared before taking off and rising. Screw metal. I ended up wrapping Sirius around the torso. Although at first I closed my eyes tightly and my legs were very tense. Little by little I gained confidence and could enjoy the view. Sirius was a good driver. The sky was starry, the city was bright, and the motorcycle was going as fast as the wind. Even with the helmet, my hair made uncontrollable waves from the speed. My head was saturated. I was thinking about how I ran away from my family, how he asked to find the bus, how Sirius had kissed me for the second time, and how I was now on a flying motorcycle. However, to my misfortune, there was one thing that pulled me down. How to explain to James Potter what happened between families? Even if I found a way and time to talk to him, there was still a piece I was missing. But I didn't know which one. Here we are, the Potter house, Sirius shouted so I could hear him. We descend, Ed, until the motorcycle was touching the ground. He stopped in front of a huge oak brown house with some gold and white details. The lights were on. We both got out of the vehicle. The boy approached me to take off his helmet and hang it on the handlebars. I left my suitcase in Sirius's hands for a second and noticed that my hands were red. Shall we pass? Euphemia and Fleement prepared chocolate cake. Do you like it? Oh, yes, I love it. Marvelous. Hey, tell me. Sirius scratched the back of his neck nervously. He took my suitcase well and we got closer to the door of the house. He didn't touch the knob yet. I've been with the Potters for so long and they've taken care of me so much that I feel like they're family to me, he said, looking down. I smiled tenderly. And you are the first girl I introduce. I mean, we're friends and I'm not going to say you're my girlfriend or anything. But it's still important. I took her hand. He looked at me with bright eyes. Sirius' soft side had taken me by surprise. But I was happy that he opened up to me. I will give it importance. Thank you for telling me. Any advice you want to give me? He shook his head. He put his arm around my neck and pulled me close to kiss my head. Being close to him, I noticed a slight smell of nature, like a forest. Is Sirius also accustomed to forest getaways? Suddenly the bucket of ice water fell on my head. The smells of amortentia, vanilla and forest. Shit. Another thought that contributes to the sea of thoughts supporting my anxiety. Procedure. Ignore new information until you have no other way but to confront the problem. For now, the door opened. A warmth and light embraced me with a familiar and welcoming air. The smell of chocolate seemed to dance throughout the house, and I was grateful for that. My friend led me to the living room, where I could hear a lot of happy voices. When I appeared, I could see a woman, a man, and the boy I was knowing so well. The two adults smiled sincerely. But the last one adjusted his glasses and immediately got up from his couch. Padfoot, Prongs. The pair of friends rushed towards each other and fell to the floor together. While they played, they hugged and kissed each other's faces. I put a hand to my mouth to suppress my laughter. How long were you separated? I asked. A couple of hours, James's father answered. It seemed like years, his son shouted. They both stood up and shook themselves. I didn't fully understand why. The house was impeccable, it shined. Then James grabbed my waist and pulled me closer to the couple sitting on the long plush chair. I put my hands behind my back, a little nervous. Dad, Mom, this is Artemis Ray. She's Slytherin, but she's not as bad as she looks. I kicked James with my foot. He chuckled. Ray, these are my parents. My pleasure, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, I said, shaking both of their hands. You can call us Euphemia and Fleement, dear, don't worry. Shall we have dinner? We then headed to the dining room. It was a fairly large room, the table was wooden and long. There was no house elf, but the plates came flying thanks to Euphemia's skill with the wand. Fleement on the other hand served us tea. The chocolate cake was the best I had ever tasted. I tired to congratulate the mother and James looked at me funny. The conversation was fluid, and on several occasions they included me in it. It was nice. No topic was forced. From time to time my chest hurt to think that I would never have an environment like that in my house. I looked at Sirius. He never had this environment in his house either. It makes me happy that this is your home now. Dear, your arm. I had completely forgotten about the cut when I left my house. The blood had dried by now, but I hadn't cleaned the stains on my coat. James, take Artemis to the bathroom upstairs. Clean his wound, but don't use too much of the green bottle, that one is strong, Fleement ordered. My companion got up and led me down the stairs. This was my chance. We got to a small bathroom and he made me sit on the toilet while he extended my arm so it was on the sink. He cleaned me with water and a cloth. I didn't complain. In a low voice he called me attention for being clumsy. I wasn't angry though. He probably only did it to hate me. James, I must explain to you what happened the night of Regulus's birthday, I said. He smiled. I was waiting for you to say it. Tell me, I'll disinfect you, put a bandage on you and you're ready. I took a breath as I felt the green liquid on my wounded skin. It burned. Surely the Malfoy family has given their ring to my mother at Gringotts. I just couldn't see anyone. And at that same moment, my mother had to hand my father's mythology book to Druella. How did you know that the book would not have that page? I have it. It is the page of the Metamorphosis. Explain yourself. The story of Apollo and Daphne. When naming my brother, he looked me in the eyes. As children, Apollo and I would spy in Dad's library. One day I saw that book and read his name. He tore out the page and we kept it. When he died I found it under his pillow. James looked down for a second, uncomfortable. Then he looked at me with a frown. Can I ask what happened to your brother? I pursed my lips and looked away. James was quick to bandage my forearm. It is not a topic that I like to expand on. However, if I don't tell you I think there will be things that you won't understand. He looked at me attentively. He tied the blindfold and sat on the tile in front of me. Apollo committed suicide when he fell in love with a Muggle girl. I'm not sure if there was a time when she reciprocated it. I imagine there was. My brother used to run away. Some nights. It was a bit quick, but suddenly he was very depressed. I asked him what was wrong many times, but he always answered the same, that Mom and Dad shouldn't hear. I was confused about that for a long time. I have my theories, but nothing that I can concrete. My mother and my father. They always preferred Apollo over me, but once he died they avoid the topic almost all the time and only bring it up when they want to hurt me. Is there no way you can know what Apollo has to do with the Malfoys and Black? He asked, taking my hand. No, there is a portrait of him in the room of requirement. I always visit him, but he doesn't talk, and even if I asked yes and no questions, I'm sure he would avoid me. James sighed and stood up. I did the same and we hugged for a while. My cheek was on his chest and I could hear his heartbeat. I relaxed. Let's finish dinner. We should have a good time these weeks before class. I nodded. At the Potter house, I think I could see the right to leave my family dramas for another time. 15. New espresso cabin. September 1st arrived earlier than expected. Now 17 years old, I felt like my senior year was slipping through my fingers. I would like to stop time and enjoy a little more. At King Cross Station, I thought no one would say goodbye to me. However, Euphemia and Fleement were much more affectionate than I thought. It has been a pleasure meeting you, Artemis, said Mrs. Potter. I smiled excitedly at him. I hope we can welcome you back home very soon. Maybe for Christmas, James suggested as he unloaded his luggage from the cart to put it on the train. My stomach became warm. They both kissed my forehead and helped me with my suitcase. They said goodbye to their son and their best friend. Although to be honest, I didn't see much difference between them. They looked like brothers. We entered the express. James said that Peter and Remus were waiting for us at the back. Sirius looked at me out of the corner of his eye. He surreptitiously brushed his hand against mine. I rolled my eyes and punched his shoulder. I passed a booth full of boys in black and green clothes. There was Narcissa. Seeing me, his expression lit up. I took a step to greet her, but she darkened her expression. Next to her was the platinum blonde. He put his arm around his partner's shoulders and raised an eyebrow defiantly. There is no space here, he said with a serious voice. Really? I said, feigning sadness. He wrinkled his chin. Thank you for telling me, although it would have been great if I had asked you. He didn't make any movement. Yes, it had been more peaceful. That doesn't make it better, it's the least. James appeared. What are you doing here, King? Let's go now, he said, taking my wrist and guiding me away from that cabin. We quickly went to the last car. Upon arriving, James stopped dead, so I collided with him. I looked over his shoulder to see why he was astonished. I smiled. Lily, I said. I walked in and the redhead rushed over to hug me. He took my face in his hands and kissed me on the nose. Artemis, what a joy to see you. Hey, I want one of those too. James tried to get attention, but was ignored. I'm saying the same thing. Will you come with us today? I put a lock of her hair behind her ear and she smiled. Which made her daisies show. I heard James complain and Sirius laugh. Yes, I think I'm going to miss Molly this year, he responded. He sat down, allowing me to give Peter and Remus my attention. The first was wearing a beige vest and his hair was combed to the side, neater than normal. He had circles under his eyes, but he looked happy. How was your vacation, Pete? I said as I hugged him. Phenomenal. My parents took me to Wales for a few days, the weather was quite nice. Did you spend the last few weeks with prongs I knew? I nodded. He laughed. My condolences. I can hear you, Wormtail, said the aforementioned, throwing a cushion, which Peter dodged easily and ended up hitting Lily. Oh, shit, I'm so sorry, Evans. The girl hit him back with the cushion, laughing. The two started a pillow fight. I could see Sirius covering his face with both hands, sighing exaggeratedly. Change your face, Pads, Remus said as he hugged me from behind and kissed my cheek. Being a violinist isn't so bad. Quote, first of all, being a violinist sucks, he replied while ruffling his hair and putting it in a bun. I felt a tingle. And secondly, don't get so affectionate with Artemis anymore. Jealous, Black, wow, you should have just said it. There's plenty of Remus for you too, he said before releasing me and throwing himself on top of Sirius. I covered my blushing face as much as I could. Remus was sitting on Sirius' lap playing with his head, teasing him. At first he told her to get off him, but she ended up giving in and hugging him around the torso. Get a room. Shut up, Peter, Remus said as he covered his friend's face with kisses. Friend. I was starting to analyze the situation and I'm sure there are the same vibes here that I feel with a certain blonde girl. Well, now we are even. Neither of us has anything clear in our heads. I sat next to Lily and Peter. In front of us were the not-so-hypothetical couple and the boy with glasses. Peter took my bag to move around. It didn't bother me, until he pulled out a small vial. My cheeks turned red, I'm sure. What is this, Artie? He said curiously as he highlighted it and sniffed it. It was clearly not to his liking. Strong. Lily opened her eyes and gently took the bottle from him. He covered it and took my bag from him too. He looked at me for a few seconds. Are you taking them? Tell me the truth. I sighed. I put my feet up on the seat and hugged my knees while hiding my face. Yes, Mom, I'm taking them. Don't remind me. I'm going to believe you. You've changed, Artemis. I think you're getting happier. He gave me my bag back. I didn't see anyone but I was sure everyone was looking at me. I doubt it is precisely because of the medicines. They make me feel asleep. Imagine how happy I would be if I didn't have to take them. I prefer that you not take risks. Remember when I could barely take you to the library? Besides, you and I spend a lot of time in nursing. I heard Remus say. I saw. Tee up straight again and straightened my skirt while giving them a calm smile. I don't want to talk about it. I'm fine, I'm not going to give up. Thanks for everything, Evans. Can we pretend we didn't have this little conversation? Lily moved Peter to stand next to me. The four boys seemed to be enjoying an emotional scene, they just needed to eat popcorn and start crying. The redhead took my hand and kissed my cheek. You and I are friends. Do you know what friends do? He put one of my locks behind my ear. They take care of themselves. They take care of each other, he repeated. I smiled. On the outside I looked pretty calm. But on the inside I wanted to start crying. Lily Evans had the power to thrill even the coldest of souls. His tenderness and warmth were addictive. It was a genuine affection that you get used to easily. She said that friends take care of each other. And she said we are friends. She takes care of me, she worries. I want to take care of her too. Who had been my first friend? I couldn't help but remember Sissy with what happened. I want to take care of her. I think in a different way than Lily, but I want to do it. Does she take care of me? A stabbing pain was felt in my chest. As long as the Slytherin Queen's heart belongs to Lucius Malfoy, she has no real interest in caring for me. He will only worry in the shadows. He will send me his breath. From the shadow of his love, I looked at James, at Remus, at Sirius, at Peter, and finally stopped looking at Lily. Their friendship seemed so real. They made me feel so happy and important. How did I become someone? Who was Artemis King? My identity continued to wander around. My mind and my feelings continued in a strange disagreement, throwing me and condemning my being to the void of uncertainty. However, with these guys around me, I felt closer to a satisfactory answer. Evans, said James once the atmosphere changed. Do you want to go out on Saturday? James, we haven't even gotten to Hogwarts. He responded between laughs. Hogwarts is not where I want us to go, he murmured, smiling. While tying his shoelaces, I laughed lowly. He noticed it and winked at me. If you spend your first week without deducting points from Gryffindor, I invite you to drink beers at the Three Broomsticks, my friend replied. I nodded with approval. The girl knows how to use her power to her advantage. James obviously accepted and made it very clear to his comrades that they had to help him not get caught by McGonagall. Peter said that it was preferable to keep an eye on Filch. Sirius said that in case of an emergency he could distract the teacher with his charms, while Remus only wondered if it would be easier to not make a mess, to which James hit him, revealing his lack of support for that plan. I can cover them, I said suddenly. I got up from my seat to stand on the seats. Peter hissed, but I kicked his arm. I opened my suitcase and Lily's so I could take out our uniforms. If they need a false witness to go unnoticed, sign me up. Lily got up and asked James if he could close the door and if he could cover her to change clothes. To my surprise, it seemed that the subject did not even. He didn't even think about taking advantage of the situation. He just made sure the girl was comfortable, that no one would see her, and covered her back. The other three men weren't interested in looking at her either. Quite respectful. These idiots to be so disastrous. Don't throw so many flowers at them, Artemis. It's the least they should do. I know. Sorry, it's inevitable. I got down from the seat with my uniform in hand. I looked out the window for a while. Aren't you going to ask me to cover you, Artemis? Remus said playfully. Sirius, who still had his legs in his lap, kneed him in the chest. Lily is the modest one, I said as I took off my vest. Sirius was taken totally out of context. I stayed in my tank top for a few seconds. Obviously my skirt wasn't on the list of clothes I was going to take off. Still, I'm not a person who gets rid of sweaters and sweatshirts. I turned to look at James. The ceiling seemed extremely interesting to him at the time, which I found amusing. I think it was good to bring the Ray girl to this car, Peter said, biting a pencil while smiling. I winked at him as I buttoned my school blouse. Could you stop looking at her as if she were naked, please? She's literally been dressed the whole time. Sirius said, irritated. Yes, but she looks prettier when she doesn't give a shit about everything, Remus pointed out. That made me laugh. She doesn't give a shit all the time. Moony, Sirius complained. James laughed too. I hung up my tie and put on my Slytherin cloak. It was the only one that he wore among all the Gryffindors. The boys also began to take out their uniforms. Only they didn't bother with us. Don't you find it irritating that we are taught to cover ourselves and feel ashamed of our bodies when these animals just get naked in front of us? I said to my partner while I took a rubber band from my wrist and combed her fire-colored hair. She nodded as best she could. I left her a beautiful ponytail. The four boys were magically dressed as always, although organized, which I'm sure wasn't going to last long. Sirius frowned at me for a while. Then he came over and took off my tie. He put it around his neck so he could tie the knot. I waited patiently. Look, Padfoot, you have a Slytherin tie. Shut your mouth, Wormtail. River. When he finished, he took it off and ran it over my head. He adjusted it and folded the edge of the collar of my blouse. He looked at her for a while. I didn't know what was bothering him. Of course, in the end he took the knot, loosened it a little and undid the first button of my garment. "You already look almost like one of us," he said proudly. James rolled his eyes as he pushed it to move it. He fastened the button again and adjusted my tie. She appeared to be a model surrounded by indecisive stylists. "She likes it impeccable, clumsy." "How do you know?" "It's obvious," Lily supported. "But a little disorder looks good on you," he complained. Remus stood up and sighed dramatically. He gently hit the back of his friend, as if he were his son to whom he had to teach a life lesson. "Oh, dear Padfoot, don't you realize, Artemis already has her share of disorder." The train stopped. I could already feel a new year, with fewer worries and less pain than the previous ones. With new people. My last year at Hogwarts. Our last year at Hogwarts. James and Lily came out of the carriage chatting animatedly, followed by Remus and Peter. Sirius and I were alone for a few seconds. He looked confused. He stuck his head out the door, following his friends with his eyes. "I don't see any amount of disorder," he shouted. "Look for a mirror, you puppet," Lily replied without turning around. He looked at me. I raised my eyebrows in mockery. I left the car knowing that he would follow me. We ran into some kids from my house, from Ravenclaw and from Hufflepuff. I cared little at that moment. Things were going so well with my friends that I wasn't embarrassed to be seen with them. I wasn't embarrassed to be seen with Sirius. As we walked to get off the express, our hands brushed. We both pretended that didn't happen, but when I turned around I noticed he was smiling. That infected me. If I had known that the year would not be as perfect as I expected, I would have held her hand that day. 20. The Allied Families. How long will my happiness have lasted? 2 months. At most. I had the luxury of wandering among my Gryffindor friends and some Slytherins who did not blindly obey Lucius Malfoy. They were nice days, but insufficient. Remus, Peter, Lily and Ted included me in their study activities, and from time to time we would go for a walk to the Black Lake or the Forbidden Forest. It was difficult for me to convince the girl to accompany us but once between the trees. She noticed that I was already managing the place. James, when he wasn't practicing Quidditch and pranking teachers with Sirius, he would take me to the astronomy tower to talk for a while. From time to time he would bring up the topic of the Book of Kings, but he hadn't gotten any information so far, so we didn't have much to do. Our hands were tied. Still, we fantasized from time to time about becoming Aurors and discovering the drama brewing between families. He also spoke enthusiastically to me about how he wanted to confront the Death Eaters and end this magical war once and for all. My heart warmed every time he included me in his plans. "When you defeat the Lestranges, when we go looking for Death Eaters, or when we defeat Lord Voldemort," were phrases that he said simply but that made me extremely excited. James Potter. He had become a very important friend to me and it was an honor to be important to him. And Sirius. He didn't have what he felt. I hadn't done it either. But none of us had the intention nor did we care. We were good friends. He invited me to Hogsmeade. Sometimes we would escape at night or he would invite me to play some pranks. If I refused, he would end up covering up his mess so the teachers wouldn't punish him. It was complicated anyway. To be honest, I didn't know if I liked it. Well, I did like it, I just didn't know how. We got along as well as friends. It's just that from time to time he would get too close, look at me strangely, smile and lean in to look at me. Kiss me without doing it at the end, which was frustrating. My heart. I accelerated when I was in that attitude. But I had never really cared about the love area of my life. I didn't want a relationship. I didn't want stain my last year with feelings. I was meeting a lot of people and I felt too free to tie my feelings to whatever Sirius Black was. There were many doubts in my mind, tormenting my thinking in the worst moments. However, in the long run everything was going well and peacefully. Had good friends now, and I was hoping to focus on that. I wanted nothing more than my friends. And my studies, of course. "Miss Ray, do me a favor and come back to Earth and answer," said Professor Sprout. I blinked several times. Narcissa and Lucius were looking at me from a few positions ahead, James and Sirius at the same height from the other end. I looked to my side. Peter was covering his mouth to keep from laughing. I hit his leg under the table. "Excuse me, teacher. Could you repeat the question?" Some laughter was heard in the living room. Peter was hit again. This time he let out a breath of pain, muffling a scream. "Could you tell me what plant this is?" "Try to stay focused, miss." He held up a green plant with red specks on what appeared to be its leaves. I sighed in relief. "It's an alahatsi. I think I saw it on one of Professor Slughorn's shelves in potions. It is a very dangerous plant, if I may say so. Its leaves can cause hysteria, nausea and even suicide attempts." I responded. There was silence in the room. I looked askance at Peter and he was smiling at me, still covering his mouth. I couldn't help but smile too. The professor nodded slowly and put her specimen in a jar. 3 points for Slytherin. He was saved this time, King. "Students, I hope you have a good afternoon. You can leave my class, see you soon." That was the last day I could answer a question with ease. That night I couldn't sleep. I saw Narcissa's bed next to me. There she was resting with her perfect hair and rosy cheeks. It was serene, calm, like a patient princess. I got up from my sheets and sat next to her. "Are you awake?" He didn't respond, he just shifted in his bed. I looked at the floor, embarrassed to interrupt his sleep. I kissed his forehead and stood up to leave the bedrooms. I went down the stairs carefully so as not to make too much noise. I arrived at the common room and immediately went to sit on the couch next to the fireplace. The fire danced calmly but with energy. I felt the heat on my cheeks and began to relax. My relaxation didn't last long. I heard a voice behind me, cold. So cold that it was as if the fire had never been there. I turned around, nervous, but firm. "Artemis." Unable to sleep. "I see that you are the same, Lucius." He sat next to me. Neither of them looked at the other. We just kept our eyes fixed on the fire. Now it had become a refuge. "I'm sorry for being so aggressive. I seemed like a fool." "We both know you're not sorry. Maybe not for you, but I do regret it," he said sharply. "But now we are a team." I wish with all my soul that he had never said that. I wish I had continued without discovering the great story of lies and darkness that was going to be unleashed. If I could go back to that moment, perhaps I would have chosen ignorance and stayed in my bed until I could sleep. I looked at Lucius, confused. He frowned. "Equipment? What are you talking about?" I asked. He licked his lips suspiciously and fixed his hair. "Your parents didn't tell you." He whispered more to himself than to me. "You have no idea about the deal." My heart soared. Was it what we suspected with James? My breathing was quickening. Did I take my medication today? I wrinkled my pajama pants and looked closely at the boy next to me. I stopped at his chest, somewhat bare because of the type of collar his shirt had. When my gaze landed there, I closed my eyes, feeling stupid. I should have investigated my suspicions more. "The Lestrange family necklace," I told him as I leaned down to take it. It was shiny silver and had an elegant, unique calligraphy letter L. It hung, as I said, from the fine chain. "My family has your ring and the Blacks have my father's book." He nodded, probably believing how high I had been informed. Better. I wasn't going to tell him that I went to Regulus's birthday or that I had seen my mother with the ring as she left Gringotts after being with James Potter that afternoon. "The Lestranges have the Black family dagger," said. And that was the final piece. There were the 4 families intertwined. And what exactly does this peculiar treatment mean? His look was uncertain and confused. He leaned back on the couch looking at the ceiling and sighed. "You don't know yet. Well, I guess you'll have to find out at some point. Although your parents were going to be the ones to tell you." He stood up and turned his back on me. He did something with his sleeve, but I couldn't see. Then he quickly turned around and covered my mouth with one hand. I opened my eyes nervously and tried to get him to let go, but he wouldn't. He only reassured me by saying that this had to remain a secret, that it was life or death. That only increased my anxiety, but I stopped fighting. Once I was no longer trying to get away, he showed me his arm. It was a good thing I was covering my mouth, because the scream was very difficult to stifle. A skull and a black snake were tattooed on his forearm. The dark mark. The mark of Voldemort. I wanted to flee. Panic was beginning to take over me. I didn't want to see that. I didn't want to know this. What the fuck were the families planning? What does it mean? Lucius held me even tighter. Tears streaming down my face. Calm down, Artemis. This deal will keep us safe. The Dark Lord is going to protect us. He is a spectacular magician. The 4 families have agreed to be faithful to him. We just have to make sure we live up to it. I finally managed to hit his torso and make him let go. I woke up upset, breathing heavily. My mind was fog. Protected. I don't want the killer's protection, Malfoy. I don't want her. Does it scare you? You are a pureblood, Artemis. Our families are prestigious. He welcomed us with open arms. You should be grateful. Grateful. Lucius, are you listening? You sold your soul to the devil, I said without raising my voice as I would have liked. For some reason, I didn't dare give him away. I looked him in the eyes. No, Artemis, you didn't drag Narcissa into this shit. Did you? He didn't answer. I approached him to stay by his side. He was no longer looking at me. The fear I felt when I saw that mark had turned into anger. Lucius Malfoy had corrupted so many good things in my life. I couldn't stand him corrupting sissies. Are you going to give me away, Artemis? No, I answered. But you and I, if we were ever friends, no longer. We have nothing to save. Covering you in this will be the last thing you will force me to do. I looked at him for a few seconds feeling disgust and spat on the floor before running down the stairs. The shock continued. It seemed like everything was an overwhelming nightmare. But it hurt so badly that it reminded me what was really happening. I got to the bedroom and removed the sheets from my friend's bed. From my friend. She stood up abruptly, scared. When he saw me he smiled, but it didn't last long, because my face exactly reflected the anger that was boiling in me. What's happening? You knew it, I said, trying not to let the tears invade me now. Narcissa Black, you knew Malfoy was a Death Eater. Did you know that the 4 families made that bond? You knew about the relationships with Voldemort. Did you know? His expression darkened and I knew that now the mother's lecture was coming. I wasn't willing to listen to him. Artemis, there is a war outside and I know there's a war outside, sissy. Do you think I haven't noticed? Why did you hide this from me? Aren't we friends? Didn't you want to escape? Hey, you went with that bunch of Gryffindors. And now it's bad that I have more friends. You sound just like your boyfriend and your sister. When have I left you alone? Never. I have every right to know more people besides you. I didn't have any friends besides you. Oh, and that's why you go and join the dark forces of a dark wizard who murders muggles and impure wizards. Brilliant logic, without a doubt. Shut your mouth, Artemis. In this world there are no good guys and bad guys. There is only power, and people too weak to seek it. It was my mistake to believe that you would not be weak. I looked into her eyes and sat on my bed in front of her so I was at her level. He told you that, right? Voldemort. She remained silent. You've already seen it in person. He trusts us. In the 4 families. We can't let him down. We made a deal. No, you made a deal. I'm not going to join him, girl. If you don't join him, you are against him. You don't want to face it. You and yours won't want to confront me if they try to get me again. 1 to you. Look, I have no idea what the fuck my mother or father said. Whatever it is, I'm out. You are a king. Maybe I don't want to be anymore. There was an awkward silence. She had teary eyes. I was red with anger. She let out a tired breath and got into her sheets. Forget all this and go to sleep. You'll see in time that I was right. I'm not going to sleep in the same room as the accomplice of a murderer. She looked up a little. I took my wand and quickly made my bed and put everything important from my possessions into my expansion spell suitcase. He didn't try to stop me, but I saw a tear escape and slide down his cheek. She still looked incredibly beautiful, and it made my chest hurt. I grabbed my suitcase and put on a coat before leaving the bedroom and going downstairs. Lucius was still in the common room, staring at the flames, arms crossed. We looked at each other. That look only meant one thing, my silence. I left the common room and walked down the stairs and hallways, angry as hell. It hurt a lot. But the anger still didn't allow me to suffer what I had just experienced. When I used to escape at night I tried to avoid any teacher at all costs. Now I didn't know how to get anyone's attention. I wanted to go anywhere but go back to my common room. There were no torches, no moonlight. Just the end of my wand, which bothered some ghosts. At one point, I got lost. I looked down 2 hallways that divided into opposite paths. Where did one go home? Could it be that the one on the left goes to the great dining room? Or the one on the right? Miss King. I should have been startled, but the voice was so soft and wise that I wasn't at all afraid to have heard it behind my back. I turned around and could see the man with a white beard, half-moon glasses, long navy blue robe. Headmaster Dumbledore, what a joy to find you, I said. Relieved. He gestured with his head for her to continue speaking. I took a breath and closed my eyes for a second. I don't want to be with my fellow Slytherins now, sir. Did you have problems with Miss Black? I assumed he was talking about Narcissa and I nodded. Therefore, I imagine with Mr. Malfoy. Why don't we go to my office and tell me what happened? I'm afraid Insomnia had plans for me today. I followed the director to his office, feeling worse and worse about myself for how I treated Narcissa. It was okay. Is it okay to leave her like this now? I looked at the man who was acting as a guide. His peaceful expression gave me peace of mind. I hoped at that moment I could escape the disaster for a bit with my family. Unfortunately, Tumors Branch. No matter how much support Dumbledore had from now on, nothing seemed to stop things from getting worse. 21. Partner and ex-friends. I spent the night in Dumbledore's office. He said that he had things to think about and resolve, and that among those he was going to take action on the matter of my colleagues. There were a lot of curious objects in that place. Unfortunately, I couldn't allow myself to be curious and sleep overcame me. I woke up sore. Although the director had given me a good bed, I think my mind got the better of my body. I took the pills that Madame Pomfrey gave me for when I felt anxious and prepared to get up. Once dressed, the white-bearded master appeared in the room. Your new roommate will be Andromeda Black, Miss Ray. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. But sir, she and Narcissa are sisters. Don't you think I can? I assure you, Artemis, that once you give Miss Andromeda the opportunity to open up to you, you will realize that you share much more than just the Slytherin uniform. I obeyed. I took my things back to the common room accompanied by Dumbledore and Slughorn. The student's confusion was clear, but I only cared about 2 glances. Lucius and Narcissa. At first I noticed the girl's concern. She tried to be implacable but her eyes told me that her heart had shrunk. She didn't know if her frown was because she had been thinking about how I spent the NIG. HT or if she had given away something about what she and her partner had done. Lucius, on the other hand, knew perfectly well that I hadn't said a word about it. Although the situation only indicated that they were going to leave, punished and potentially expelled, it seemed certain that they were completely oblivious to the commotion. And he was right, the word Death Eater wasn't even mentioned in front of the director. Andromeda appeared in front of me. He gave me a somewhat dull smile and caressed my hand kindly. Took some of my things helped me go to his bedroom. As I climbed the stairs, I could hear Professor Slughorn trying to disperse his students. Before disappearing, I was able to spare a grateful look at the man who was watching me through those shiny glasses. We quickly arrived at the girl's room, which was decorated with some Muggle band posters. I looked at her strangely. I didn't think she had those tastes. On his nightstand I could see a vinyl record with Louis Armstrong on the cover. How do you know so much Muggle music? I asked, admiring other vinyl records I had stored on the nightstand. She smiled proudly. Teddy really likes to show me the music he likes. Are you talking to me about Ted Tonks? I looked at her with a lopsided smile. She looked at the floor somewhat nervous. Who would have thought? Helped me organize my things. She told me that she didn't really like her previous partner either. And that she wished Narcissa knew how to deal with her. After a while of good talk, she sat in front of me and took my hands. I looked at her with confusion. I started to get upset when I noticed his bright eyes and the trembling of his lower lip. Artemis, I'm afraid I have terrible news, said. I didn't answer him. Last night I overheard you and Lucius arguing. Also Narcissus. I am also hiding his secret. Are you also a Death Eater? I asked with fear, not to her, but to her response. She shook her head fervently, which relieved me. although his alert posture did not seem to relax. No, Artemis, I prefer not to take that path. And I don't want you to do it either. I denied softly. She sighed. Oh, dear, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. But I think it's better for you to watch it knowing what's happening. See who? She licked her lips and changed beds so she could hug me with her arm. It scared me a little that she was so worried and sad. Sirius already suspected Bellatrix, Artemis. She never told him directly, but I think it was obvious that she would easily give in to such a doctrine. However, Narcissa had doubts. Last night, she went out to look for you. Lucius wanted to talk her out of it, but she did. Once she left, I showed myself to him in the common room and we decided to follow her. A tear escaped and ran down her pale cheek. I'm very sorry, Artemis. But my cousin is usually very stubborn when an idea gets into his head. What did he say to you? I whispered breathlessly. Andromeda, what did he say to you? She breathed for a second. I stroked her hair so she wouldn't feel so suffocated. Sirius and James were just planning one of their crazy ideas. It was all a terrible coincidence. We all meet in the hallway in front of the big dining room. Sirius started off with mocking comments, but Narcissa was too upset to let it go. Sirius said, "So what are you two Slytherins doing at this hour? Are you going to a Death Eater meeting?" He obviously just wanted to get on our nerves, but Sissy laughed. Artemis, it really scared me at that moment that it was my sister. She told him, "Maybe, why don't you ask Artemis?" I let out all the air I had been holding and began to thrash. I had spent these months confused, not knowing if I liked being with Narcissa or Sirius more, and now I won't be able to be with either. None. I got up and went to the bathroom to wet my face and focus on avoiding an anxious crisis. It was difficult for me to keep the air from hurting. My lungs felt like they were about to burst and my head was starting to throb. I have to go see him. Artemis, I know it hurts, but I don't think it's a good idea for them to talk now. Andromeda, I have to see him now. I have to tell you that I'm not involved in this. I left the room. When I walked through the common room, no one was paying attention to me anymore. Just one pair of eyes on me, and I don't even. I bothered to look at her. If she had crossed my path, I would have hit her. How could he have been so selfish? I'm risking my neck by not ratting her out and her saying something like that in front of Sirius. I walked through the hallways. It was still too early to go to breakfast, but there were some students hanging around. I was hoping to find it. I went towards the Gryffindor common room. I wasn't around. Where then? Would they still sleep? I checked near Filch's closet and the statue in the passageway. Nothing. I went into the girls' bathroom to take a breather. Tears started running down my face. I just wanted to see it. Boom. The idea hit me so hard that I stared in the mirror in dismay. I ran so fast that from time to time I collided with students and walls. My vision was cloudy, but I forced my legs to give everything they could. I burst through the castle gate and ran across the grass. The cold air hit my face, but I didn't enjoy it. You were just another detail of the torture I was feeling away from him. I arrived at the Quidditch pitch. There he was, on his broom. James had the quaffle in hand, ready to start playing. Seeing me, he stopped. His expression made it clear to me that this was not going to be a pleasant conversation. I could also see a little further away Remus and Peter sitting, who were looking at me sadly. As if she were dead. "You have a visitor, Pads," James shouted before going to his friends in the gallery. Sirius turned around. My chest felt painful pressure and my throat burned. My hands were shaking and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to say a word. He got off his broom and approached me. His step was determined and his expression cold. He stood a few meters away, with his arms crossed. His jaw, she was tense and her eyes conveyed nothing to me. I wiped the tears from my eyes with the sleeve of my sweater. "Sirius. Black," he corrected. "Just tell me Black." The distance seemed abysmal to me. He was there, right in front of me, and I felt like he was getting further and further away from me. I just wanted to hug him and cry. "Black, I swear it's not what you think." "Oh really? Because I think that two of my cousins are Death Eaters, you were too close to one of them and that you have been covering for them without telling me anything. Is what I think correct? I found out yesterday, I promise you. And you were going to tell me." I stopped. He was right about that. I wasn't going to tell him. He did not ignore my doubt and laughed bitterly. I'm not a Death Eater. No, just an accomplice. I have not murdered anyone. You know that I could never support Voldemort or any of them. You say that, but we both know that if Narcissa murdered someone and made eyes at you, you would cover for her yourself. A spark of anger was beginning to awaken in the midst of the sea of sadness and despair he felt. You are being unfair to me, Sirius Black. Am I being unfair to you? Narcissa is the only friend I have ever had. He was the first person to care about me, and he was the first who didn't see me as a burden. He laughed again. He approached. I was giving off so much anger that I took a step back. I didn't want him to get any closer. And tell me, how is that friendship going for you? He said. It was just one. He asks, and it felt like a dagger to the heart. He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it was just friendship? Be quiet. We trust you, King. James welcomed you into his house, even. Remus, Peter, he and I loved you. I frowned and shook my head in confusion. Did we want to? He took a step back and looked me up and down. Do you think you have shown me something? Do you think we are friends? I bit my lip. Not even yesterday had I felt as torn as I felt now. Everything around me was shaking and falling apart. Every precious memory seemed to be reduced to that. And my hopes of having friends and being free were fading in front of me. They faded with him. You haven't let me prove anything to you. For what? He said. His expression, for 2 seconds, seemed to doubt. He took a light breath before speaking the next words. You're just another snake. You're just another snake. If I had wanted it less, just a little less, I would have raised my wand without thinking. But I wanted it. I loved him immensely. And because I wanted it, all I allowed myself was to let another tear escape. I looked back a little further. There were the 3 of them. James, Muse and Peter watching the discussion with a strange air between disappointment and uncertainty. I shook my head. I'm not like them. You're just like them, Sirius insisted, fed up with my attempts to make them believe me. You saved me. Tell me how many times you saved us. The more I looked into his eyes, the clearer it became to me that I was not going to get him back. It didn't seem to budge. He didn't seem to listen. I thought I saw some rebellion in you, King. But you are a coward. Be quiet. It was that point, the only moment when Sirius shut his mouth and stopped being an arrogant little shit and turned into a scared kid. Not even. I had a wand in my hand. It was just me. Tears no longer flowed. They had already worn out. I felt hurt. I felt cheated. Tricked by Narcissa. But I pay for that with them. With the 4 boys who didn't believe in me. There were a few seconds of silence, but I was quite willing to break it. I took a few steps forward this time and was close to the traitor of the Black family. I looked him up and down, just as he had looked at me. I denied dismissively. When it's your turn to thank me, I want you to call me a coward again. I will never thank you for anything. He wanted to spit out those words, but his voice shook at the end. Yes, he felt threatened. That was enough for me to end such a moving talk. I nodded annoyed and turned around to leave the field. I didn't hear a word until I left. Once I was far enough away, I ran again. But this time not towards the castle, but towards the forest. I didn't greet Hagrid, nor did I check to see if there were centaurs nearby. I just went as far into the woods as I could. Some tree branches hit my face and arms as I passed. When I got tired, I let out a scream. A scream that if there had been anyone, they would have jumped in fear. A scream as painful as I could, from the depths of my soul. I felt anger, helplessness, sadness, confusion, fear, disappointment of myself. Everything was going so perfect, I knew it could be ruined. I was losing my purpose again. Everything I had built about myself and my search for identity, joy and freedom were moving away from me. Empty again, alone again, and the tears increasingly scarce. Life increasingly exhausted, love increasingly irrelevant. 22. The first kind. Every day seemed eternal to me. Loneliness can be torture when not. You are alone at will. Constantly a lost soul wandering through the hallways aimlessly and without company. No one next to me, nor behind me. He also had no one to follow. I sat alone at the Slytherin table, occasionally Andromeda. He tried to cheer me up, but he knew that our relationship was very different from the one he had with his sister. Narcissa was simply irreplaceable. He watched her from a distance, walking. With Lucius or laughing with her friends. He didn't look at me. Lately he even talked more to Malfoy than to her. She seemed zero interested in apologizing. Zero interested in me. Seeing her so calm away from me made my chest hurt. These days I have only been able to think about how I used to caress her hair and how she smiled when she was with me. Should I have supported her? Should I have followed her? Is it wrong that I walked away knowing that his life is now in danger? I don't want Narcissa to be touched. She lied to me, but that doesn't make me stop loving her. Merlin, I don't even know how I love her. She was my friend, but the aroma of a certain potion had taken me in another direction. I never dared to kiss her. I never dared to think about her romantically for fear of her response. Or maybe for fear of not being sure of myself. Because there was another person who moved the floor. Another person who also left. Seeing the lurkers in the hallways making jokes and laughing made me feel even more alone. The four of them looked happy, almost all the time. That was strange. I didn't want them to be sad, but at the same time I believed it was unfair that only I felt bad about our broken friendship. Sirius Black. Why did he have to be so stubborn? Okay. I didn't want to talk about Narcissa and Lucius' secret. I admit it, and it was wrong to have wanted to hide it from him. But I wasn't a Death Eater. I couldn't. Why? Did you doubt me? Wasn't he himself the one who said he saw something in me? What will he have seen then? And if I was different in his eyes, why did I stop being so fast? You haven't touched your food, Artemis. Andromeda said. He took my fork from me and took some mashed potatoes. Open wide. I looked at her upset, but her smile rubbed off on me. I opened my mouth and she gave me puree. He bumped his forehead against mine playfully. We have free after DCAO, do you want to go to the lake for a while? I asked, taking control of my services again and eating more. I'm sorry, dear, I'm going to the library with Teddy. He's having a hard time with potions. I smiled playfully. Oh, yes, I'd say he's doing pretty well without Immortentia, I said. Andromeda hit my arm as I laughed. I was just playing. Then play it softer. My sister and her friends are not fascinated by Muggleborns. I nodded. I got up and grabbed my bag. The girl asked me where I was going and I replied that I had divination. I was about to leave the Great Hall when I involuntarily looked back at the Gryffindor table. There he was. He was looking at me, as if nostalgic. We held our gaze for just a second. A sadness connecting us. Then he stood up straight and his gaze became contemptuous. I rolled my eyes and walked out of there. Sirius sometimes did that. Looked down at me, as if I didn't feel bad enough already. I headed to the divination room. The closer I got the more Ravenclaw students watched. Most of those who took this class are Ravenclaw. I honestly sometimes regret taking it. It seems very interesting to me, but my skill is 0. Thank goodness it is. Subject was not evaluated in the owls, he would have obtained a unsatisfactory or disastrous. Good morning, Miss Ray, said a deep voice when I entered the classroom. Good morning, Firenze. How are you today? I greeted, as I headed to one of the seats. On the little tables there were tarot cards and incense. Pretty good, thank you. Yesterday I could see how glowing Mars was. I didn't know what that meant, but I didn't bother to understand the centaur anymore. Several more students arrived until it was time to start class. Before the teacher emphasized that, I saw the blonde boy with altered eyes in the hallway deciding where to sit. I hadn't spoken to him in more than a month. His presence made me nervous. Although clearly the tingling in my palms at the sight of him did not resemble the mortal fear that I began to feel when he laid his eyes on me and sighed, getting closer. He sat next to me. Peter was sitting with me. I looked around the room. James and Sirius didn't take this class. Remus wasn't there. Were Remus's disappearances something he needed to find out? It can't be that he is so sick. Every month something happens to him. No, he doesn't talk to you anymore. Artemis, they don't talk to you anymore. And why is Peter here? Good morning, students. As you can deduce from the valuable tools on your tables, you will see that today we will work with the art of cards. Today you will learn to read, predict and manifest actions, events and feelings. Before starting the practice, please open your books to page 202. All the students obeyed without hesitation. Most of them looked focused. I could only glance at Peter and carelessly turn page by page of my book. He looked back at me. My hand stopped suddenly because of nerves. He smiled sadly and took my book to look for the indicated page himself. "You're distracted. You're talking to me." "Yes, and I hope you don't say anything to the boys about this," he responded, returning my book. I didn't bother reading. I wasn't interested in tarot today. "Aren't you mad at me, Pete?" I raised my eyebrows. My heart was beating very hard. My hands were sweating. It had been a painful time with the quartet ignoring my existence. Now my partner looked me in the eyes, as an equal. As if we had never been apart. "I guess so, a little. I don't like the idea of you getting involved with Voldemort." Whisper. Firenze gave us a reproachful look, but was immediately distracted by the sky. "I'm not even interested in Voldemort, Pete. I swear." He looked me in the eyes. He blew out a breath dramatically before placing his hand on mine. He had a bright, green, elusive look. If I hadn't been so engrossed in my emotions, I would have had some laughter. "I know, Artemis. But Sirius is my friend. They are my best friends. And he sees you as a cheat now. I don't want them to get upset with you for speaking to me." I linked our hands and got a little closer. "So I'll tell you now. I miss you, and I miss the boys." He lowered his gaze. "I also miss that you were with us." He looked into my eyes again. He had reddish circles under his eyes. "But I'm not going to convince anyone of anything. I would never ask you that." We let go of our hands and pretended to be more interested in our study texts and letters. The teacher was no longer looking at us disapprovingly, so we relaxed a little. "Hey, King," he spoke to me again. "Tell me, Pete," I responded. He cleared his throat and looked around worriedly. "How to make sure your friends were not around." When he felt confident, he moved closer to me. "I didn't tell you this, okay?" I nodded enthusiastically. Peter seemed regret it a little, but spoke anyway. "We don't talk about you much. But I'm sure the others don't hate you. Very safe. And I don't know, I can't lower your pride and make you come back. But I can tell you this. If you ever get the chance to prove Padfoot wrong, take it. No matter how hard you hit his pride, make him realize that you are not the snake he now says you are." I let out a somewhat bitter laugh. "Hey, the fact that I have distanced myself from the other Slytherins, the purebloods and potential Death Eaters, does not make me braver than I was. I don't have as much courage as you four." He looked at the cards arranged in a pyramid in front of me. He turned the first one, which was Justice. "Believe me, Artemis, I'm only brave when James is right behind me. Without those boys I am nothing. And I tell you, even the bravest of us sometimes cowers." I watched her hand slide across the table and take mine to guide her to turn over the second card in front of me. The Lovers. I looked at the floor. "Peter, I already know that. We are all afraid. It's just that I have more fears. Almost all the time, in fact. You have each other. You don't go down easily. I would have to do something crazy to make Sirius see me as a friend again. He is impossible to impress." I laughed a little sadly. "In fact, he is usually the one who impresses." My partner grabbed my shoulder and gave me a comforting smile. I smiled back, somewhat embarrassed. "Listen, Artemis, I don't think you can see it now. Malfoy, Lestrange and even two of the Black Sisters have manipulated you for a long time. I could bet you feel insecure." Inferior leaned on the table and looked, still smiling ahead, as if remembering an anecdote. "We don't know each other as much as we would like, but there is a spark in you that gives me the feeling that you have locked away a lot of yourself." He couldn't say a word. I didn't know he thought that about me. No, I thought anyone would think that about me. Could Peter read me that easily? Or was I obvious? I watched as the professor approached us. Peter did too. But that didn't stop him from speaking again. "I think you should stop locking yourself in and being impulsive for once." The connection I felt with the boy in front of me at that moment was impressive. I realized it later, but the incense smoke was a perfect straight line up. When Firenze interrupted with a fake cough, the smoke dispersed. "Interesting letters, Miss Ray," he said. "May I have the honor of revealing the third and last of your letters?" "Please," I responded with the most sincere smile I could offer. He turned over the last card. He raised his eyebrows and took a step back, clicking his hooves. Several students peeked around to see our table. The madman, he said with a lopsided smile. Justice, the lovers and the madman. He looked at me with strangely proud eyes. Who was going to say? He continued with his walk. We had to endure the stares of some of our companions for a few more minutes, but soon it was Peter and I again. We quickly reviewed the book. What does that mean? He murmured. What do I know, Artemis? Peter said, wanting to find some tarot guide in the book. Look, lovers and the fool combined can mean discoveries and challenges in your life. Or also that you are with someone who makes you be yourself. Phenomenal. Another ambiguous clue for my life. I'm not even with someone now. What silly letters. And what about justice? The scale symbolizes balance. The crown symbolizes power. He read. He sighed tiredly. The text is very long. Look it up later. I huffed frustratedly. Firenze. After a while, explained some of the card combinations that came up for some of us. He clearly didn't explain mine. He just looked at me with some fascination. Like when he looked at the sky and said incoherent things about the planets. Finally, after a class that seemed to last forever, the professor told us that we could leave. I looked at Peter right away. He smiled, more cheerful this time, and extended his hand. Don't tell them. I won't. Thank you for being with me today. Maybe we'll see each other soon, he said, taking his things and running quickly like a naughty little rat. I organized my scrolls and prepared to leave as well. I was already the last to leave. However, I heard my master's voice one last time today. Artemis, he pronounced lightly. He didn't look at me, he was looking at the sky again. But he had the same smile as before. Be impulsive at least once. I jumped a little. He hadn't heard my conversation with Peter. And yet he was repeating his words. Mister. He turned around. He sighed like a misunderstood genius and shook his head gently. Have faith in your last letter, girl. You can go. I listened, but my stomach was spinning. It had been a pretty peculiar class. Confused. I think that from all the stuff about cards and divination, all I can rescue today is the advice of both individuals. Be impulsive. Just this once. 24. Silly rivalry. Although the distance from my friends was more noticeable every day, knowing that Peter didn't hate me made me feel much better. It gave me hope, excitement. That she will eventually be welcomed back among the Gryffindors. I was in the middle of the Forbidden Forest. I had gone to think and relax for a while before charms. Professor Flitwick was already fond of me because he always snooped around the musical instruments with Tonks. However, that didn't make him forgive my delays. So I preferred to be punctual. I headed through the trees to return to the castle. When I left the forest, I nodded to Hagrid, the gamekeeper. He looked young to me, but his build was imposing. Totally disagree with his heart, one of the kindest people I have ever met. The day was cloudy, but I enjoyed it more that way. I wasn't such a fan of the sun either, unless I could go swimming in the lake. An activity that had been very useful to me recently to combat isolation. I could hear some birds singing. I was relaxing. I felt a good vibe today. Oh, I wish I had bottled that feeling to revitalize myself later. Don't bother me anymore, Snivelus, I heard a few meters away from me. Don't tell me like that, Potter. You four are up to something strange and I'm going to find out. That whiny and slurred voice. I rolled my eyes just hearing the first words. I told you not to bother. I turned my head to look around, but found a clash of sparks near me. James and Severus were facing each other. A wizard's duel or something like that. At first my housemate seemed to have the advantage, but in a wave of his wand, Potter managed to take control of the match. Until he took it apart. Snape fell to the ground and James looked at him with disgust while still pointing at him. As fast as I could, I ran up to them. I stood between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Faith F. All representatives of the house rivalry, ridiculous in my opinion. I pulled out my wand and pointed it at James. Then I could notice that the three other friends were a few steps behind him. Always in a group. Leave it like that, I said. I pointed at his wand, which he still held firmly. I thought he was going to refuse and confront me, but he obeyed. He put away his wand and bowed his head slightly in reverence. He took a few steps towards back without stopping, seeing each other. You're not so brave now that I'm not alone, James. Severus spat in a boastful tone. I sighed exhaustively. You don't take care of your tongue so much in Lily's absence, Severus. The aforementioned looked at me with wide eyes, surprised at my abrupt change in appearance. No matter how angry they were with me, even if they wanted me dead. The boys couldn't help but giggle. I looked askance. 3 allowed themselves to enjoy the situation. 1 controlled himself immediately, and it hurt that it was him. I thought we were defending each other, King. I already defended you. Now you damage thank you and you leave. If someone tells you not to get involved in something, you don't get involved. They will have reasons, just like you didn't want them to get into your little secret. It must have been hard for the 4 idiots to know that you were a Death Eater. Shut up, Snivelus, Peter said. I saw how James turned around in surprise to see him, but he didn't even hesitate. I put away my wand and took a step towards Severus so that our faces were facing each other. He was taller than me but not intimidating at all. Call me a Death Eater again and don't count it, hypocrite. I murmured. To be honest, she wasn't speaking to either Sissy or Lucius to have gotten more information about who wanted to join Lord Voldemort. Accusing Snape of that was a hunch, which fortunately made him fall apart. Bingo, ladies and ladies. Severus spat on the ground and left in annoyance. A rather childish retreat for his 17 years. I smiled to myself, pleasantly surprised with the attitude I was forming. Every day I had more character and fewer doubts about my rudeness. It was satisfying. I turned around and the boys were still there. Peter was unashamedly happy at the spectacle he had just given him. Remus had a sheepish smile, like he wanted to imitate Peter but without really intending to be expressive. James was serious, but in his eyes I could see that shine of pride with which he once looked at me. Unfortunately for me, and I think for everyone, Sirius was still shit. His face only said one thing: no matter how hard you try. I keep going, believing that you are a liar. I couldn't really tell if I wanted to excuse myself more, hit him or kiss him. I mentally wandered between a mix of the last 2. I bowed my head in farewell and continued on my way to the castle so I could attend charms. I didn't see what they did. I preferred to think that nothing. A longer goodbye would have been painful. Note to self. Putting Severus in his place without magic wasn't enough. Impulsive to impress Sirius Black. I couldn't specify how hurt my feminist alter ego was to see me trying to impress such a mediocre subspecies. Simply, it seemed like energy wasted. What the hell did he want me to do? Face Voldemort, resurrect Grindelwald, bring him Merlin's lost diary. It can't be more arrogant, this human being. When was he going to understand that I didn't want to lie to him? Having blindly trusted Narcissa was going to take its toll on me for a long time to come. I can't believe I'm still covering for her. I think I half did it because there was still a warm love for him that I couldn't extinguish with distance, and half I did it because the union and treatment between families seemed veer. Why, unknown to me, and I needed to find out more closely. But how? Why would my mother offer me as tribute to go with the Death Eaters? What a mother it was to give away her daughter as a peace offering to serial killers. Hello, Miss Ray, Flitwick greeted. Absorbed in my thoughts, I didn't realize that I had arrived at the classroom that corresponded to me. Inside, I could see the greasy hair from a while ago. Main person I was going to avoid today. Hello, Professor. I went in and sat in the back, alone. We shared this class with Hufflepuff, but I didn't want to bother Teddy. I was with Andromeda. I was happy to see her less and less interested in what her friends might say. Slytherin sisters and friends. Andromeda was very brave. She was falling in love with a boy who would never be accepted even among her friends. Friends are in his family, because he knew that he was a good person and worth it. I wish I were that brave to love. I wish I knew who I love, leaving there. He was the first to come to my mind. Which on second thought was confusing, since I could say I've had more confusing times with Narcissa. Because Narcissa's love would be elegant and soft, like a piano melody. Narcissus saw was a breeze caressing the branches of a willow on a spring day. That's what attracted me, right? But Sirius was a completely opposite sensation. Sirius's love is explosive and unpredictable, like New Orleans jazz. Sirius was smoke, laughter, and the roar of a motorcycle, which was irresistible to me. Why don't you better solve your psychological problems caused by the absence and abandonment of your parents and start to get your tastes in the right direction? Oh, Shut up, Conscience. Professor Flitwick positioned himself on his usual stool and indicated the page we should study. Today there would be no practical teaching. Only theory, which made the entire classroom complain. He evidently ignored our tedium. I really wanted to read and concentrate, but my mind just couldn't do it anymore. Months ago I couldn't. I knew why, but I wasn't going to admit it in front of my teachers. I started drawing landscapes in my book with my chin resting on my hand, totally oblivious to the class. I didn't want to disrespect my teacher. But today I really didn't want to learn how to make a clock go backwards when you're late for a meeting. I looked forward. Severus took notes of what he read with an agile hand, although probably with terrible handwriting. I wrinkled my nose. I had mixed feelings about that character. He hated that James had teased him, insulted him, and humiliated him for so many years. But he has a shitty character too. I'm not saying he deserves it, but even I feel like getting spellbound from time to time. Lily Evans was the only person who could calm him down and make him somewhat of a better person. But they didn't talk anymore. And better yet, he called her a mudblood. I was there in 5th year. At that time with Lily we barely knew each other, but even so I stopped speaking to my partner. I remember that he got very upset with me. He called me a hypocrite. Maybe it was because several of my friends used the same term and I didn't do anything. But just so you understand, not everyone is Lily Evans. She is the kindest girl I have ever met in my life. Her eyes make you feel like the person brightest on earth even though you have never seen light inside you before. And she had tried to defend him. How could I forgive him for calling her like this? I have no idea what Severua will be like in the future, probably with the same gloomy and cold appearance as she is now. If you don't get loved ones, maybe worse. But I sincerely hope that he can be vindicated. No, I like it. I don't like it at all. But he has also suffered, as Narcissa has suffered in her own way. And the people who suffer are usually at extremes. I wouldn't want it to be on the wrong end these days. I remembered Narcissa. At the wrong end. I sighed, letting my forehead fall onto the book on the table. Married. My friends became Death Eaters. They became murderers. And those who didn't, had already distanced themselves from me. Why did Lord Voldemort have to arise? Why such an obsession with blood? We are all here. Severus in the same room as Teddy. Could it be that one day they will face each other? It hurts me to think about how the friendships and relationships that we see here they seem to be weaker out there. Hogwarts is a wonderful castle, the craziest adventures can happen inside here. But sometimes, when you think about it a lot, it's unfair to be so happy in here when people are dying out there. I raised my head again. No one had noticed my seconds of surrender. I wonder if at the end of this year I will be one of those who murder or one of those murdered. That scares me. The ones that save. I smiled to myself. If I had someone by my side, I would have thought I was crazy for smiling out of nowhere. Maybe she could be one of those who saves. As well as those who have been saving me. The class seemed to disappear. The teacher never noticed that my head was in the clouds. I hope I haven't left homework. I wouldn't know. Absolutely nothing. I left the room with my gaze lost. But with my mind racing. I had a strange taste in my mouth. It was like I had a clue between thoughts that I gave myself but I haven't noticed yet. I started going over all my ideas. Severus, Lily, James, Sirius, Narcissa. Why do I think so much about people? Death Eaters, murdered, Voldemort, Sirius, evade charms, the Flitwick stool. Have I ever seen Flitwick talk to Hagrid? Impulsiveness, the Marauders, blood purity, Sirius, be one of those who save. Have I repeated any thoughts? Or am I thinking about it again now? What is a thought? Did I take my medicine for anxiety? How will Madame Pomfrey be? I should go see her. Maybe I can see Remus. Wait, why would Remus be in sickbay? What day of the month is today? When was the last time I talked to Slughorn? Oh, in 2 weeks I have to go to one of your meetings and, oh Merlin, be one of those who save. 25. In the astronomy tower. Andromeda was fast asleep next to me. I didn't know what time it was but it was definitely past 1 in the morning. I was taking my meds, but anxiety is eating away at me today. I couldn't close my eyes for more than 5 seconds and I was already psyched to have to pass by tonight. My head hurt a little but not enough to wake me up. Companion and go to Madame Pomfrey. I got up throwing off my sheets away from me and went to the bathroom to wet my face. I felt like it would be a boring night. I looked at the clothes I had for tomorrow, on the chair. It was ready but messy. Narcissa used to worry that they were folded perfectly, without any wrinkles. Better not to think about her now. I made sure Andromeda was sound asleep and got dressed. They were just sneakers, jeans and a t-shirt. I put on a sweater 2 sizes too big for me, it was cold. I took my wand and left the dormitory to go down to the common room. I was going to sit on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Seeing the fire was more interesting than seeing the ceiling. However, I noticed something strange. The fire. He was burning alive. By now it should be softer, if not charred. There was no one with me who would have fueled the fire. I looked towards the door. Someone had come out, she was sure. I guess finding out which of my companions had escaped at this hour was more fun than diving into my mind without being able to sleep a wink. I left the common room and went up the stairs to exit the dungeons. I hated the location of the room. We are full of stairs. I wandered for a while. I honestly didn't know what my expectations were when going after the unknown fugitive. The point was to distract myself. I had a wand in my hand but I had no light. I preferred to guide myself by the light of the moon. The night was heavy but the white tone gave a beautiful sadness to the castle walls. Then, I turned my head and clearly saw a figure that made my breath stop. That messy, curly hair was unmistakable. I closed the eyes and frowned. I must have stayed bored in bed next to Andromeda. I was tempted to go back to the living room. She hadn't seen me anyway. I took just one step and my conscience began to scream inside my head. Stupid curiosity. I hate it. This is going to ruin the rest of my year for me. I ran cautiously following Bellatrix's silhouette. I started spying from afar. Yes, it was her, and she wasn't alone. That had to be Rodolphus. Did he grow a beard? He looked about 5 years older. At the end of the hallway, they stopped. I hid in a pillar to observe. The blonde hair was illuminated by the moonlight. It had to be Malfoy. Can't I just be quiet for a while? How did Lucius get Belle and Rodolphus into the castle? No one can transport at Hogwarts. They headed to the astronomy tower. Why did they go to the astronomy tower? Well, if I don't go to them I'll never find out. I took a few steps when I heard a noise. Like a cough, or a complaint. I turned around. I thought I saw a shadow or a strange flash. But there was no one there. Maybe he was hallucinating. Continue my path as a double secret agent. I carefully climbed each step of the tower. Some made noise so I had to be silent and agile. I looked up. They had already arrived. I followed quickly and sneaked to the bottom. I felt a breeze in my arm. But again there was no one, so I assumed it was because of the ventilation up here. Above me, on the wooden floor, were the 3 anxious Death Eaters. They were waiting for someone. But no one was coming up the stairs. Bellatrix whispered with her peculiar jumps of voice. Rodolphus and Lucius looked serious. Out of nowhere, Severus appeared from the left side. Where? How? Questions that didn't matter to me. I had a boy who was thinner and shorter than him by the clothes. I squinted to focus my vision. I covered my mouth with my hand when I recognized him. It was Regulus. Severus violently threw Regulus to the floor. He was clearly scared, although he also had a hint of pride in his expression. From the ground, the boy retreated with his hands until he was almost cornered against the railing. The other 4 had an extremely arrogant attitude. They exuded superiority and manipulation. It was impressive. The Dark Lord awaits a response, Regulus, Rodolphus said. We have tried to cover you. But you have postponed your decision so much that we have been forced to meet today. The aforementioned just rolled his eyes, exaggeratedly pretending to be bored. Clearly exasperation was gradually taking over. If you want to have me on your side so much, you should wait for me, shouldn't you? Don't play with him, Reg. We Blacks are a noble family, and there is a deal involved. 3 of us will serve our Lord. My little sister and I have fulfilled. It's your turn. Bellatrix spat, playing with her wand. Andromeda was the 3rd and she backed out of the deal. They should leave me alone. Oh, cousin. You're not like your brother, are you? Regulus, join us. The Dark Lord can guarantee your protection. Have you never felt a longing for greatness? He can guide you, Lucius continued. I stuck out my tongue in disgust. For now I want to guide myself, thank you. Then Snape approached him abruptly and shook him by the shoulders. Rejecting it is a terrible mistake and you know it perfectly. You're just an ignorant brat. I had a horrible feeling. With that, Snape slapped the boy's face. I took a breath and internally cursed myself for this. If they expel me, I'll go back to Hogwarts just to kill these idiots. I quickly came out of my hiding place and showed myself in front of my new audience. Everyone was extremely surprised by my presence, especially Bellatrix, whose expression was worthy of framing. Good evening, gentlemen. I bowed my head to the only woman present. Miss Artemis, what are you doing here? Did Narcissa tell you we would be here? Lucius asked. I closed bunches with my head bowed for a second in affirmation. He nodded with a raised eyebrow. It's good that you are reconsidering your ideals, although it surprises me. I'm full of surprises, Lucius, I said, taking out my wand. What about Regulus? My heart was racing. Severus looked at me suspicious of my lie, but the other three weren't paying attention to him. I felt like at any moment something would happen and give me away. Why did I have to get out of my bed? The Dark Lord is interested in Regulus' loyalty, but he insists on evading this honorable responsibility. Rodolphus explained with indifference. You should be flattered, scum. Especially considering the example of your disgusting brother. I wanted to kill him. I knew the curse, but clearly risking my stay at Hogwarts was enough for me. I didn't want to risk my freedom too. I took a breath and contained my anger. Uncertainty and distrust only bring defeat, I said, looking at each of my eyes one by one. I walked over and pointed my wand at Regulus. I saw his confused expression and the terrifying shine in his eyes. If you allow me, please, Severus said with disgust. Artemis, Reg murmured. Regulus Black, do you want to join the Death Eaters and be undoubtedly faithful to Lord Voldemort, participating in the extermination of the stained lineage and blood traitors? I pronounced. He hesitated. His lower lip trembled. Everything he did and said was pure impulsiveness. Instinct at its finest. Stop the nonsense, it's a yes or no question. Say it now, damn it. Bellatrix shouted desperately with a followed sarcastic laugh. I don't want to. Sorry, I'm not going. There was silence. I felt a pressure in my stomach, but my chest. I felt relieved. I was very afraid that he would say yes. Another laugh with a hint of madness broke the awkwardness. Teach him, King. Maybe with a Crucio he will regret it. Or who knows, he will come to his senses and we, so pious, will give him the opportunity to redeem himself. Come on, King. I know what you want. Do what you have to do. I smiled to myself. I took 2 steps forward, locked eyes with the Gryffindor traitor's brother, and turned around to raise my wand at the men. Members of my own house, allies of my own family. Severus smiled. He had suspected. Regulus already said no. Now, however you two got there, go. And you guys go to bed, leave the boy alone. You were a traitor, King. Now, say it without crying, I responded to Rodolphus with a mocking laugh. At the same time, they all showed their little faces and pointed at me. Well, now I was somewhat at a disadvantage. A noise on a wooden board, I couldn't distract myself now. He had 4 wands pointed at me. How do I protect Regulus from 4 Death Eaters and get out alive? Yahoo answers. Brave of you that the duel is not one-on-one, it occurred to me to say. Please, Slytherin's signature power of manipulation, don't fail me now. You and me, King. I think we both know this is personal. Malfoy suggested. The others lowered their little faces and stepped back. I nodded. We raise our wands high. I closed my eyes to concentrate. If this is my last day, at East it's saving someone other than myself. And really saving. Desmius. I protect. I opened my eyes again. No one had even made an effort. Redoubt. He easily avoided my attack. It was a battle of egos, but we were nervous. Although in Lucius' case, his life was not at stake. Crucio. Expelliarmus. I managed to pronounce my defense in time before receiving the unforgivable curse. The blonde's wand fell to the floor and Bellatrix hit him like little girl throwing a tantrum. I sighed with joy. I'm not dead yet. He approached me, furious. He deflected my arm and violently grabbed my chin. Panic B. Eager to take over me when I felt him close. I saw Regulus out of the corner of my eye. He was scared to death. I was ashamed that he saw me like that. I wanted to defend him. You only won the duel, not the fight. I think it's silly, but maybe you need to remember 6th year. The pain in my abdomen burned. My partner's blow made me. I coughed for a while and completely collapsed. He walked away shaking his coat, returning to his fucking friends. I ran my hand over the area that had just been hit and let the tears fall. I had to lean on the railing to avoid falling. Staying upright now would be a job. I glared at the 4 of them. Death Eaters. Bunch of useless people. I am not the person with the most ambition in the world, nor the most self-confident. But these 4 are going to want to be dead one day. And I plan to be one of their thoughts in each of their moments. They had never taken steps as firm and determined as the ones I took at that moment. I lunged at my opponent and with my GHT arm I managed to surround his neck and make him kneel. With my free hand I held my wand and placed it on his temple. He didn't look so arrogant anymore. The 3 of them took out their wands again and pointed them at me. It didn't seem like such a disadvantage anymore with my new human shield. Lucius shifted, but it only served to put more pressure on his neck. Let go, Severus ordered. Go to hell. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate? We are 3 wands. Lucius will escape at the first opportunity and then you would no longer be able to defend your little friend or yourself. And what will you do then? Let him go now, said Bellatrix. Always escaping at the first opportunity, I thought. I analyzed the situation. In fact I had no idea how the hell I was going to make Bellatrix and Lestrange leave and Lucius and Severus not follow me later. I'm nothing against them. And having Malfoy on the verge of passing out from lack of oxygen for the rest of eternity wasn't exactly an option. You are alone, King. And if you stay here, you'll die alone. Severus was a fucking viper. I began to feel like the world was spinning and I was running out of air. I was very upset and I tried to put more effort into keeping Lucius from getting away from me. At any moment I would fall to my knees because I was so dizzy. I was afraid. No, I wanted to die like this. I wanted to save Reg. It's a pretty noble last act. But I didn't want it to be now. It wouldn't make sense for them to kill me. Albus Dumbledore protects this school. Voldemort wouldn't send more Death Eaters just to hide the body of an unknown student. However, the idea of an Avada Kedavra. Now it was disturbing and latent. I looked at Regulus and apologized with my lips unable to make a sound and letting out a couple more tears. I doubt she is alone. Snivelus. I opened my eyes with my heart pounding. Behind each of my enemies, there was an old companion pointing his wand. James, Remus and Peter. Seeing them there, it was the most unexpected and wonderful miracle that could have happened. If I could have kissed them, I would have. Then Sirius appeared to pick up his little brother and raise his wand at the other 3, next to me. I tried not to get nervous, but it was Sirius Black after all. How can you not feel that everything was going fast? Borgin and Burke's closet, the boy asked. Rodolphus nodded in frustration, lowering his wand. And what do you expect? Long, Peter said, rolling his eyes. If they came just for Regulus, I think it's obvious that they have nothing to do here, Remus added. IWILL not return to my lord without Regulus, the woman challenged, blowing one of her curls. I released Lucius roughly causing him to fall to his knees. I grabbed his hair and shook him so he was looking up. Straight at his future sister-in-law. I moved my face closer to Bella's and smiled as I saw how her hand involuntarily covered her lips. Well, I think you'll have to find a way to make up for your mistake with your lord, Mrs. Lestrange. I mocked. It seemed to hurt her that he called her by that last name. Will you want to have another surname? For sure yes. I have never felt so proud of a team before. Although only those 4 boys will always be marauders for me, supporting them gave me immeasurable joy. We forced Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange into the room of requirement and into the vanishing wardrobe. Remus knew the words used for this particular piece of furniture. When I opened it again, it was empty. We took Lucius and Severus pointing their wands on the way to Dumbledore's office. Lucius claimed I was breaking my promise to cover it, but I didn't care. The one I cared about protecting was Narcissa. he could rot and I couldn't be less interested. Fortunately, after the testimony and interrogation, Dumbledore only docked us a few points for being awake and said he would talk to them privately to see what would happen. It allowed us to return to our common rooms without major problems. I will never understand the behavior of that old fool. We reached the stairs that led to the dungeons and consequently to our common room. The 6 of us remained silent. Regulus and I did not go down. The 4 boys did not leave. Artemis, thank you for saving me, the boy said. I am indebted to you. You are not indebted to anyone, Reg. He smiled at me and caressed my elbow as an affectionate gesture. I smiled back. He turned to look at the Gryffindors. Your friend is very brave, Sirius. You're lucky to have met her. Everyone, absolutely everyone else, became serious. I crossed my arms. Remus even coughed. Regulus had no idea what he had done wrong. Hey, Reg, why don't you go down to the living room? I'll be right back. On Saturday I'll treat you to some butterbeers in Hogsmeade. I said, scratching my uncomfortable neck. He nodded. He said goodbye, looking at the boys strangely as he walked into the darkness. I was left alone with the 4 of them. James, Remus, Peter and Sirius. The first 3 wanted to kill the last one. With a single glance, I could read that yes, I once lied to you, tonight and from now on it no longer mattered. I was not a Death Eater, and I had acted faster than them. That had already proven enough. Peter reached out and took my hand. He brought her to his mouth and kissed her gently. I just smiled looking at the floor. I still wasn't used to them seeing me with affection again. Artemis, you are unquestionable from now on, he whispered. He turned around outside the first to leave, at a slow pace. Remus took a step towards me and bowed his head. His calm, intelligent smile was all I needed. He grabbed the back of my neck and pulled me closer to kiss my forehead. Good night, Artemis, he said before following the first prowler. Third, James approached. He was not inhibited in any way. He kissed both my cheeks and ruffled my hair while still smiling. I kissed his nose, feeling like I was getting back the best friend I've ever had. With him I felt confident at that very moment. Behind those glasses, those sparkling eyes brought me nothing but happiness. This guy is unbearable, but he made me feel so good. I was grateful to have him close once again. Well done, hero girl. He took a few steps but with the intention of waiting for Sirius, which did not react. He seemed engrossed in the whole situation. His 3 friends had accepted me again, no matter what he thought, and he had me there in front of him. He frowned, clearly confused. I bit my lip and shook my head. The pride of this piece of idiot was incredible. I looked at James a few meters away from me, who was angry and with his fists tight now. She was sure that when she got to her bedroom, she was going to unleash her annoyance without holding back. Sleep well, James. You too, sweetness, he said with his jaw tense. Sirius just looked me up and down without any expression and went to his best friend, who grabbed him by the shoulders, sighing exaggeratedly. He had a lopsided smile. I couldn't get Sirius to love me again. He didn't even comment on what happened tonight. But I think it was time to stop worrying about it. I said everything today. If I didn't meet your expectations, that's no longer my business. I think now I will be able to sleep more peacefully. 26. The full moon boy. Being James's friend right now was amazing. And exhausting. She is. And her hair was. And then it just happened. She looked beautiful, very beautiful. The most beautiful woman on earth. Ah, Artemis. It felt like an explosion of fireworks with the sound of triumphant trumpets in the background. I can't believe I kissed her. Have you ever felt attracted to someone other than Lily? I asked. Oh, definitely not, Peter answered. James punched his arm. We enter the large dining room. James invited me to eat with them. I replied that I preferred to go to the Slytherin table and eat with Regulus, but that I could accompany them for a while. We passed through the hallway. A group of girls stared at James with snickers. He allowed himself to be admired, but clearly he was not going to answer them. As much as he likes attention, if it's not from Evans, it's not from anyone. One of the girls laid her eyes on me. His expression darkened, but I ignored it. It wasn't that I liked messing with Potter fans. I walked behind James, who sat down greeting a bunch of people. Peter didn't hesitate to pounce on the chocolate cake with strawberries on top. A few stalls away, Sirius was talking to Lily, Marlene and Dorcas. The last two were holding hands, which made a smile escape me. Lily looked at James and winked at him smiling. James. He probably meant it to be flirty too, but those of us who saw him knew he was broken and totally at the girl's disposal. James's love and admiration for Lily was impressive. "Excuse me, are you moving?" said a voice behind me. The girl who looked at me wrong, did she follow us so quickly? She had black hair in a braid that reached to her waist. She looked at me annoyed. "Ah, you're the Ray girl." "Obviously I'm the Ray girl, it was you who followed me." I nodded with a raised eyebrow. I looked at my friends to see if they made any gestures. James was attentive to the conversation, and when he saw me he subtly shook his head. Peter, less assertive than his partner, directly ran his thumb across his throat with a deathly grimace. Encouraging. "Are you Black's ex?" he asked. I raised my eyebrows even higher and blinked. Peter choked on his drink and James cleared his throat uncomfortably. I turned to look at Sirius. He looked at us indifferently, totally uninterested in getting involved. "Yes, well, thanks for nothing." I thought about leaving the girl alone and returning to my table, which provided me with much more comfort at the moment. However, a spark inside me longed to take advantage of the situation. I smiled. "That's right, and you are." Those who were witnessing the spectacle let out a long, to annoy the girl. She just rolled her eyes. "How stupid of you to have messed with someone like him, if I." "Do you allow the comment?" he said, evading my question. "No, I have not allowed you the comment." The table was now silent. I heard some dishes fall on the plate behind me. I think now Sirius was interested. "What do you mean by that?" He let out a bitter laugh. "Please, everyone at Hogwarts knows that Black sleeps with someone who gives him the cold shoulder." "Ah, I see. Thanks for the information that clearly. I already had." He approached me and put a lock of my hair behind my ear. "I understand that you fell. Naive girls usually fall. It's okay, you don't have to." "Did you call me a naive girl?" I said in a shrewd tone. She quickly removed her hand from my face. He wanted to take a step back but only frowned. "Yes, I did that. What else would you be to believe that someone so womanizing would fall in love with you?" James wanted to get up but Peter put his hand on the boy's chest. I also raised my hand to tell him to calm down. I took a step towards the girl to get her face closer to me. She got nervous. Obviously girls weren't her thing. That made me laugh, but it wasn't the time to laugh. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm afraid I have never judged a person for their sex life." "How are you handling yours?" James laughed, as did Peter. I heard a suppressed laugh behind me. I smiled as I imagined it was serious. She wrinkled her nose. That grimace was her first instinct, but when she saw that all eyes were on us, she stood proud. "You take her with me because you still like her." "And why?" "Oh, you grab her with me because she never liked you." James didn't hold back his laughter. That only made the girl angrier and made my ego more and more unattainable. "Insinuate something like that again and I swear that." "Are you threatening me?" I interrupted. Finally the girl understood that it was not an argument that she was going to win. "She talks about Sirius again and you don't tell her. Now move, I'm going to my table." "Who the hell have you thought you were?" "Artemis Ray." I tilted my face to be centimeters away from her. Yes, I would have continued. Our lips would have touched, but as I well knew, she took a step back. "Now move." The strange girl inhaled indignantly and turned around to return to her other friends and leave the large dining room. I felt a pride in my chest that I rarely felt. I smiled victoriously with a sweet taste in my mouth. Say average. Back to say goodbye to my friends. My face changed its expression abruptly when I saw Professor Slughorn with a raised eyebrow. And hands in his pockets looking at me up and down. "King, what was all that? Do you think it's too senior of you to bother your partner like that?" he asked in an annoyed tone. "Professor, first of all she came with her passive-aggressive attitude and secondly, being a feminist and defending my gender from the patriarchal system does not mean that I am going to put up with little girls in love," I answered. He huffed in agreement. My teacher took a bottle from inside his coat and handed it to me. I took it and put it in my backpack without hesitation. Can you go to the infirmary and give this to Madame Pomfrey? It's medicine. For a student. I nodded. He patted my shoulder affectionately and turned to leave. I stared at James and Peter. The three of us knew who the student was who needed the medicine. The blonde took some papers out of his backpack and handed them to me. I kept them in my backpack assuming they were notes from classes he missed. Well, I think I'll skip breakfast today. Do you tell Reg to wait for me for lunch? Peter nodded, throwing me a green apple, which I caught easily. James leaned across the table. I didn't know you could be so poisonous when answering, King, he said smiling. Take it as a warning. I bothered him. I was going to say goodbye, but another voice spoke. One who hasn't spoken to me in a long time. Do you threaten to kiss all the girls you fight with? James. Peter and Lily stared at him in surprise. His lips nor. There was not even a curve that could give a smile, but the shine in his gray eyes was undeniable. I knew that if I looked at it for much longer it would end up distracting me. Even as a proud fucking moron he had the power to disarm me. Do you call all the girls you've slept with by my name? Therefore, as a good representative of my house, I resorted to sarcasm. Lily, Marlene and Dorcas, as if they had started rehearsing, covered their mouths to prevent laughter at the same time. Peter stopped eating and looked at me with open eyes like an owl. James, totally serious, stood up from his position and knelt before me, whispering, Master. Several students who heard the brief conversation giggled, looking at the black traitor. And my favorite reaction. Sirius looked up completely, erect, leaving his fork on the plate, not knowing what the hell to answer to the comment he made. I had just done. I've never seen Sirius nervous, and I must admit that it was worth it. Wow, it was worth it. Faced with his silence, I could only smile and nod as if I had guessed his secret. I turned to see the other two boys. See you later, I said before turning around and leaving. I heard James lunge at his best friend, but I didn't have the luxury of laughing. Leaving the dining room, I walked quickly towards the infirmary. I ran into Peeves, who tried to bother me. But I mentioned the Bloody Baron and he started to get upset. The Great Baron would never listen to you. Your Great Baron is a fucking murderer and if you follow me I'm going to call him, I replied, to which he ran away terrified. Several paintings in the hallways looked at me with curiosity. It made me a little uncomfortable with so many eyes constantly on me, and on all the Hogwarts students. Headmaster Dumbledore might consider increasing the importance of privacy at school. When I got to the infirmary, I didn't see Miss Pomfrey. I called his name in a whisper, but no one appeared. It was better for me anyway. I fixed my skirt and entered the large room where the stretchers were side by side. Only one had the curtains closed. I was happy and ran them. There was the pale boy with scars and wavy light brown hair. He looked so cute and sleepy. Wrong address, miss. I didn't order a pain in the ass, he said, smiling as he covered his face with the pillow to avoid the light. I sat on the stretcher. Don't say ugly words, Mooney. Fuck off. He muttered. He sat up plaintively and rested his forehead on my shoulder. I brought you your medicine. Courtesy of Professor Slughorn, I said handing him the bottle. He opened it and drank some. His muscle pain seemed to ease, because he relaxed a lot. It was intense. Yes, but with the potion you avoid the worst. Yes, it doesn't hurt that much. He stared at me with his mouth open. His eyes were sparkling, he showed clear concern. I raised my hand to my mouth to cover my smile. He had finally discovered it. The last time I came to see him in the infirmary I had seen on his nightstand the same bottle where I gave my potion for potions. Wolfsbane he had also noticed that Remus missed classes a lot, and that his friends always covered for him exceptionally. And not to mention the most obvious but cleverly hidden clue, his nickname is Mooney. His surprised expression made me feel like Hercule Poirot. Unfortunately his little eyes looked sad. Did they tell you? I realized it alone. He took an uneasy breath. I wanted to get closer to him but he avoided me. I was sorry. Aren't I afraid of you? Remus, you should be scared. You don't scare me. I took his face in my hands and forced him to look at me. He wanted to stop me but I stood my ground. I caressed his scars, then his eyebrows, and finally ruffled his hair a little. My heart felt pressure. My eyes were watering a little. My hands continued to care for my friend. Remus John Lupine was the purest and most intelligent boy I have ever met. He treats me gently and could never hurt me. Neither to me nor to anyone. His nose was red. I leaned down and left a tender kiss on her and then went to her forehead and cheeks and covered her face with kisses. He was starting to laugh. Silly, silly. We looked at each other for a few seconds with a smile on our faces. I felt like we both wanted to say I love you, but he was embarrassed and I didn't know how to do it. But Remus knew how to make me feel good again. Lils took less time to catch it. I laughed, nodding. I'll settle for second place. I settled next to him on his stretcher under the covers. Leaving my backpack on the floor, I took out my apple and a small dagger that I used to bring with me. I divided the apple in two and gave half to my companion. He just said thanks and started eating. He asked me if I had breakfast, but I lied to him too. That he wouldn't throw me out. I gave him the notes that Peter had given me. He reviewed them and nodded, approving the writings. He told me that James, Peter and Sirius have been the best friends in the world. I promised him secrecy and he confessed that they are unregistered animagi. Hence their nicknames. I thought they were just references to their Patronus. But you can't tell anyone. If you do, I'll have to eat you, he said, wrinkling his nose. A tempting idea, I responded with a wink. He brought a hand to his chest dramatically. Oh no, my gay existence. I laughed and punched his shoulder. Lower your bisexuality 3 levels, please. I prefer to call it bisensuality. Joking about my sexual orientation with Ramu S was simply superior in every possible way to a conversation. Remus grabbed a glass of water from the nightstand and began to drink. Speaking of anxiety and problems with our parental figures, he spit out the water when he laughed. So I had to control my RSA to continue talking. What are you going to do next Friday? Oh, we're going to the Gryffindor Christmas party. Before vacation. Come on, come on. I'm not asking you. You better look pretty. Padfoot isn't going to squirm in regret alone. 25. Secret party and good friends. He had me in front of the mirror. I had already calmed the anxiety in theory. But my breathing was still somewhat disturbed. I was very nervous. I felt like everything could go wrong tonight, but at the same time I had hopes of having a good time. In the reflection I could see a girl with an uncertain look, but dressed ready for a fashion show in Paris, France. A somewhat translucent white blouse, a bolo tie with a snake pendant, and a pleated black knee-length skirt. I wasn't wearing any necklaces or big earrings, just a silver ring on the ring finger of my left hand which Andromeda liked. I was combing my hair a little, which had finally dried after the shower. Girl, if I touch you I'll burn, Andromeda said with an exaggerated accent. I laughed and hit his arm as best I could. That's it. Look how pretty you look. I hope my cousin has his face safe. Because he's going to fall with shame when he sees the hottie he missed. I wouldn't say lose, Andy. Does it still have you hooked? Isn't it a Mortentia, girl? I'm not in love, it's just that I still want to be close to him. James told me about your argument with the Cattermole girl in the great dining room, don't act. Ah, so that was his last name, I said, distracted from the main topic. Andromeda rolled her eyes and sighed in exasperation. If you like the idiot so much you should act like one, he said. I tilted my head in confusion. Starting by not attacking him every time you open your mouth. He started. God, so why do you want him around if he's just as unbearable with you? I shrugged. Andromeda just wanted to explode because she didn't understand me. I didn't understand myself either. He headed to the bathroom. Leaving the door open, she was putting on mascara and lipstick. I had only covered my dark circles, but from the way my roommate, she felt like she would soon have a face full of creams and paints. When he finished polishing her beauty, he turned around and took my hand to spin me on my axis. She was smiling. We were ready, so we left the room to cross the common room without being heard. There was Regulus, dressed in a shirt with the sleeves impeccable but the first buttons undone. It looked artistic, even Venetian. They both look radiant, he commented, opening the door to the common room. You look splendid too, Regulus said. Couple cheesy, Andy whispered. We leave the dungeons carefully so as not to make noise when stepping on the stone stairs. Once in the hallway, I could hear another pair of voices. Hey, cousin, Can you get ahead with Dorcas? Marlene and I need to do something with Artie. I turned to see her. Artie had told me. Nobody had given me a nickname. My heart raced a little and I turned a little red. It was nice. It was a nice feeling. Regulus greeted the couple and spoke to the dark-skinned one to continue towards the party. The girl placed a kiss on the blonde's lips and took her arm. Of the Slytherin boy before heading out, Marlene greeted us happily. As I had already deduced, Andromeda wanted me to do my makeup. Apparently it was Marlene who was supposed to do it. He asked if I wanted to. Not really, but after Andy told me Artie. In such a natural way I would never have been able to refuse. We walked down the halls a bit and made it to the nearest ladies' room. Once there, both girls got to work on my canvas face. I was totally dedicated. I think better not lips, her skin is too light for a nude or brown tone. And her mouth is already perfectly pink to paint it, he said. Andromeda nodded, but I only thought that nude in Spanish sounded like not, but that in English it was synonymous with naked, and that scared me. Well, and blush. Contour. Oh, girl, are we going to drink or are we not going to drink? Alcohol is going to be our only blush today, Marlene said smiling. And no contour, to Artemis. We going to illuminate his cheekbones and nose. Look how it looks, brilliant. I am an artist. Marlene, you are an artist, the black girl repeated. I just smiled pretending I knew what illuminating was. I blindly followed my friend's orders. Close your eyes, open, why are you opening your mouth? Your eyes, girl, now don't blink, that's it. Tilt a little, yeah, there. Although they were serious, they both seemed very excited playing with me. Once they were done, they allowed me to look in the bathroom mirror. It was my face, but my features were more defined. Prettier, as if the attention was only on the parts one wanted it to be. And, what do you think? Is this what makeup does? I said seriously. Marlene and Andromeda looked at each other worried and nodded. If I keep looking in the mirror I'm going to become a lesbian. I would marry myself, they are geniuses. The two girls started celebrating and jumping before taking my doll and heading out of the bathroom and straight to the Gryffindor party. I was excited. I had had my first experience with makeup and I felt very pretty. I rarely feel so confident about how I look, and the security of my friends made me even better. Suddenly we came to a hallway that I knew well. My stomach growled, but not from hunger. I felt a little scared being there. We were facing the wall, and before us the door to the room of need. Was that the party? In the room where the painting of Apollo is located? No, of course not, it must be another room. The room of need changes according to needs. However, my brother's face had already appeared in my mind. It hurt a little. It made me want to go back to my room and sleep. I looked up and bit my lower lip. Apollo the son of a bitch Ray would have wanted me to get into that damn party. We enter. I was surprised that nothing could be heard outside because inside there the decibels were unattainable. There were lights, music, dancing, bottles, even some smoke. I inhaled and smiled. It wasn't exactly legal. These idiots are party bombs from what I perceive. Marlene went to meet Dorcas, who already had cigarettes in hand. The blonde took a drag before whispering something in her ear and making the brunette smile. Not in a tender way. I blushed, looked at Andromeda and we agreed. Telepathically never having seen that sexual tension. Regulus, Ted and Peter appeared to greet us. Regulus was complaining that they were all hormonal shits and that he preferred a kiss from Dementor rather than explain to each and every one of the girls who had invited him to the back that he had no interest. It's easier for you to say that you have a girlfriend and that's it, I said. I already tried, they responded, I don't see it. And since I don't have a girlfriend, my girlfriend didn't show up to defend me. Why don't you tell Marlene? Peter asked. Naive little Peter. Busy being gay. And Dorcas. Oh, come on. Busy being gay with Marlene. Peter, wake up now, Ted said, laughing, putting his arm around Andromeda's shoulders. You could put up a sign that says, move, bitch, face me. Andy suggested. Reg just rolled his eyes snorting before going for more liquid. What's to drink? I asked. It depends, said a voice behind me. And the next thing I felt they hugged me from behind. Do you want to leave here in your senses? If I wanted to be in my right mind I wouldn't have come, Potter, I said, turning around to hug him. Next to him came Remus, who was smiling as if he hadn't been bedridden in the infirmary for days. Can I bring you champagne, Artemis? My werewolf friend offered. Champagne my eggs, Mooney. Bring whiskey. Whiskey. Remus kissed my cheek before leaving to get me a glass. James, as always taking advantage of every situation, extended his hand. I wanted to refuse, but his insistent smile got the better of me. He directed me to the dance floor that the Gryffindors had improvised and we began to dance to the music. Nights on Broadway was playing, and James, although he danced very well, did occasional steps to make me laugh. We sang very badly, but no one really listened to us, so we could give everything our lungs could. We were getting closer, it was just the two of us in our minds. All the other kids dancing around us seemed to be irrelevant. I could only see my friend's glasses tilted on his nose, revealing those hazel eyes that gave off rebellion and disaster. Being with James Potter was one of the best things that had ever happened to me. Being friends with James Potter meant feeling like you were breaking all the rules. Rules without saying a word or moving a muscle. There we were, simply dancing and being young, while a clandestine party with illicit substances was taking place late at night at a magic school. It was easy to be a mess around him. James made her enjoy being the mess she was before him. I think I should look for Evans. He shouted over the music. It's okay. Remus still owes me my glass. I replied as we escaped from the track. He got lost in the crowd looking for Lily's red hair while I joined Remus to take what he brought for me. Here you go. A glass of whiskey. If you don't want everything you can leave it in. Before even hearing it, I had drunk the contents as if it had been water, although with a bitter grimace at the end. My friend looked at me with wide eyes. Oh, yes, oh, I answered, smiling. I'll go to the dance floor for a while before it has much of an effect. I love you. I think it's already having an effect, he said. Then he muttered something. I didn't hear what, but I'm sure it was I love you too. I went dancing alone for a while. Occasionally it seemed like people were dancing with me and spinning me around. The smoke in the environment was also playing with me, so my Scion was becoming more and more distorted and my mind was losing credibility. I totally remember Ted and Andromeda slow dancing. Decontextualized from the environment. I remember Marlene and Dorcas kissing in a corner. Oblivious to the whole party. I remember Regulus and Peter with glass and cigar in hand talking enthusiastically about topics that I didn't know. I bothered to process. I remember Lee and Remus waving at me smiling from a distance, and I also remember a suspiciously happy James. Everything was spinning around me, but the euphoria I felt was unimaginable. I was there, I feel, dancing to my rhythm. Listening only to the music, forgetting each of my worries. Someone grabbed my hand and turned me around. I just followed the steps, moving as if it were a ballet. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high enough, said the beginning of the new song. He was so happy that it made me want to jump. Everything. It looked like shades of yellow, light blue and pink, like a spring day next to a crystalline stream. I followed the person who had held my hand as he danced without looking. When the woman's voice sounded in the song, it occurred to me to look up. My heart didn't know whether to speed up or stop when I saw Sirius smiling as he danced with me. I literally felt like an arrow pierced my chest. I had the feeling that the choir was going to get closer. I had the feeling that everyone had their eyes on us. I had the feeling that Sirius had been watching me for a long time, deciding whether to dance with me or not. Everything seemed very cloudy to me. But I didn't care. I didn't know if it was the glass of whiskey, the smoke surrounding me, or if it was just the reckless part of me doing its thing in the least expected situations. But I remember with perfect clarity how I too a step towards Sirius to kiss his lips and hug his neck. It wasn't a long kiss, almost a touch. I was waiting to see what he would do next. He smiled with a frown, confused. When I felt a hint of regret and guilt, he kissed me back. His lips were warm and I could feel his breath against mine. We separate, and all I heard afterwards was cheers from the rest of those present. I felt in fucking heaven and I didn't want to go down. Sirius Black, you're a fucking moron. Obviously the next day I barely remembered anything and my head hurt a little, I don't think I had drunk since Regulus's birthday. Andromeda, Lily, Marlene and Dorcas also gave me a talk. Feminist nature reminding me why I shouldn't let Sirius go and come back without apologizing for being an ungrateful idiot, which I valued a lot, and if I was going to obey them. But I admit that when I remembered script they told me about the kiss, I felt that everything would be fine from now on.